Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do, Kanade. Let's pick another one. But we haven't even started. It's just a feeling. I don't think it'll be fun. Mahiru turned her head, her mood dipping into a small sulk. A couple on the brink of divorce trying to reconcile? Absolutely not. She'd never divorce Kanade. Not in a million years. Fine. Kanade sighed in defeat. He was running out of options. He'd only recently started gaming again and had bought a few trending co-op games. Now both were ruled out. What was left? His single-player games? Downloading something new would take time. Don't mind me, Kanade. You can play on your own. I'll just watch. Mahiru offered, sensing his dilemma. She hadn't come over to play games specifically, she just wanted to spend the day with him. It didn't matter what they did as long as they were together. Well. Alright. Kanade nodded, albeit reluctantly. He'd always imagined gaming as one of those perfect activities to bond with someone. But if Mahiru didn't enjoy it, he couldn't force her. Being watched was nice too, in its own way. He pulled out another cartridge, this one containing his favorite game, Mario Maker 2. A Nintendo loyalist at heart, Kanade saw the company's exclusives as the essence of gaming. Open-world epics like Zelda were masterpieces best enjoyed solo, but Mario Maker 2's chaotic multiplayer mode was perfect for showcasing his skills. This was his chance to impress Mahiru with his gaming prowess. A few victories, a nonchalant "oh, it's nothing." And he'd be one step closer to fulfilling the ultimate boyhood dream, looking cool in front of a girl. The game booted up. First match, Kanade eliminated 2 players but got outmaneuvered at the finish line. Second match, he played aggressively but was beaten by someone taking a shortcut. Third match, a disaster. He lost due to poor map choices and bad luck. Kanade sighed heavily, his confidence in tatters. I'm done. He declared, closing the game. You're stopping already? I thought it was fun to watch. Mahiru said, tilting her head curiously. Nope, I'm done. Kanade shook his head. Losing was one thing, but losing repeatedly with Mahiru watching? Too embarrassing. I've never played before. Should I give it a try? You could teach me. Mahiru suggested shyly. You want to? I can show you how. Kanade brightened up slightly, thinking it might be fun to guide her. And no, never mind. Mahiru suddenly waved her hands, her face reddening. What was she thinking? If Kanade held her hands to teach her? Or worse, if she sat in his lap to get a closer look at the screen? Forget it. I'll just watch. Mahiru's voice pitched up as she shook her head vigorously, trying to suppress her runaway thoughts. Alright then. Kanade said, deciding not to press further. With gaming off the table, though, he was running out of ideas for how to spend the day. He couldn't very well suggest watching anime together, it'd probably bore Mahiru. How about we go out for a bit? He proposed instead. Girls liked shopping, right? Even Eriri and Kasumijoka enjoyed browsing shops, so Mahiru probably would too. Go out. Mahiru considered this before nodding. She had planned to spend the whole day inside with Kanade, but going out sounded nice too. It felt like a date, a proper outing with her boyfriend. I'll just go home and change first. Mahiru stammered, her cheeks flushed. No peeking, okay? I'm not going to peek. Kanade deadpanned. Mahiru could be so strange sometimes. One moment she trusted him enough to nap on his sofa, and the next, she was treating him like some sort of intruder. Was inconsistency a special talent of hers? Girls really were a mystery. Chapter 50. The next time Kanade saw Mahiru, she had transformed into a vision of elegance. She wore a pure white dress, complemented by a dainty sun hat. Under the soft glow of the sunlight, she truly looked like an angel, radiating purity and beauty. Do I look strange? Mahiru asked nervously, her small hands clenched over her chest, betraying her unease. Of course not. You look amazing. Kanade responded instantly, shaking his head vigorously. It suits you perfectly, Mahiru. He had rehearsed this compliment countless times in his head, and finally, the opportunity had came to use it. Thank you. Kanade, you look very handsome too. A faint blush crept across Miharu's cheeks as she lowered her gaze, a surge of joy warming her heart at his praise. Her thoughts ran wild. She locked the image of Kanade, looking so dashing and kind, into her memory. The sweet words he spoke would echo in her mind for days. This kind of directness. It was too much. Thank you. Kanade scratched his cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed. During the time Miharu changed, Kanade had also dressed up a bit. While he typically favored casual looks, he understood the importance of effort on a day out with someone special. To neglect his appearance would be disrespectful, even rude. Anywhere you want to go? He asked, hoping she had a preference. I'll go wherever you decide. Miharu replied with a small shake of her head. To her, it didn't matter where they went. The only thing that mattered was being with him. Then. How about Kit? Kanade suggested after a moment of thought. Located near Tokyo Station, Kit was a shopping center with a mix of shops, restaurants, and a small museum exhibit. It was a charming spot perfect for friends to explore together. They could wander through its expansive halls, browse unique goods, or take a break at a cafe. It was the kind of place where time seemed to fly. Miharu readily agreed with a gentle nod. The two strolled through Kit, wandering past boutiques and exhibits. Miharu's attention was soon drawn to a cat cafe called Meow Meow Meow. Want to check it out? Kanade offered. Miharu hesitated, then shook her head. Maybe next time. I don't think this outfit is good for visiting. The thought of cat fur clinging to her pristine white dress made her nervous. The last thing she wanted was to look messy or make Kanade think she was careless. Alright. Let's save it for another day. Kanade agreed. Though he liked cats, he couldn't shake a faint pang of guilt. Spending time surrounded by cats in the cafe might feel like betraying Yuki, the stray he used to care for but hadn't visited in a while. After passing on the cat cafe, they visited the museum exhibits and grabbed some desserts to enjoy as they walked. The exhibits were really interesting. It's just a shame we couldn't take any pictures. Miharu said with a hint of regret. It's the rules, I guess. Kanade said. If you want, we can come back another time. Would you come with me again? Of course. But. It seemed like you weren't enjoying yourself. Miharu said softly, her brows knitting with concern. Well. I guess I'm not really into that kind of thing. Kanade admitted sheepishly. Miharu fell silent. She wanted to cheer him up but didn't know how. Their mood turned quiet as they walked on. Then, as they turned a corner, a sudden commotion broke the silence. A small boy ran straight into them. I'm sorry. The boy stammered, looking on the verge of tears. Moments later, his mother caught up, bowing deeply in apology. I'm so sorry. It's all my son's fault. Please let me make it up to you. Kanade was about to reply when Miharu spoke first, her tone gentle and reassuring. It's okay. I should have been watching where I was going, too. Please don't worry about it. Miharu knelt down and patted the boy's head, her smile as radiant as ever. You have to be more careful, okay? Running around like that can cause trouble for others. I understand. Thank you, big sister. After reassuring the boy and declining the mother's offer to compensate them, Miharu and Kanade sat down on a nearby bench to rest. Kanade took out a handkerchief and began dabbing at the ice cream stains on Miharu's dress. The child's fallen cone had splattered her pristine outfit with sticky streaks of pink and white. Should we head back? Kanade suggested. The dress looked salvageable if cleaned quickly, and he didn't want Miharu to feel uncomfortable walking around in it. It's fine. It's just a little stain. Miharu said, shaking her head. As she watched Kanade fuss over her dress with such care, her heart swelled. He wasn't upset with her, and that was enough. She didn't want something trivial like this to ruin their outing. But it doesn't look great. We should at least do something about it. Kanade said, frowning. Miharu's dress was more than just a piece of clothing, it was part of her carefully chosen image. Even if she brushed it off, he couldn't ignore it. I have an idea. Come with me. Kanade stood up suddenly, holding out a hand. What? Miharu gasped as he took her hand and started walking. His firm grasp sent a rush of warmth through her. She followed, her face growing redder with each step, hiding under the brim of her sun hat. Kanade was being so assertive. And she didn't mind it one bit. Chapter 51, Alright, go on in. Kanade urged, stopping in front of a women's clothing store. If Miharu wasn't comfortable going home in her soiled dress, she could pick out a new outfit here. The stained dress could easily be sent to a laundry service for cleaning. You can go ahead by yourself. Let the staff know if you need help. I'll wait outside. Given the store catered exclusively to women, with items like swimsuits and lingerie on display, Kanade felt it inappropriate for him to enter. He resigned himself to idling outside, though he wished there was a nearby place where he could strike up a conversation with other guys about date tips or shared hobbies. Okay. Maharu nodded, her voice barely audible. Kanade took out his phone, preparing to pass the time scrolling, but he soon heard footsteps approaching him. Already? He thought, glancing up. Surely it hadn't been long enough for her to choose something. To his surprise, it wasn't Maharu but two unfamiliar women, both dressed stylishly and exuding a mature air. "Hey there, are you by yourself?" one asked, her tone casual but inviting. "Care to join us for a cup of tea?" The other chimed in, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Kanade blinked in confusion. Do I really look like I'm alone? It seemed obvious to him that anyone standing outside a women's store was probably waiting for someone. Did he somehow come across as a lone wolf prowling for unsuspecting women? Still, he politely declined. "No, I'm waiting for someone." Before he could finish, he felt an arm snake around his. He turned to see Maharu, who had unexpectedly reappeared, still wearing her white dress. "Sorry to keep you waiting," she said smoothly, tightening her grip on his arm. "Let's go." Without waiting for a reply, she pulled him away from the two women. Kanade glanced at her, puzzled. Did she not find anything she liked? Or was she helping him out of a sticky situation? Surely she wasn't jealous or worried he might run off with someone else. Regardless of her reason, her timely intervention had saved him from an awkward encounter. "Is everything okay?" he asked cautiously. "What do you mean?" Maharu turned to him, her expression neutral, though a hint of irritation glinted in her eyes. After a moment's thought, her lips burst, and she asked, "Did I interrupt something? I hope I didn't ruin your fun." "What are you talking about?" Kanade chuckled, exasperated. "Do I seem like the type to fall for random strangers like that?" Maharu huffed softly, avoiding his gaze. "We should go back home," she murmured, her earlier boldness giving way to hesitation. Kanade nodded, prepared to agree, but a familiar voice interrupted them. "Kanade-kun." They both turned to see a calm yet curious Kato Megumi standing nearby. Her head tilted slightly as she studied them. "Are you two on a date?" she asked, her tone as neutral as ever. The word date hung in the air, its implications clear. For Kanade, their outing could technically qualify as one, but when he glanced at Maharu, her discomfort was palpable. "No, it's not like that," he quickly clarified. "We just happened to run into each other." Maharu had previously made it clear she didn't want others knowing about their unique relationship, so Kanade respected her wishes and explained the situation to Kato. He recounted the events with the strangers and Maharu's intervention, framing it as her helping him out of a tight spot. When he finished, he looked at Maharu again. She still seemed uneasy, her fingers lightly gripping his sleeve. "Don't worry," Kanade said reassuringly. "Kato-san isn't the kind of person who spreads gossip." Maharu looked up at him for a moment before nodding slightly, her grip tightening. She's still anxious, Kanade realized. "Kato, are you free right now?" "I am," Kato replied with a small nod. "Great. Let's find a place to sit and talk." At a nearby dessert shop, Kanade clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. "So that's the story. I'd really appreciate it if you kept this to yourself." With Maharu's consent, Kanade revealed that they were neighbors and explained their platonic mutual assistance dynamic. He left out more sensitive details, like his rejected confession and their shared meals, instead crafting a believable mix of truth and omission. Convincing lies always contain elements of the truth, and Kanade trusted Kato's understanding nature. "You're pretty sneaky, Kanade-kun," Kato said with a faint smile, scooping a spoonful of her dessert. "Luring me into a sweet bribe like this." She savored the tart sweetness, her expression distant, as though weighing her next move. "I've been outmaneuvered," Kato thought. She had no real intention of causing trouble but found herself quietly amused by Kanade's tactics. "Because you're such a kind person, Kato-san." Kanade teased lightly, though guilt lingered in his tone. He knew Kato well enough to predict she wouldn't refuse a direct request, but guilt pricked him nonetheless for roping her into their mess and bribing her with sweets. "Sorry about this, Kato-san. I'll make it up to you somehow." Meanwhile, Maharu watched their exchange in silence, feeling like an outsider. She understood Kanade was smoothing things over to avoid misunderstandings, but a part of her wished he didn't feel the need to explain their relationship so thoroughly. Maybe it wasn't so bad if others misunderstood. Chapter 52, Kato, are you out by yourself? Kanade asked as they walked side by side. Sort of. Kato replied, her tone calm as always. I was supposed to come with Eriri, but she bailed at the last minute. That girl. Kanade muttered, sighing. He felt a pang of sympathy for Kato. Shouldn't she be at least a little upset about being stood up? Then again, this was Kato Megumi. Her seemingly endless patience was why she could put up with Eriri's temper and remain one of her few close friends. If it had been Kasumijoka Senpai who got stood up, Ariri's door would likely already have a hole punched through it from her knocking. Do you have any plans for later? Kanade asked cautiously. We were thinking of heading back soon. The misunderstanding about his relationship with Miharu had been cleared up. Now, it seemed best to part ways before things got complicated. While Kanade had no issue hanging out with Kitu, he knew Miharu might not be as comfortable. A friend of a friend isn't automatically your friend. If he ignored this simple truth, he could end up stuck in a tricky situation, trying to juggle everyone's feelings and pleasing no one. About my plans. Could I make a request? Kitu said, setting down her dessert spoon. Her gaze shifted to Miharu, as if seeking her approval. Sure. Miharu replied hesitantly, caught off guard by the sudden question. Kanade found himself standing exactly where he had been earlier, just outside the women's clothing store. The only difference was that this time, both Kitu and Miharu had dragged him along. He hadn't been given much explanation, just that they needed to stop by the shop. Kanade suspected Kitu had whispered something to Miharu to convince her, but what it was, he couldn't say. Are you coming in, Kanade-kun? Kitu asked. I'll pass. Kanade quickly shook his head. The idea of stepping into a women's clothing store made his stomach churn with anxiety. It's fine. Kitu said gently. I asked one of the shop attendants, and she said it's okay for you to come in. She offered a disarming smile. After all, it's important to have a boy's perspective when picking out clothes, right? Miharu, who had been quiet until now, nodded eagerly. She didn't want to leave Kanade outside alone, vulnerable to potential bad aunties who might hit on him again. All right. Kanade relented. He steeled himself as he stepped inside, repeating a mantra in his head, it's just a store. Don't look at the lingerie. Don't look at the swimsuits. You'll be fine. The other female customers seemed understanding enough. While some glanced in his direction and whispered among themselves, no one made a scene. Kanade kept his head down, scrolling through his phone to avoid their stares. But every second felt like an eternity. Kanade-kun, we're done. The soft, clear voice rang out like the final school bell on a Friday, signaling sweet relief. Kanade looked up and froze. Miharu stood before him in a striking black Gothic Lolita dress, complete with semi-sheer black stockings and a matching miniature black hat perched atop her golden hair. Dark rose embroidery adorned the fabric, and the contrast between the dark tones and her radiant blonde locks was breathtaking. She was stunning, no, enchanting. A fallen angel, shrouded in darkness yet impossibly alluring. Kanade caught himself spiraling into a dangerous train of thought. Kanade-kun, you're staring. Kitu teased, her tone light but sharp enough to pull him back to reality. My eyes are round, not straight. Kanade protested, scrambling for a defense. And my nose didn't grow bigger. Kanade, do you think it looks good on me? Miharu's voice was barely above a whisper. Her face was flushed, her hands fidgeting nervously as she awaited his answer. Kanade gave her his most reassuring smile. It's perfect? If I could, I'd give it 200 out of 100 points. Miharu's cheeks steepened in color, her lips curving into a shy smile. She didn't respond, but her eyes sparkled with relief and joy. Kanade turned to Kitu, who stood calmly behind Miharu. What about you, Kitu? Aren't you going to try on something too? Kanade-kun, are you aiming for a harem now? Kitu tilted her head, her gaze suddenly sharp. What kind of conclusion is that? Kanade exclaimed, exasperated. Kitu chuckled lightly. I'll pass. Today, she's the star of the show. She said, gesturing towards Miharu. You should keep your eyes on her. Miharu hesitated for a moment but finally met Kanade's gaze. Miharu, are you planning to wear that outside? Kanade asked abruptly, realizing something troubling. The whole reason they'd come here was to replace her stained dress. While this outfit was stunning, it was also a head-turner far too eye-catching for a casual outing. Kanade couldn't shake an unsettling thought. What if someone approached her? What if she took a liking to them? He knew it was irrational, even ridiculous. Miharu wasn't the type to be swayed so easily. But despite understanding this, a bitter pain tightened in his chest. An ugly possessiveness. Kanade-kun. Kitu's gentle voice broke through his turmoil. If there's something on your mind, you should say it. Whether it's a compliment or something else. Miharu stood beside her, her eyes filled with quiet concern. After a long pause, Kanade finally spoke. Sorry. He muttered, then turned to Miharu. Miharu. Can you change into something else? He asked, his tone soft but firm. It's not that it doesn't look good, it looks amazing. But I'd prefer if you didn't wear it outside. He knew his request was sudden, but he couldn't help it. He had to be honest, even if it revealed his vulnerability. Miharu's eyes widened in surprise before she quickly nodded. Of course. I'll go change right away. She disappeared back into the dressing room. Feeling better now? Kita asked, her gaze steady and knowing. Kanade gave her a weak smile. Yeah. Thanks, Ketu. Ketu pressed her lips together, a faint sigh escaping her. She glanced at Kanade, who was doing his best to act nonchalant. He may have resolved this moment, but the weight in his heart still lingered. Chapter 53, the sages once said, reflect on yourself 3 times a day. Have I been untrue in my friendships? Natsukawa Kanade never thought he would need to reflect on this question. He never considered himself insincere with his friends until today, when he was forced to face his true self after making such a selfish request to Sheena. It wasn't that his plea lacked sincerity, but rather that it arose from an unbecoming desire. Perhaps Sheena wouldn't find it an issue, but his suggestion was ultimately self-serving. He had essentially tried to deprive her of her freedom to dress as she pleased, even control her actions. In truth, it was merely an unusual, eye-catching outfit. Drawing attention from passers-by was natural and harmless, yet he found himself unwilling to let others see the adorable image of the angel. At its core, it was fear. Fear of her connecting with others, of her finding a romantic partner, and consequently drifting away. Or worse, fear that she would make friends and divide her attention. But as a friend, shouldn't he celebrate her happiness with a smile? He couldn't. The thought of Sheena being taken away by someone else, of losing her care and affection, sent waves of pain through his chest. Being her lover would be ideal, but just being friends would suffice. He only wanted to maintain their closeness. Natsukawa Kanade pondered deeply, but his thoughts always returned to one question: did he truly like the angelic girl? She was his first love, his white moonlight. She was the person he was willing to change for, to do things he never would otherwise. But was that really love? He didn't understand. The signs seemed to suggest it was love. He wanted to stay by her side, capture her attention, win her approval, and keep her with him. But why was he so quick to let go when rejected? Wasn't first love supposed to leave a lifelong scar? Shouldn't love endure unwaveringly? So why did he fall for others like the senior, Eri, or Yukino after knowing of their existence? Were all his efforts in the name of love nothing more than lies? Was there, deep inside him, an innate shallowness he hadn't yet recognized? Perhaps he simply wanted anyone to accept him. Initially, he sought it from familiar girls. Failing that, he began settling for others, even strangers. But that wasn't love. If someone claims to fall in love with everyone, they must first truly fall for one. Had he ever truly liked anyone? He admired the angel's gentleness, the senior's fiery passion, Eri's sincere charm, Yukino's resilience, and Kaguya's seriousness. But what he loved seemed to be qualities rather than people. These traits might exist in others, but he gravitated toward those he knew well, those with whom he was comfortable enough to connect. No. That wasn't love. It was merely fondness and appreciation. He yearned to experience those iconic interactions the original protagonist had, to imagine himself in the same scenarios. He had declared his love for so long, only to discover it was hollow. The so-called love was a mirage. From the start, he'd been nothing more than a crude imitator, trying to steal someone else's destiny, incapable of even confronting his true self. Thus, he could accept rejection and remain close, content with friendship. His only fear was being abandoned entirely, left alone once more. It wasn't love. It was dependency. Sheena. Natsukawa Kanade suddenly said, turning to the girl sitting beside him. What is it? There's something I need to tell you. Please, listen carefully. The angel didn't respond, but her serious expression silently encouraged him to continue. The first time I met you, I thought I had fallen for you. I liked your seriousness, kindness, and diligence. I liked your resilience. I liked everything about you. But I didn't truly like Sheena Miharu as a person. As though speaking of something inconsequential, Natsukawa Kanade turned his gaze to the television screen, picking up the controller and resuming the game. I'm sorry. The Kanade who confessed to you wasn't someone who truly loved you. That Kanade relied on Sheena Miharu, coveted her warmth, and wanted to use the label of lover to tie her to his side, making her his eternal source of validation. He was nothing but a despicable thief attempting to steal the pure feelings of the angel. He wasn't someone worthy of your trust. Your decision to reject him was absolutely right. The television displayed the words "game over." The game had ended. I'm sorry. Kanade lowered his head. It was impossible to count how many times he had apologized to the angelic girl. Perhaps this would be the last. What would Sheena think after hearing all of this? Would she lash out at him, curse him furiously, and leave? Or would she remain silent, later exposing him as the untrustworthy person he was? No matter what the result, Kanade was prepared to accept it. This was the punishment he deserved. Inside, his heart was calm, even as memories of conversations with Kita surfaced. Kita was an empathetic girl, but even she couldn't have imagined that he had already acted so selfishly. Approaching others with impure intentions, crafting personas just to gain approval. Wasn't that the height of selfishness? It wasn't just Sheena or Kitu, it applied to everyone. He must have disappointed them all. If they learn the truth behind his actions. No, maybe he was overestimating himself. Perhaps they had already seen through him long ago. After all, he wasn't some master manipulator. His attempts at maintaining a facade must have been full of flaws. Sheena, I've been deceiving you all along. It's only right if you're angry. I am angry. Before Kanade could react, Sheena had grabbed a throw pillow and was hitting him with it repeatedly. Idiot Kanade, you idiot. How could you only tell me now? You don't trust me at all, do you? Kanade wanted to explain that it wasn't like that. He had only recently came to fully realize these things. When he was rejected by everyone. When he was still trusted and validated despite being rejected. But explaining this now would just sound like making excuses, so he silently accepted the angelic girl's punishment. Idiot. Kanade, you're such an idiot. After tiring herself out, Sheena threw the pillow aside and used her head to deliver a soft rocket headbutt to him. Her fists continued to pummel him lightly. But it was less like venting her anger and more like playful banter. The punches were so weak they could easily be caught, her fragrant scent wafted up from below, and the touch at her chest was anything but cold. Sheena. Kanade. Have you ever really liked me? Her voice was muffled, making it hard to hear clearly. Kanade was silent for a long moment before shaking his head. I don't know anymore. After digging deep into his heart, all his former convictions had crumbled. He could no longer state such things with certainty. Terrible. It's a good thing I rejected you back then. What? Kanade asked, genuinely unable to catch her words. Idiot. I'm leaving now. The angel gave him a fierce glare before turning and walking away. Kanade watched her leave without attempting to stop her. So, I've really been rejected this time, he thought. But the next moment, his phone buzzed with a message from the angelic girl, prepare yourself, idiot Kanade. Chapter 54, Time flies, and night turns to day. The next day, in the Shushin Academy Student Council room. Natsukawa Kanade was seated as usual in the president's chair, handling official duties. Next week was the student council election, so this week was unusually busy. In addition to regular work, he also needed to prepare notes for the handover. Though he found the work itself manageable, recalling and organizing the critical points to document was proving to be a hassle. The simplest solution, of course, was to stop overthinking and focus on defeating his opponents in the election. Kaguya, could I trouble you to show me the candidate profiles for this term? Kanade looked up. Know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. Though he hadn't been paying much attention before, now was the time for some last-minute preparation. Yes. Kaguya Shinomiya replied, a faint smile playing on her lips. Finally, the opportunity I've been waiting for. For the past week, Kanade had seemed distracted, and she hadn't managed to get any time alone with him. Asking Hayasaka had yielded no useful answers either. What had happened between Kanade and Hayasaka in that bookstore? She was dying to know. Wasn't I supposed to fully support her love life? What a traitor. But none of that mattered anymore. If today's plan succeeded, she'd have Kanade wrapped around her finger. Once he was hers, not only would she learn what happened at the bookstore, but she'd even uncover why he resigned as student council president 2 weeks ago. This battle is mine to win. President, here you go. Picking up the neatly prepared candidate list, Kaguya approached Kanade and handed it to him. She then pretended to have a little accident. Dropping an eraser with someone's name written on it onto the president's desk. Perfect? Her movements were so fluid it was as if she had rehearsed them 100 times. Truly, she was Shinomiya Kaguya. Now all she had to do was wait for Kanade to notice the eraser, pick it up, and read the name on it. When he did, she'd act all shy and bashful. Kaguya picked up a financial report and pretended to review it, though her full attention was on Kanade. She watched as he continued scribbling on papers, switching from one sheet to the next. Another sheet. She felt like she'd been waiting an eternity, but Kanade still hadn't noticed the eraser. Getting impatient, she considered whether to hint at it herself. Then, she saw Kanade pause his work and glance around the desk, as if searching for something. It's happening. Her heart raced as Kanade's hand moved closer and closer to the eraser. Finally, he picked it up. Now was the time to strike with her perfectly practiced shy expression. She had trained for this moment all night with Hayasaka, and she was confident in her ability to deliver. But instead of inspecting the eraser, Kanade used it casually and then tossed it aside without even glancing at the words written on it. At least wonder where it came from, President. Kaguya could no longer sit still. Waiting for Kanade to take the initiative was clearly futile, Even Hayasaka would have been married off by now if she waited this long. Ahem. President, about that eraser. A blatant hint. Surely, he wouldn't ignore it now. Once he saw the name written on the eraser. Oh, is it yours? Thanks. I'll keep using it for now. Kanade replied without looking up. That's not the point. Borrowing it or not doesn't matter, just read what's on it. But since he'd already said that, she couldn't very well demand it back now. Plan B it was. Speaking of which, the elections are almost here, aren't they, President? Kaguya stood and slowly walked toward him. Yeah, it's been keeping me busy. Kanade replied. This might be our last week working together. Such a memorable time, wouldn't you agree? Kaguya said with faint wistfulness. Then, as if remembering something, she smiled triumphantly. I happen to have a group photo of everyone. Would you like to see it as a memento, President? She called this the hidden agenda plan, creating a nostalgic atmosphere and then shifting focus to the group photo. Of course, the group photo wasn't the point. Hidden within was a single photo of Kanade himself. Since finding a candid solo shot of Kanade was nearly impossible, she had Hayasaka edit one out from the group photo. Privately treasuring a picture of the boy she liked, how could that not express her feelings? Once Kanade inevitably asked why she had his photo, she'd have him hooked. Looks nice. But Kanade only glanced at her phone for barely a second before looking away again. His disinterest was so quick that Kaguya doubted he even saw the photo properly. President, at least look at the picture properly before commenting. Kanade reluctantly glanced at the screen again. After barely a second, he turned away once more, coughing lightly. Ahem. Kaguya, I know you're a confident person, but photos like this. You should probably keep them for yourself? Kaguya was stunned. Why wasn't this going as planned? Shouldn't he ask why she had his photo? Instead, he seemed fine with her keeping it. Could he actually condone such fangirl-like behavior? Or was it that he really felt nothing for her? But Hayasaka had said Kanade probably liked her. Something was off. Thinking the issue might lie with the photo itself, Kaguya turned her phone back to herself and froze. Instead of Kanade's photo, it was one of her private snapshots sitting on her bed, with her collar slightly undone. In an instant, the elegant and composed Shinomiya Kaguya transformed into a steaming mess. Hi Kaguya? Kaguya, calm down. I didn't see anything, really. I didn't even. Kanade panicked and stood up, ready to comfort her. Just then, the student council room door opened, and a blonde girl dressed as a maid walked in. Natsukawa-sama, good day. I am Kaguya-sama's personal maid. I've come to retrieve her. Please don't worry. Swiftly, she escorted the malfunctioning Kaguya out of the room, pausing to bow politely. Sorry for the trouble, Natsukawa-sama. Have a productive day. Goodbye. Chapter 55, Hayasaka. Sob sob. The president. The president saw me. Sob sob sob. Inside the resting room, Shinomiya Kaguya sobbed uncontrollably as she poured out her anguish to Hayasaka, her ever-present and dutiful maid. Yes, it's fine, my lady. Honestly, your figure isn't anything special, so Master Natsukawa probably didn't care and might even forget about it in the next second. Hayasaka replied with a deadpan expression. Given her understanding of her young mistress, Hayasaka knew that comforting her directly would be futile. Diverting her attention to something Kaguya truly cared about, such as her insecurities about her figure, was far more effective. Not anything special. Kaguya muttered to herself, her thoughts immediately turning to her best friend, Fujiwara Chika. She vividly remembered that one sleepover when she'd almost been smothered to death by Chika's assets. They were about the same height, but Chika weighed significantly more definitely because of all that excess fat in her chest and hips. It was utterly useless bulk. The thought left her even more despondent, wishing that large breasts would just vanish from existence. Hayasaka pressed her fingers to her temple, trying a new tactic to console her young mistress. If you keep making such a fuss, Master Natsukawa might overhear as he passes by and mistake you for some melancholic noblewoman pining for love. He might even want to come in and check on you. That must never happen. Kaguya responded immediately. Having a private photo exposed was bad enough, but if the president saw her crying like this, he'd definitely think she was hopelessly in love with him. She can't even handle me seeing her in pajamas? Could it be Shinomiya-san cares deeply about my opinion of her? How adorable. Absolutely not. She couldn't let the president think that. Hayasaka, do you know if there's a device that can make someone forget their memories? Miss Kaguya, I'm just a regular maid, not a certain blue robotic cat who's afraid of mice. Please stop asking the impossible. Hayasaka said, feeling her patience wearing thin. To be blunt, my lady, it was just a photo of you in pajamas, not a compromising moment in real life. There's no need to overreact. Besides, it was only Master Natsukawa who saw it, and it might even stir his imagination about you. After all, the photo had been carefully selected to highlight Kaguya's charm without revealing too much perfection in every sense. Though her tone sounded teasing, Hayasaka carefully observed her mistress. Kaguya's face was flushed with embarrassment, but there was no true anger, only shame from being caught in such a vulnerable moment by someone she secretly adored. That was a relief. Hayasaka wouldn't have to feel guilty about crafting this plan to nudge her mistress closer to her happiness. It's easy for you to say. It wasn't your picture he saw. If it were me, I wouldn't even hesitate for a moment. Hayasaka shot back. After all, she wasn't as interested in Master Natsukawa as Kaguya was. What did it matter if he saw her picture? Unlike her young mistress, she wouldn't make such a pathetic fuss about it. Kaguya pouted, unconvinced. Hayasaka was always saying such things, but last time, when she'd promised to help Kaguya get closer to the president, nothing had come of it. In fact, Hayasaka had even taken a few days off afterward, leaving Kaguya lost and unsure how to approach him. Hayasaka was the worst. Still, despite her teasing and occasional blunders, Hayasaka genuinely cared about her and had managed to help her calm down this time. Now the only concern was the fallout from this incident. Hayasaka, do you think the president will see me as one of those frivolous girls who coquettishly flaunt themselves to others? Don't worry, my lady. Master Natsukawa most likely thinks of you as a fool who can't even operate a smartphone? Hayasaka deadpanned. In truth, Kaguya's ineptitude with technology was well known. The only reason she had switched from a flip phone to a smartphone was so she could add Natsukawa to her line contacts. Even earlier, all her actions had been guided by Hayasaka, who had explicitly warned her not to touch anything else. Thanks to this, Hayasaka had been able to predict every reaction the two would have to the incident and carefully orchestrate the scenario. If she didn't intervene, with her mistress's lack of initiative, these two might graduate high school without ever establishing a real connection. She had always suspected as much, but her determination had solidified on the day she realized Master Natsukawa's feelings were directed at her, not Kaguya. Still, Hayasaka was a professional maid. Until Kaguya found her happiness, she wouldn't abandon her duty. To her, Kaguya was more than just her mistress, she was like a younger sister. Hayasaka couldn't rest easy until Kaguya's happiness was secured. Yet, every time she thought about how she was helping Kaguya pursue someone who had feelings for her instead, it made her stomach churn. Honestly, she didn't know how long she could keep this up. Back when she didn't know the truth, it had been easier to wholeheartedly support her mistress. But now, no matter what she did, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was betraying Natsukawa. But what choice did she have? Kaguya was her priority. Unless her young mistress remained as timid and incapable as always, forcing Hayasaka to step in herself. Hayasaka? Are you listening? Huh? Yes, of course, my lady. Do you need something? You seem a little off. Are you getting enough rest? Kaguya asked with concern, before moving on to her next question. By the way, how did you even know what happened earlier? I don't remember telling you. When I came in to assist you, I saw the screen on your phone and deduced the rest. Hayasaka replied with her usual poker face. Is that so? And about that photo, how did it end up being sent? It was due to your improper operation of the device. Really? Yes, I'm quite certain of it. Kaguya looked doubtful, wondering if she might truly have mishandled her phone or if Hayasaka was just making up excuses. But despite her doubts, Kaguya had absolute trust in Hayasaka. She was certain Hayasaka would never do anything to betray her. Forget it. The most important thing now was to discard her cowardly emotions and press forward in her pursuit of the president. One day, she would make him confess his love to her with an expression full of devotion. Absolutely. Go Fufafu. Original author's note on launch. Let's address some issues related to the story. From the very beginning, readers have been constantly criticizing the protagonist, his character design, his personality, and so on. The good news is that I, the newbie author, haven't taken much heat. All the scolding is directed at the protagonist. The bad news is that my blood pressure rises whenever I read those comments. But this outcome was within my expectations since I didn't set out to write about a strong, invincible, supreme, overpowered protagonist. This isn't a story where you rejected my confession. Now you must pay the price. I will crush you utterly in this life. It's just a rejection, nothing earth-shattering. For most people, it's something you move on from after a period of sadness and find a new target. For those who take it more seriously, the sadness lasts longer, or maybe they never move on, and that's fine too. After all, it's just a normal aspect of interpersonal relationships, which is the main focus of what I want to write. The protagonist is an ordinary person, albeit with some slight quirks. In his past life, he lived under high-pressure circumstances where his every moment was dedicated to studying. His parents deprived him of personal freedom and social interaction while constantly reinforcing negativity with remarks like, "If you're not first, what's the point? How can you sleep with those grades? High school friends are pointless. If you have free time to hang out, you'd be better off doing more practice problems. Play on your phone? What's there to play? I'll monitor group messages for you, you don't need it." As a result, he yearned for friends, communication, recognition, and change. In the other world, his previously incomplete life finally began to heal, even showing signs of improvement. At least, that's how it was supposed to be. But he chose to pursue highly challenging individuals like Shina Miharu, extremely starved for affection, Kazumajoka Utaha, severe personality flaws, sharp-tongued and manipulative, Sawamura Spencer Ariri, emotionally contradictory and prone to unintentional verbal attacks, Yukino Shita Yukino, used to isolation, also bearing childhood trauma, Shinomiya Kaguya, a caged bird, deprived of freedom and love. Was he attracted to their identities? Not entirely. What truly mattered was that he saw pieces of himself in them, flawed individuals he could empathize with, people who shared his desire for mutual understanding and comfort. Thus, he didn't even consider pursuing someone like Kato Megumi or Fujiwara Chika. They grew up free and unburdened, with healthy hearts and minds regardless of their backgrounds, family circumstances, or personalities. Whether they could recognize his true feelings or not, just being in a relationship with him could likely heal the protagonist, making him a healthier person. But then, the story would end right there. Laughs. I've always believed that writing original stories using established frameworks and characters is the essence of fan fiction. Simply copying existing plots feels utterly pointless. Chapter 56. Without Shinomiya Kaguya's assistance, Natsukawa Kanade found handling his duties noticeably more troublesome. Everything had to be sorted and checked by himself. But it wasn't entirely a bad thing. At the very least, he didn't have to distract himself by contemplating whether to confess the truth about his intentions toward Kaguya. Strictly speaking, he hadn't shown any obvious signs of courting her, nor had he confessed his feelings. In fact, competing head-on might be a more accurate description of their dynamic. Judging from Kaguya's attitude toward him, she likely regarded him as a worthy rival. This meant that the so-called romance between them never existed in the first place, so there was no need to worry about it. Revealing his thoughts to her recklessly could jeopardize their current relationship. It was better to maintain the status quo, no need to force anything, just let things take their course. Tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, Kanade frowned in thought as he held two lists of candidates for this year's election. Ino Maiko, Ishiki Iroa. Both were first-year students. When it came to student council elections, third years were traditionally uninvolved, as they had more pressing matters like preparing for university. Meanwhile, second years, intimidated by Kanade's long-standing reputation and solid network, wouldn't risk challenging him. That left the first years bold and inexperienced, unafraid of the metaphorical tiger in front of them. Having yet to fully experience his leadership style, they likely thought they could compete with him for the presidency. One was Ino Maiko, with about 15% support, and the other, Ishiki Iroa, boasted around 30%. Frankly, Kanade hadn't expected either of them to garner such high support. He had previously dismissed Kaguya's various suggestions about countermeasures, but now it seemed he might need to take some action. Individually, neither posed a threat. But if their forces combined, it wasn't impossible. Kanade didn't know much about Ino Maiko or Ishiki Iroa beyond their roles as part of the main cast in the original story. He lacked detailed intelligence on them. Perhaps they were stubbornly independent and wouldn't consider teaming up, but he couldn't rule out the possibility. Why? Because he understood his precarious situation. Even now, many staunch Pure Academy students wanted to dethrone him, a mixed academy president. Their abilities alone weren't enough, but if they allied with a well-supported Pure Academy leader, the resulting momentum could be overwhelming. The Shinomiya Corporation's influence deterred some opposition, but not everyone could be restrained. Moreover, given his current relationship with Kaguya, the outcome was unpredictable. Losing wasn't an option. If he stepped down, it would be on his own terms. What measures should I take? A crisp knock interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Kanade called, assuming it was Kaguya, perhaps recovered and ready to discuss strategy. To his surprise, it was a girl he had never met before. She looked somewhat familiar. Good day, senpai. I'm Ishiki Iroa, here to pay you a visit. Kanade hadn't foreseen such a scenario. In the midst of an election for leadership, one candidate secretly meeting with the outgoing president? Wouldn't this explode as the headline for Shuchin's morning news? Shock. Amidst the election, a first-year candidate secretly meets with the outgoing student council president in the council room. Is it a bold coup or a shady collusion? Stay tuned. The journalism club had likely already drafted a similar piece. Their instincts were sharper than a hound's nose. Still, gossip of this nature wouldn't significantly affect the candidates' approval ratings. At most, it would spark greater attention, fueling the election's fervor. "Hello, Ishiki-san." Kanade greeted, setting aside the blank sheet he'd been holding and slipping it under a pile of documents. Maintaining a composed demeanor was crucial. Retreating before the battle began wasn't an option. "You're one of this term's candidates, correct? What brings you to the student council room?" If she was here to inspect the workspace she might inherit, it would be absurdly arrogant. Someone like that wouldn't have garnered such high support. It also wasn't likely she came to pry into his personal affairs. Such efforts could be delegated to others. The remaining possibility was to visit you, senpai, she declared cheerfully. Huh? Kanade was stunned. He hadn't anticipated her being so straightforward, bluntly stating her purpose. Was she unconcerned? Overly confident? Or did she have some hidden agenda? "Ishiki-san, I must remind you that this is a sensitive period." "Oh, that doesn't matter. I came to see you personally," Ishiki chirped, bounding over to Kanade's desk. She clasped her hands behind her back and smiled up at him with an innocent, radiant expression. "Senpai, do you have time? Would you take a walk with me?" This level of cheerfulness, this masterful use of youthful charm. She was definitely up to something. If Kaguya were here, her imposing senior aura could likely repel this little devil. But with Kanade alone, his only recourse was, "Sorry, I have work to do. I don't have the time." "That's fine. I'll just wait here until you're done. I'll be good and won't cause any trouble." With that, Ishiki plopped herself onto a sofa and made herself comfortable. "Suit yourself," Kanade replied curtly, deciding to ignore her. From his experience with energetic juniors, she wouldn't last long. Despite her confident words, she'd probably grow impatient soon enough. Returning to his work, Kanade focused on his tasks. Time passed quietly. By the time Kanade looked up again, the sky outside had darkened. Stretching to ease his stiff muscles, he suddenly remembered Ishiki Iroha. She had been waiting on the sofa earlier. Scanning the room, he found it empty. He scoffed lightly. Of course. A girl like her wouldn't have the patience to wait so long, unlike Kaguya. "Oh. Senpai, were you looking for me?" Startled, Kanade turned to find Ishiki standing behind him, head tilted slightly, her face alight with a mischievous grin. Chapter 57. In the end, Natsukawa Kanade found himself cornered. While he didn't particularly want prolonged contact with an enemy, he couldn't find a suitable way to decline. More importantly, Ishiki Iroha's sincerity had left an impression on him. Listening to her for a bit wouldn't hurt. At least for now, Kanade didn't believe she was here solely for personal reasons. It was likely a mix of personal and strategic matters. Her charm offensive might even be a deliberate attempt to lower his guard. "President, hello. President, goodbye." As Kanade walked through the school halls, he politely returned the greetings from the students who acknowledged him. Following closely behind, Ishiki Iroha trailed him by half a step, like a loyal follower. "Senpai seems so popular. Not like me, nobody ever says hi to me," she said, her voice tinged with faux envy. "Effort pays off," Kanade replied curtly. In truth, it wasn't as much popularity as it was reverence. In a student society, especially in the context of Japan, academic and athletic prowess served as the ultimate currency. Even with his mediocre social skills, Kanade's achievements allowed him to befriend anyone at such an academy if he so desired. But mere excellence wasn't enough to gain the admiration of these prodigious scions and elite students. Were it not for his position as student council president and his repeated top-ranking academic performance, Kanade would never have appeared on their radar. The world was ruthless, and the principle of survival of the fittest remained deeply ingrained in human society. Kanade was grateful that his hard work had paid off, enabling him to change the trajectory of his life. Although his initial motivation had been to win Kaguya's attention, his achievements had brought him personal satisfaction as well. Thanks to the care and camaraderie he shared with his friends, Kanade had learned the importance of valuing himself. This newfound appreciation extended to everything in his life: his relationships, friendships, and opportunities. He wouldn't let any underhanded schemers ruin them. "If you work hard enough, you can achieve this too," Kanade said in a gentle tone. He didn't harbor a bad impression of Ishiki Iroha. Although her intentions for visiting were clearly not pure, she had so far shown nothing but respect. To him, she seemed like a well-mannered junior who knew her place. "Ah, but I can't do it, senpai. Thinking about greeting so many people every day, I'd never be able to keep up." Ishiki stuck out her tongue playfully, trying to act cute. "Senpai is amazing, managing the student council, keeping top grades, and even being good at sports." As she spoke, she lightly poked Kanade's shoulder, her fingers pressing against the muscle. Effort pays off. Kanade repeated, unsure how else to respond. Perhaps he had some talent, but it was his steady perseverance that had allowed him to reach this level. The cost, however, had been significant, like that one time he fell sick after a simple walk in the rain. It was likely the result of accumulated overwork catching up to him. Geez, senpai. You're so dismissive, repeating the same thing over and over. That won't win you any points with girls, you know. Ishiki pouted dramatically. Excessive humility is just arrogance in disguise. You should emphasize how amazing you are. That would be boasting, wouldn't it? Kanade thought to himself. He couldn't shake the feeling that this junior had an almost inexplicable reverence for him. It was as blatant as the admiration he'd seen in that blonde girl at the bookstore. Ahem. Ishiki-san, why exactly are you here? It's getting late. Kanade finally asked, steering the conversation back on track. If they kept chatting like this, it would feel more like a casual hangout with a friend. But this was their first meeting. How could she create such a relaxed atmosphere so easily? Is this the power of extroverts? Terrifying. Yeah. Can't I just want to stroll around campus with senpai? Ishiki teased, feigning innocence. Thankfully, she hadn't gone so far as to latch onto his arm, or it would have been all over the school's gossip channels by morning. Kanade simply stared at her in silence. Faced with his quiet scrutiny, Ishiki eventually conceded, muttering under her breath before finally speaking softly. Well, actually, I wanted to ask you. To ask? How to become the student council president. The determination in her voice was almost enough to make Kanade think she was asking him to teach her basketball. Kanade raised an eyebrow and replied slowly. The election speeches haven't even started yet. Isn't this a little premature for a victory declaration? Nuu, senpai, you've got it all wrong. Ishiki shot him a glare. This isn't about a victory declaration. I just thought, what if, hypothetically, senpai wanted to hand the position over to me? That's never going to happen. Give up on that idea. Senpai, stop interrupting. I just want you to teach me how to be a good president. You know, as a precaution. Compared to senpai, I'm obviously unqualified, which is why I need to learn from you. Ishiki nodded vigorously, then added with a pitiful expression, senpai wouldn't refuse, would you? It's just a bit of mentoring, and it's not like senpai would lose to me anyway. Unless, of course, you're not confident in yourself. A low-effort provocation, but one that worked on Kanade just enough. Fine, I'll do it. Kanade said, his expression blank. As a second-year senior, how could he let himself be outmaneuvered by a cheeky junior? There was no hesitation. He'd make her regret walking all over him. She wanted to learn how to be a good president? Fine. She could prepare for days that felt like 36 hours of non-stop work. Of course, Kanade wasn't agreeing purely out of spite. It just so happened that this week's workload was overwhelming, and if Ishiki was so eager, why not let her help? As for the possibility of aiding the enemy? He dismissed the thought. This would only improve her administrative skills, which wouldn't help her win the election at best. It would make her tenure smoother if she somehow managed to win. But that wouldn't happen. No way would he let this old junior walk all over him. That was simply unacceptable. Chapter 58. The next day was bright and sunny, but Shinomiya Kaguya's mood couldn't have been gloomier. First, she had missed her chance to get closer to the president due to her own mistakes. Then, a cunning junior Ishiki Iroha had appeared out of nowhere, shamelessly vying for the president's attention. She had only been absent from the president's side for one evening, and suddenly there was a new rival? How could the world change so fast? President, I heard you met with a first-year candidate yesterday? Is everything all right? You know, with public opinion and all? Kaguya asked casually as she handed him a freshly brewed cup of tea. In truth, she was dying to pry out every last detail about their conversation. That spread so quickly? Kanade blinked, surprised at how fast the news had traveled. He had underestimated the journalism club's efficiency. They must work non-stop, even after school, to churn out stories like this. So it wasn't just a coincidence. Kaguya's eyes narrowed, her expression growing serious. Should I step in to handle this? A mere first-year junior, daring to compete with her for the president's attention? Did juniors not care about respecting their seniors anymore? And those paparazzi-like journalists utterly clueless. If they wanted a story, they should have been reporting on her sweet daily interactions with the president, not some unremarkable meeting with a candidate. Their photos were even taken at ambiguous angles. They'd better watch out or risk getting ambushed with a burlap sack. Fortunately, Kaguya trusted the president. She knew he wouldn't cheat on her like that. Thinking it over, the president was probably just gathering intelligence on the enemy himself, wasn't he? Yes, that had to be it. It was just like him to personally investigate. If only he had let her handle it, she would have completed the task flawlessly. No need. Let it be. It'll add some heat to the election, Kanade said with a light shake of his head. This was within his expectations, though how it would affect his support rate remained to be seen. Kanade understood the journalism club well. They had no clear political stance and were solely driven by sensationalism. While their reporting often put people in the spotlight, it rarely caused real trouble. They were careful to avoid defamation, instead relying on vague and ambiguous wording to spark intrigue. Becoming the subject of their stories meant standing in the limelight. But for someone like Kanade, who didn't mind public attention, it could also be a boon. Some people, uninterested in the details, might simply support whoever was more famous. What's more, Ishiki Iroha had repaid him with a list of recent supporters who had been suspiciously kind to her. The information was valuable, and he considered the trade fair. Kanade took a sip of tea, the rich aroma clearing his mind and alleviating some of the fatigue from his recent workload. Speaking of which, it's about time, Kanade muttered. Time for what? Kaguya asked. Before he could respond, a familiar knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Just like yesterday. Come in, Kanade called. The door opened, and in walked the morning news sensation herself, Iroha Ishiki. Kaguya? Kanade stood and addressed the room. Allow me to introduce Ishiki Iroha, one of the current candidates. She'll be working with us this week as an auxiliary member of the student council. Let's all give her a warm welcome. Everyone in the room applauded politely, everyone except Kaguya, who was too stunned to react. What shocked her even more was how her best friend, Fujiwara Chika, suddenly dashed over to Ishiki and started enthusiastically embracing her. Iroha-chan, welcome to the student council. Chika chirped, even pressing their cheeks together in a friendly gesture. It's been a while, Chika-senpai. Iroha responded warmly, matching Chika's energy. The cheerful camaraderie between the girls immediately infected the rest of the student council, bringing smiles all around except to Kaguya. Not only are you after the president, but you're even taking Fujiwara away from me? Unforgivable. Retribution. Immediate retribution. As Kaguya's face cycled through expressions of frustration and indignation, Iroha suddenly broke away from Chika and approached her with a brisk jog. Vice President Shinomiya, I've always admired you. I'm so excited to work alongside you. I hope I can become the kind of reliable partner you are to the president. Iroha said with an earnest look. Kaguya's heart instantly soared. She called me the president's reliable partner. She's acknowledging me as his chosen vice president. This means she sees us as a perfect pair. Self-indulgent fantasy, what a wonderful junior. Kaguya's suspicions melted away. So, Iroha wasn't here to pursue the president. She had joined the student council because she admired Kaguya. How could Kaguya not support such a promising young talent? Ishiki-san seems capable enough, though she's not yet familiar with our operations. Please help guide her, Kanade said, turning to Kaguya. Of course, President. Leave it to me. Kaguya agreed with enthusiasm. For the longest time, Kaguya had felt isolated within the student council. Hayasaka couldn't join, Chika was unreliable, Ishigami seemed afraid of her for some reason, and Shirogane, well, he was her rival in love. Without anyone she could fully trust, Kaguya had been unable to develop an inside ally. But now, she had been gifted a steadfast comrade. How could she not be thrilled? She resolved to carefully train Iroha, nurturing her into a loyal member of the Kaguya-Kanade alliance. Every day thereafter, Kaguya patiently mentored Iroha, teaching her the ropes of the student council. She took time to build a rapport, subtly praising the president's virtues in the hopes that Iroha would come to see how well matched they were. She envisioned the day Iroha would become her devoted supporter. That was how it should have been. Iroha, could you pass me those documents? Iroha-san, this data needs to be updated. Iroha-chan, let's have lunch together. Iroha. Why? Why did everyone like Ishiki Iroha so much? Even the president seemed to enjoy assigning her tasks that Kaguya had previously handled herself. Sure, Kaguya had wanted Iroha to be approachable and trusted by everyone, but this was too much. She couldn't help but feel like she was being replaced. Chapter 59, My lady, have you been slacking off lately? Hayasaka asked, taking the towel from a despondent Shinomiya Kaguya, who was seated on her bed. Kaguya's usual clumsy antics could be endearing in their own way, but seeing her so silent and preoccupied worried Hayasaka more. This wasn't the composed, cold Kaguya of old, this was someone with a head full of tangled thoughts. At this rate, she'd bottle everything up and break down. Eh? No, I've been keeping up with my studies. Kaguya began. I meant with Master Natsukawa. Hayasaka clarified. The evidence? Kaguya hadn't came to her for advice on romantic schemes in days. Hayasaka had actually been getting proper rest. After all, with Kaguya's level of initiative, her plans were always so juvenile they wouldn't fool even a grade schooler. Kaguya fell silent before looking up at Hayasaka with a pitiful expression. "Hayasaka, what should I do?" She then poured out all her worries about the past few days. "My lady, are you afraid Ishiki Iroha will replace you?" Hayasaka asked. Knowing her mistress as well as she didn't even need Kaguya to spell it out. "Yes." Kaguya nodded meekly, though it wasn't just the fear of being replaced. She was also terrified that the president might no longer rely on her. "You don't need to worry about that. Your role is unique and irreplaceable, my lady. No matter what, Master Natsukawa won't abandon you," Hayasaka said gently. The Kaguya of old, cool, brilliant, and secure, would never have entertained such fears. Backed by the Shinomiya family's influence, Natsukawa wouldn't dare forsake her if he valued his position as student council president. But the current Kaguya was a girl caught in the throes of love, fretting over trivial matters and losing herself in anxious spirals. "If you're really concerned, why not ask him directly?" Hayasaka suggested, holding up Kaguya's phone as if to encourage her to send a message. From Hayasaka's perspective, whether Natsukawa still had pragmatic or emotional ties to the Shinomiya family, he wouldn't easily cast Kaguya aside. "I can't do that. What if he misunderstands and thinks I like him?" Kaguya protested, her denial as reflexive as ever. Hayasaka gave her a sharp warning. "But if you don't act, Master Natsukawa really might leave you for someone else. Imagine him holding another girl close while you're left crying, wishing you could take her place." "I know that already. But... Kaguya slammed her hand on the bed in frustration before softening, her voice trembling. "I just can't do it." Confessing her feelings first? Impossible. Hayasaka sighed. Her mistress was still unable to overcome her own barriers. Then why not deal with Ishiki Iroha directly? Threaten or bribe her, perhaps? Absolutely not. The president entrusted her to me. How could I betray his trust? Kaguya's sudden resolve surprised Hayasaka. Then at least hint to her that she shouldn't get too close to Master Natsukawa. Or better yet, confide your feelings to her outright. What if she betrays me? What if she tells him everything? I can't reveal my heart to someone I don't fully trust, Kaguya said, shaking her head. She hadn't even told her closest friend, Fujiwara Chika, there was no way she'd share her feelings with someone she'd just met. If nothing else, I could approach Master Natsukawa myself to probe the situation further. Hayasaka offered. She was running out of options. Her advice was being shot down at every turn, and she couldn't bear to see Kaguya in such turmoil. Her frustration boiled over internally. This is all Natsukawa's fault. What was he thinking, introducing an auxiliary member at such a sensitive time, especially someone who was also a candidate for student council president? From Kaguya's description, Natsukawa's attitude toward Ishiki seemed unusually lenient. But by any measure, Kaguya was more capable. Even in terms of looks, Ishiki didn't hold a candle to Fujiwara Chika. And a student council only needed one eye candy member at most. No matter how much Hayasaka tried to puzzle it out, she couldn't discern Natsukawa's motives. Was this truly a spur-of-the-moment decision? That seemed unlikely. Natsukawa was a deliberate and decisive individual, as evidenced by how methodically he had approached Kaguya in the past. Every move he made served a purpose. So what was his goal? If he cared for Kaguya, creating a rival could be a way of inducing external pressure. But wasn't Hayasaka's original assessment that he didn't like her? Had she misjudged? But the events of that day remained vivid in her mind. Frowning, Hayasaka felt like her thoughts had hit a dead end, boxed in by impenetrable walls. She decided to stop overthinking. If push came to shove, she'd take the risk and meet with Natsukawa herself. Looks like there's no other choice. Kaguya said hesitantly but eventually nodded. If there were a better option, she wouldn't dream of sending Hayasaka back to meet the president again. She still vividly remembered the aftermath of Hayasaka's last encounter with him. Whatever they had discussed, Natsukawa had acted strangely for days, and Hayasaka had even taken leave for several days afterward. Could it be that Hayasaka had confessed to him and been rejected? It wasn't impossible. The president was so exceptional that even Hayasaka, constantly hearing about him, might have developed feelings. But Kaguya trusted Hayasaka and leaned toward another explanation. Hayasaka, while probing for information, might have inadvertently let slip something that made Natsukawa think she liked him. In his usual straightforward manner, he'd rejected her outright, leaving Hayasaka humiliated and sulking for days. After all, the president is a kind person. If he had to reject someone to their face, of course, he'd feel bad about it afterward. That explained his subdued mood during those days. Yes, that must be it. Kaguya nodded emphatically to herself. Her heart swelled with reassurance. The president cared deeply for her. For other girls, he offered only the politeness expected of a student council president. Nothing more. Chapter 60, Friday, the final day before the temporary dissolution of the current student council. With the election scheduled for Monday, the so-called dissolution was more of a 2-day break for the members to regroup and prepare. After all, Kanade Natsukawa wasn't going to lose. He had the principles of victory firmly in his grasp. Although he had been busy with administrative work and avoided public appearances, his subordinates had taken the spotlight. Clubs, faculty offices, classrooms, anywhere with people, the student council left its mark, spreading his campaign influence. That said, their efforts mainly involved mingling with first years and teachers to build familiarity. Kanade disdained underhanded tactics, but he didn't mind subtle psychological nudges. The only problem was the cringe of distributing flyers with his own face on them, which he promptly delegated to others. Interestingly, Ishiki Iraoa, the auxiliary member, had joined in on these activities, handing out enemy flyers for Kanade's campaign. Meanwhile, she had done nothing to promote herself. According to Kaguya's reports, Iraoa had a professional PR team supporting her, but they had recently gone quiet. Are they afraid of getting caught? Kanade wondered. He suspected this team was composed of anti-Kanade factions seeking to unseat him, yet their inactivity in such a prime moment raised suspicions of a larger scheme. Then again, even the grandest plots would crumble against overwhelming strength. Kanade dismissed the matter as unworthy of concern. The campus forums, a crucial battleground for student opinions, were under his campaign's control. No significant opposition had emerged publicly, and even one of his rival candidates was now working alongside him in the student council, almost as if to stage a performance of Your Majesty, why surrender first? All of this made Kanade question why he'd been so cautious. It felt like preparing for a decisive knockout in a boxing match, only for his opponent to suddenly raise a white flag. What a buzzkill. What is this, France? With the election seemingly secure, Kanade's next priority was finding someone to deliver the endorsement speech. Last time, he had asked Kaguya Shinomiya, and she had done well. This time, she was the logical choice again. However, she had seemed out of sorts lately, leaving Kanade unsure if she'd accept. Perhaps Fujiwara Chika would be better? Kanade tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, weighing the pros and cons. Fujiwara came from a politically influential family and, by osmosis, likely had some familiarity with such matters. However, her personality was unique. Trusting her to handle something as important as a speech required a leap of faith. Fortunately, the speech didn't need to be extraordinary, just solid enough to convey the message. Popularity and leadership were more important, and Fujiwara possessed both in spades. While she often played the fool in the student council, her charisma on campus was undeniable. Moreover, everyone already knew Kaguya was firmly in his camp. Her absence wouldn't sway her supporters. Combining Fujiwara's appeal with a portion of Kanade's own loyalists would ensure an easy win. Decision made, Kanade picked up his phone and contacted Fujiwara. Soon, she arrived, her face beaming. Yeah, hello. What's up, President? I was busy studying insects. She even pulled out a magnifying glass for dramatic effect. Kanade glanced at her, thinking, she really knows how to enjoy herself, before motioning for her to sit on the sofa. Let me get straight to the point, I'd like you to deliver the endorsement speech next week. Kanade said bluntly. When dealing with Fujiwara, directness was key. Beating around the bush risked getting ensnared in her chaotic thought patterns and losing control of the conversation entirely. An endorsement speech? Fujiwara tilted her head, feigning confusion. Didn't Kaguya agree to help you? Kanade raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the mention of Kaguya. He answered truthfully, I haven't asked Kaguya. I came straight to you. Fujiwara's eyes widened in exaggerated shock before she let out a giggle, only to switch to a serious expression moments later. Her rapid-fire emoting left Kanade momentarily stunned. Did she study face-changing opera or something? Nope, not happening. Fujiwara declared, shaking her head. You need to ask Kaguya for this. Why? Don't tell me you're not up to the task? Kanade asked, his suspicion piqued. He hadn't expected Fujiwara to refuse. Of course I can do it. I'm amazing at speeches. But this kind of thing is Kaguya's job, she's the vice president. There's no rule saying the vice president has to give the speech. I think you're well suited for it. Kanade countered, though silently adding, if only you could stay serious for more than a minute. Oh, President, you just don't get it. Trust me, you have to ask Kaguya for this. Fujiwara said, humming smugly. Before Kanade could argue further, she activated her innate feminine wiles. Anyway, it's decided. And as compensation for not asking me, you owe me ramen next time. Ramen? Again? Is it really that good? Wait, no, this isn't about ramen. You're the one refusing to help. Kanade protested, realizing too late he'd fallen into her trap. Too bad. It's a girl's prerogative. Now go contact Kaguya. I'm off to study bugs again. Fujiwara teased, sticking her tongue out before dashing away, leaving Kanade with no chance to persuade her. Fine, I'll contact Kaguya. Kanade muttered, massaging his temples in frustration. As unreliable as Fujiwara was, he hadn't expected her to pass the responsibility to Kaguya. Now he couldn't shake the nagging worry, what if Kaguya refused to? Surely not. No way, it's an enemy at Honoji. Right? Chapter 61, after sending several texts to Shinomiya Kaguya with no reply, Kanade Natsukawa decided to visit her classroom in person. On his way, he encountered an unexpected figure. You're Hayasaka, right? Kanade asked hesitantly. Standing before him was a blonde girl dressed in a trendy, gyro style. She had approached him, saying she wanted to talk. His initial instinct was to refuse, he had business with Kaguya. But as he studied her, a thought struck him, this might be Kaguya's maid, Hayasaka. Yes, that's me. Hayasaka confirmed with a nod, impressed that Kanade had recognized her despite her disguise. What's this about? Kanade asked, puzzled. Although he'd known Kaguya for some time, this was his first proper encounter with her maid. If Hayasaka was seeking him out, it had to be related to Kaguya. But why wouldn't Kaguya approach him directly? Can we speak somewhere more private? All right. Kanade followed her to a quieter spot. Kaguya-sama hasn't been in great spirits lately. Hayasaka began, dropping her gyro facade and adopting a more respectful tone. However, she kept her distance, as though she didn't want to get too close. Kanade noticed but didn't comment, assuming it was just her being cautious. Her words, however, caught his attention. She's feeling down. He had noticed as much himself, but he wasn't sure what Hayasaka expected him to do about it. He responded instinctively. Maybe she should hang out with Fujiwara? I hear shopping with friends can lift someone's mood. Hayasaka shot him a sharp look, barely hiding her irritation. Oh, please. As if you're not the reason she's like this. If she didn't know for a fact that Kanade was single, Hayasaka might have considered giving him a piece of her mind for being a two-timing jerk. How dare he play with her mistress's emotions like this? Kanade-sama, I hope you'll be more straightforward and treat Kaguya-sama kindly. I'm counting on you. Hayasaka said with a slight bow, her tone sincere and respectful. Be more straightforward. Kanade repeated, nodding slightly. He had to admit, his behavior toward Kaguya had been immature, constantly challenging her, teasing her, and pulling stunts to get her attention. Looking back, he must have come across as a grade schooler trying to impress a crush. It was embarrassing. All right, I'll keep that in mind, he said, his tone apologetic. Kanade felt genuinely guilty. His clumsy attempts to connect with Kaguya had likely caused her distress, something he had never intended. He'd always thought she enjoyed their playful rivalry, but clearly, he'd misjudged. Please convey my apologies to her, or no, I'll apologize to her myself, he added, his voice tinged with remorse. He was already planning to meet Kaguya, and now he had another reason. The only problem was whether she'd even agree to see him. Hayasaka blinked, surprised by how readily Kanade had agreed. Wait, isn't his the part where he makes some outrageous demand? Like asking for a date or something? This didn't make sense. Kanade-sama. Is there really nothing else you want to say? She asked cautiously. Hayasaka had mentally prepared herself to endure whatever conditions he might impose. She'd even considered secretly recording their conversation to gather evidence of his misconduct. But he wanted nothing? How was she supposed to stage a dramatic confrontation for Kaguya's benefit now? Something else. Kanade frowned, trying to think. Finally, he offered weakly, take care of your mistress. Hayasaka. That's it? That's all you've got? That's literally my job. She had expected something more selfish, more revealing of his true intentions. At this rate, she couldn't even frame him as a playboy taking advantage of her mistress. Are you even the same Casanova I thought you were? Where's the cunning manipulator? Hayasaka was now questioning all her assumptions. Does he not have any ulterior motives for Kaguya? But then why did he recognize me in disguise? Why did he confess to me that day? Could it be he gave up after I rejected him? That seemed plausible, but it also meant he might not pay much attention to Kaguya anymore. If that was the case, then this wasn't some scheme to make Kaguya jealous or to draw Hayasaka out as a hidden rival. Maybe he had genuinely taken an interest in Ishiki Iroha? On the surface, this should have been a relief. If Kanade left her mistress alone, Kaguya wouldn't have to endure the emotional roller coaster he'd been putting her through. But the current state of affairs suggested otherwise. Kaguya was already so distressed, and if Kanade truly stopped paying her any attention, her misery might deepen into something far worse. Wait. Could Kanade have foreseen all this? Hayasaka's thoughts spiraled. Is he leveraging my concern for Kaguya to force me into action? No. This can't be him giving up. He's just making me take the initiative. That's diabolical. This kind of person wasn't suitable for her mistress. Kaguya couldn't afford to be entangled with someone so dangerous. Hayasaka had to act to protect Kaguya, even if it meant sacrificing herself. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Hayasaka forced a calm expression. Kanade-sama, are you free this weekend? I was thinking sorry, I have plans this weekend. Kanade cut her off. Huh? Hayasaka was genuinely dumbfounded. She practically spelled it out, and he said no? Yeah, I'm meeting up with some friends. If it's important, we can talk another time. Kanade added, shaking his head. To be honest, he didn't see why he needed to meet with Hayasaka privately. They weren't friends, and unless it was about Kaguya, he didn't feel any obligation to humor her. Hayasaka stared at him, finally realizing that he wasn't even trying to string her along. He wasn't leaving any openings, not even the token next time promise. What is with this guy? Was everything I thought wrong? No wonder Kaguya was so frustrated. Dealing with Kanade was like trying to read a closed book. Who wouldn't be driven crazy by this? Chapter 62. After parting ways with Hayasaka, Kanade Natsukawa quickly found Shinomiya Kaguya, who was in her classroom and hadn't gone anywhere. Standing outside, Kanade asked a passing girl to call Kaguya for him, then waited patiently. Kaguya-san, the president wants to see you. In an instant, the classroom buzzed with excitement. The president? Isn't this the first time he's come here? Why is he looking for Kaguya-san? Student council business? Doesn't seem like it. If it were, they could just talk in the council room. Could it be that? Yeah. Maybe it's that. Kaguya's thin skin wasn't built to handle this kind of speculation. Her face turned crimson as she hurried to the door, head lowered. President, what do you need me for? She stammered. She knew Hayasaka had gone to meet Kanade, supposedly to gather intel, but she hadn't expected things to escalate to the point where Kanade came to find her in person. Hayasaka's efficiency was terrifying. Could it be that Hayasaka had told him about her feelings? And now? Kaguya recalled her classmates' teasing voices. It can't be. Yeah, it's a personal matter. Kanade replied with a slight nod. Technically, asking Kaguya to deliver an endorsement speech for him was personal business. If she declined, it wasn't a big deal, as he had half-pressured her last time anyway. Can we talk somewhere quieter? Kanade suggested, glancing at the noisy classroom where curious eyes were fixed on them. If Kaguya refused him here, the next morning's headlines would surely explode with something along the lines of Scandal. Former vice president refuses to help former president with election speech. He wasn't thrilled by the idea of becoming gossip fodder, especially if it morphed into some baseless love triangle drama. He loved hearing juicy stories, but not when he was the subject. Kaguya panicked at his suggestion and stammered, Could Yuji give me a moment? Kanade nodded, telling her he'd wait on the field. Originally, he had planned to use the student council room, but since the keys had already been returned to the faculty, he figured the open space of the field would suffice. After Kanade left, Kaguya floated back to her seat, her steps light and unsteady. Her classmates swarmed her immediately. Kaguya-san, it's that, isn't it? Definitely that. Finally, huh? Good luck, Kaguya-san. Why are you wishing me luck? Kaguya muttered, her cheeks rosy as she squirmed in embarrassment. It's definitely not what you think. The president must have something important to discuss, right? Despite her protests, Kaguya couldn't suppress the smile spreading across her face. Her heart was pounding with excitement. It's a confession. It has to be. Why else would he came to my classroom to find me? She began running through potential responses. Yes, I'd love to. Too forward. What if I seem desperate? Since you insist, I guess I'll agree. Too aloof. He might think I'm pitying him. Forget it. I'll figure it out when the time comes. Her thoughts briefly turned to Hayasaka, who she now believed had orchestrated this. Kaguya sent her a text, Hayasaka, you're amazing. The president is going to confess to me. The message was marked as read immediately, followed by a single reply, huh? It was a warm day, and the field was mostly empty except for a few club members practicing. It was an ideal place to have a private conversation while enjoying the breeze. Kanade spent a few moments watching some students play soccer before Kaguya arrived. To his surprise, she looked completely different. Was it his imagination, or had she put on makeup? Her entire aura seemed to exude a vibrant, youthful charm, something he hadn't associated with her usual composed demeanor. More surprising was the group of students trailing behind her, clearly there to watch whatever was about to happen. Surely they didn't think he was going to confess, did they? President, did you wait long? Kaguya asked cheerfully, her radiant smile catching Kanade off guard. Who is this adorable girl, and what has she done with Shinomiya Kaguya? Kaguya, are you okay? Kanade asked cautiously. Of course. But you said you had something to tell me? Kaguya replied, stepping closer. Too close. Her flawless skin, delicate lashes, rosy lips, and the faint sweetness of her breath, all of it was far too close for Kanade to maintain his composure. Oh, alright, I'll just get to it. Kanade took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Kaguya, I'd like to ask you. Kaguya gazed at him expectantly, her heart racing. Kanade opened his mouth to speak, but the words caught in his throat. He couldn't stop thinking about how stunning she looked in that moment. Nervousness, doubt, and a strange, unfamiliar excitement overwhelmed him. For the first time in ages, his heart pounded uncontrollably. President? Kaguya tilted her head, looking at him with concern. A breeze rustled through the trees, scattering flowers from the nearby locust tree. A few petals landed in Kaguya's hair and in Kanade's heart. Placing a hand over his chest, Kanade finally resolved himself. Kaguya. I'd like you to continue being my vice president. Kaguya's expression fell briefly, and Kanade quickly added, I know I'm asking a lot. There's no wager this time, so if you don't want to, that's okay. President. Yes. I'd love to. What? Whether as vice president or anything else, my answer is yes, I'd love to. Kaguya's smile softened, radiating warmth. But as a reward, would you hold my hand? Hand? President, are you unwilling? No, but if it's just holding hands. Kanade railed off, glancing at the onlookers behind her. Won't they misunderstand? I don't mind. Alright, just for a moment. Kaguya immediately reached for his hand, intertwining her fingers with his. Your hands are so big, President. Chapter 63, in one of the Shinomiya family's mansions, a girl in pajamas was rolling around on her bed. I held hands with the president. The same words had been repeated so many times that the maid nearby was starting to lose her patience. Miss Kaguya. May I remind you that it's already 11:30 p.m.? You should go to sleep. Hi Asaka, I said. But I can't sleep. Kaguya sat up abruptly, pouting. Her giddy demeanor radiated pink, flower-filled girlish energy throughout the room. Since the president held my hand. What will happen next? My lady, if I may, instead of overthinking things, why don't you message Kanade-sama right now and invite him out tomorrow? Hi Asaka suggested, gesturing to the phone Kaguya had been clutching since she got home. Ever since returning, her foolish mistress had been obsessively holding her phone, claiming she was waiting for Kanade to text her first. Dream on. Just because you held his hand and act she initiated, did she think she could capture that playboy's heart? Oh, no way. Inviting the president out would be moving way too fast. Kaguya protested. Hi Asaka's face went blank. You think holding hands is less fast than asking him to hang out? Her mistress truly lived in her own sanitized bubble. That look on your face. Holding hands is nothing. Hanging out together is far more intimate. Who knows what could happen? Kaguya trailed off, rolling around on her bed again and making delighted squealing noises. Yet here you are, squealing about holding hands. Hi Asaka sighed, utterly defeated. Her lady was utterly hopeless head over heels for that so-called playboy president. If Kanade genuinely reciprocated Kaguya's feelings, Hi Asaka could accept that and support her. But after all her subtle probing, she still couldn't figure out Kanade's true intentions. If he didn't like Kaguya, why keep teasing her and staying close to her? Yet if he did like her, why confess to her, Hi Asaka, before? Could he really be a shameless womanizer trying to juggle multiple girls? But Kanade's profile didn't match that. His behavior was maddeningly contradictory, leaving Hi Asaka more frustrated than ever. She had a sinking feeling that Kaguya's romantic journey would be riddled with obstacles. Meanwhile, Kanade lay awake in his bed, staring at the ceiling. He'd been tossing and turning for over an hour, his mind stuck on one thing: why did Kaguya hold my hand like that? Does she like me? But wasn't Kaguya supposed to like Shirogane Miyuki? Or had he misunderstood all along? Was he the one Kaguya liked from the start? Kanade's mind spiraled with confusion. He couldn't bring himself to believe that Kaguya Shinomiya, the girl who had always challenged him with icy glares, actually harbored feelings for him. Honestly, he found it easier to believe Fujiwara Chika had a crush on him than Kaguya. Up until that afternoon, Kanade had thought Kaguya barely tolerated him. Her cold demeanor gave him little reason to think otherwise. And now, suddenly, she's smiling sweetly at me because she likes me? It sounded like the plot of a light novel. Kanade was more inclined to think she was either playing some elaborate game or had momentarily lost her senses. Unless Kaguya had been an exceptional actress all along, hiding her true feelings behind a stoic facade, this didn't match anything he knew about her, not in reality, nor in the original story. Then there was something else on Kanade's mind. I don't feel the same way about them anymore. If this had been the old him, the moment Kaguya smiled warmly at him and said, "President, do you need something?" he would have thrown caution to the wind and confessed on the spot. For her to transform from the Ice Queen to someone willing to show him such vulnerability would have been proof enough of her feelings. But now, he couldn't do it. He couldn't confess. He was afraid of being rejected and losing the tenuous friendship they had. He was also afraid of the opposite, that if she accepted, he'd spiral further into confusion. Instead, he deflected. He asked her to continue being my vice president instead of saying, "I like you. Please go out with me." On the surface, it looked like cowardice. But to Kanade, it was a sign of his newfound seriousness. In the past, Kanade would have insisted his feelings were genuine, believing that even a superficial connection could grow into something real. But now he saw that as a flawed mindset. He'd grown thanks to his friends, who had taught him a valuable lesson: entering a relationship without genuine feelings was a mistake. Even if his intentions weren't malicious, uncertainty in his own heart was still wrong. A false love, no matter how polished, would remain an illusion. Kanade sighed deeply, grappling with this newfound clarity. He couldn't bring himself to act until he was sure of his emotions. And if that day ever came, he knew he'd be ready to stand before the girl he truly loved, not as the hesitant, insecure boy he was now, but as someone confident and sincere. He'd proudly declare, "I like you. Please go out with me." If she accepted, he'd celebrate by spinning her around in joy. If she rejected him, he'd smile and wish her happiness with someone else. And later, in the privacy of an empty corner, he'd let himself cry, not out of regret for wasted effort, but from the raw pain of unrequited love. Yes, he thought. I've really grown. Even though he now hesitated and second-guessed himself, this only proved he was more thoughtful, more serious about love. "Good night," Kanade murmured softly. "To the person I used to be." Chapter 64, By the standards of a single resident, Kanade Natsukawa was a textbook example of perfection: regular routines, a healthy diet, meticulous personal hygiene, and an absence of women frequenting his home. In short, the ideal high school bachelor. But the truth was that his healthy lifestyle wasn't entirely self-imposed. The so-called angel next door, Mahiru Shina, had a habit of criticizing his bad habits and forcefully intervening in his life, all in a misguided effort to turn him into a couch potato. To avoid becoming a total slacker under her watch, Kanade worked hard to behave. Especially recently, as the angel had grown increasingly bold, entering his home unannounced and meddling in his daily life. "Good morning, Kanade," Mahiru greeted cheerfully as soon as she saw him emerge from his room. "Good morning." Kanade yawned, rubbing his eyes. He no longer found it surprising to see Mahiru in his home, cooking breakfast in the kitchen or waiting for him in the living room. Even as he ate her meticulously prepared meal, he couldn't help but let his mind wander to more frivolous thoughts. Was Mahiru perhaps a little tsundere? For all her claims about making him ready himself, her actions weren't so different from before. If anything, she had expanded her repertoire from making dinner to occasionally preparing breakfast, lunch boxes, and even cleaning his apartment. The ready-yourself part seemed a bit exaggerated for these domestic duties. At first, Kanade had resisted her intrusions, but he found himself unable to hold out against her adorable pouts and playful tantrums. There had been awkward moments too, like the time Mahiru decided to do his laundry and found an oddly stained pair of underwear in his basket. She turned beet red, scolded him mercilessly, and stormed back to her apartment, refusing to do his laundry ever again. Not that he'd wanted her to in the first place. "Do you have plans today, Kanade?" Mahiru asked as she cleared the table. "Yeah, I'm meeting up with a friend," Kanade replied, nodding. Mahiru had become increasingly like a live-in housekeeper lately. If not for certain tasks he still did himself, he'd feel like he was being trained into a complete freeloader. "Then, take care on the way, and let me know when you're back," Mahiru said with a slight nod, refraining from prying further. She understood that overstepping would only push him away. "Do you have plans today, Sheena?" Kanade asked, averting his gaze. Even now, her warm, approachable aura was overwhelming, making it all too easy for him to mistake his feelings as liking her again. "I was hoping to spend the day with you, but since you're busy, I'll visit Kato-san instead." "Kato?" Kanade blinked, surprised to hear Kato Megumi's name from Mahiru. "You two are that close already?" As far as he remembered, they'd only met for the first time last weekend. Had Kato managed to charm even the angel herself in just a week? "That's Kato for you," Kanade thought, silently applauding her. "We've been chatting online these past few days," Mahiru admitted, her cheeks slightly flushed. Kanade didn't understand why she seemed embarrassed. Wasn't making friends a good thing? Still, there were plenty of things he didn't understand, so he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he focused on finishing his breakfast. After tidying up, Kanade left the house. "I'm heading out. Take care." After a short train ride and a brief walk, Kanade arrived at the meeting spot. Standing there, eagerly scanning the crowd, was a familiar girl, a small devil in a white blouse and striped brown skirt. "You're finally here, senpai," chirped Iroha Ishiki, bouncing on her heels. "You're so slow. I almost fell asleep waiting for you." "I'm not late. You're just early." Kanade held up his phone, showing the time, 8:55 a.m., still 5 minutes before their agreed time. "Senpai, if you arrive after a girl, you're late, no matter what," Iroha declared, her hands on her hips. Kanade raised an eyebrow. Something felt off. "A date?" "Of course, it's a date," Iroha replied smugly. "I'm leaving." Kanade turned on his heel, but Iroha quickly grabbed the hem of his shirt. "It's just a practice date, senpai. For research purposes, so I can get familiar with the flow of a real one." Kanade sighed, resigned. There was no getting out of this. He couldn't deny that the list of supporters she'd provided was valuable, but he was already regretting agreeing to this arrangement. Sometimes, you had to give something to get something. "Where to?" "Just a heads up, I'm not familiar with the shops around here," Kanade said, deciding to roll with it. "No problem. I've already planned everything in detail. You just need to follow my lead," Iroha announced, brimming with confidence. Kanade resisted the urge to comment. "If you've got everything planned, why not practice with the person you actually want to date instead of dragging me into it?" He sighed and followed her. The first stop, a movie theater. As a classic dating activity, it was an unsurprising choice. "I want to watch this," Iroha said, pointing to a poster. Kanade followed her gaze and saw the title, Titanic. Could she have picked anything more cliché? Still, classics were classics for a reason, and it wasn't a bad choice. "Then you're not thinking of watching a different movie, are you?" "I'll have you know, splitting up is absolutely not allowed," Iroha said, crossing her arms and glaring at him. "Of course not. What kind of person do you think I am?" Kanade deadpanned. "Do people like that even exist?" "I was going to say, then I'll buy the tickets." Iroha's expression immediately brightened. "Senpai, you're so reliable. Oh, and don't forget a large bucket of popcorn. I like the big ones. Buy it yourself." Chapter 65, Some things can leave you amazed or entertained at first, but if you experience them too many times, they lose their charm. This was especially true for films. Titanic was undoubtedly a well-crafted movie, but its commercial appeal was all too obvious. A talented yet impoverished young man meets a rich young lady by chance, falls in love, faces hardships, and ultimately affirms their feelings. The ending, whether happy or tragic, didn't matter. The journey alone was enough to captivate most viewers. No one cared about the innocent supporting characters, like the woman's fiancé or the man's childhood sweetheart. In real life, these would be the people who stayed with the protagonists till the end, but art had its own rules. "That's why I don't like this movie," Kanade Natsukawa declared bluntly. As he and Iroha Ishiki stepped out of the theater, he wasted no time sharing his critique. Perhaps his personal experiences were influencing his opinion. He could no longer hold Titanic in high regard. It felt too much like pandering to the audience and overly romanticizing love. It didn't resonate with him anymore. "Senpai, you're such a boring guy. You're supposed to agree with the girl's opinion in moments like these," Iroha pouted, poking him repeatedly in mock frustration. Kanade ignored her antics and asked curtly, "What's the next activity?" His demeanor was as if he were checking off items on a to-do list. "Ugh." Iroha shot him a small glare. "Next up. Let's get moving a little. Right before lunch? Are you sure you want a physical activity?" Kanade asked, puzzled. Having just watched an emotional romance movie, wasn't it more fitting to find a cozy spot to relax and reflect? "That's exactly why we should exercise a bit first. Food tastes better when you've worked up an appetite," Iroha explained, pointing toward a nearby sports center. "Let's go, senpai." "Fine." Kanade sighed, resigning himself to her whims once again. Inside the center, they settled on playing table tennis. It wasn't too exhausting and still had its fun moments, assuming both players were evenly matched. "If senpai loses, you're buying lunch," Iroha declared confidently. "Oh, and by the way, I haven't played since middle school, so go easy on me, okay? I'm in the same boat." Kanade glanced at her, immediately seeing through her ploy. Pretending to be weak up front, so she can blame her loss on being out of practice? "Fine, let's see how this goes." He braced himself for a long, back-and-forth game. However, it quickly became clear that Iroha wasn't just rusty, she was completely hopeless. She struggled even with his basic serves. "Don't tell me. You don't actually know how to play, do you?" Kanade asked, his tone laced with disbelief. "Don't underestimate me, senpai. I'm just really out of practice." Iroha stammered, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Your turn to serve. Bring it on." "Sure." Kanade shrugged, thinking to himself that there was no way she'd surprise him. "Oh, by the way, senpai, do you have a crush on anyone? Here comes my serve." "No." Kanade effortlessly returned her serve as he answered, his expression calm. Iroha froze, then immediately puffed out her cheeks in protest. "Why don't you even hesitate when answering? You're supposed to pause and think about it." "What's there to think about? It's a simple question." Kanade shrugged again, finding her reaction exaggerated. He didn't feel close enough to her to lie about something so trivial. The truth was that he wasn't sure if he liked anyone or if he could even confirm those feelings. Besides, wasn't chatting during a casual game normal? Ugh. Let's keep going. Refusing to give up, Iroha tried to pull out all the stops. She made funny faces while playing, struck overly cute poses, and even tried sneak attacks, but nothing worked. The only thing that mildly distracted Kanade was the occasional flutter of her skirt as she moved. After a few glances, even that stopped fazing him. "And that's 3-0. I win," Kanade announced calmly. "Ugh, I only managed to score a few points." Iroha's shoulders slumped, her disappointment evident. It was understandable she had been thoroughly outmatched, and now she'd have to buy lunch as a result. Kanade kept his mouth shut. In truth, he'd held back significantly. If he had played seriously, she wouldn't have scored a single point. But saying so would have been unnecessarily cruel. "Senpai, you're way too good. You should join the school team or something." "No, you're just bad," Kanade replied bluntly. He wasn't school team material by any stretch. Back in class matches, he'd always been one of the weaker players. "Humphrey. It's all senpai's fault. Pretending to be bad just so you could make me buy lunch," Iroha accused, poking him in the side with her finger. Her tone was playful yet accusatory. "Senpai must have a crush on me, huh? Trying to get my attention this way, right?" she teased, batting her lashes dramatically. "Absolutely not," Kanade said firmly, blocking her pokes with his hand and shaking his head. After a moment of silence, Kanade casually said, "For lunch, I feel like having omelette rice." Coo. "Oh, senpai, you're too naive. I said, if you lose, you're buying. I never said anything about me paying if I lose." Iroha smirked triumphantly. Kanade raised an eyebrow. This girl is so slippery. Turning to face her directly, he said nothing, simply staring at her intently. What are you looking at?" "Staring at me won't stare." Okay. I'll pay for lunch." Iroha caved, flustered by his unrelenting gaze. "But my poor allowance." Sniff. Satisfied, Kanade nodded. He wasn't unreasonable. He'd treat her to something later in return, but for now, he intended to enjoy the reward he'd earned fair and square. Chapter 66. "Hey, senpai, you never said you wanted to come to this kind of place," Iroha Ishiki said, standing in front of a maid cafe. She turned to Kanade Natsukawa with an exaggerated look of disbelief. "Don't tell me senpai's one of those anime-loving otakus?" Her tone was teasing, her gaze slightly judgmental, as if she were saying, "I didn't think you were this kind of person." "I'm not quite an otaku, but I do think some anime is pretty interesting." Kanade shrugged. He didn't bother denying it. While he didn't watch much in the past due to a lack of time, he didn't feel the need to hide his interests now. Still, he wasn't the kind of person to proudly announce, "I love anime." After all, in Japanese society, the phrase otaku are worse than dogs wasn't always a mere joke. "I've always been curious about maid cafes," Kanade explained, "but I didn't want to go alone. Since we're out together today, I thought I'd check it out with you." If it were his fellow club members or even Eriri, he wouldn't have dared to ask. But with Iroha? He didn't really care what she thought. Eek. Iroha let out a disgusted noise but didn't outright refuse. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded reluctantly. "Fine, but if it turns out to be a weird place, I'm ditching you." "Don't worry. I checked in advance, it's a reputable shop, not the kind you're imagining." Iroha's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "So senpai did think about that kind of place, huh?" "I've been baited," Kanade muttered, realizing he'd walked into a trap. Resigned, he steeled himself and stepped inside. "Welcome home, master, or mistress." The cheerful greeting from the cafe's maids washed over him. Kanade's expression turned complicated as he adjusted to the atmosphere. Senpai. Your nose is growing. A slender finger poked Kanade's side, and he turned to see Iroha following him in, her cheeks puffed out in mock irritation. I'm not Pinocchio. He deadpanned as they were guided to their table. Master, here is today's menu. Please take a look. One of the maids said sweetly, placing a menu in front of Kanade and standing ready to assist. Do you have the love omelette rice? Kanade asked, sticking to his original goal. It's on the back of the menu, master. Flipping the menu over, he found the signature dish, complete with various add-ons like heart magic and blessing chants that were so embarrassing they made him wince. Just the classic set, please. No extras. He said, keeping his composure. After placing his order, he turned to Iroha. What about you? Nothing. I'm full already. She huffed, glaring at him. Taking me to a place like this during our date, senpai? So lame. It's not a date. Kanade muttered. He felt a pang of guilt. Dragging her here to satisfy his curiosity was admittedly selfish. Sorry. If it's that uncomfortable, we can leave. Humphrey, at least you know your place. Iroha said, her expression softening. After a moment, she asked, do you really like maids that much, senpai? No, not really. I was just curious. Kanade replied quickly. But in his mind, an image surfaced unbidden Mahirashina in a maid outfit, welcoming him home with a soft welcome back, master in her angelic voice. Senpai. Your nose is growing again. You liar. That's not even physically possible. Kanade protested. Scientifically speaking, any nasal changes from excitement were too minor to notice. Just hurry up and order something, and stop making a scene. He said, trying to change the subject. Humphrey. Iroha gave him a look before getting up. I'm going to the restroom. Don't peek, you perv. Who would even do that? After Iroha left, Kanade gestured for the maid to prepare his meal and decided to let her order her own when she returned. The omelette rice arrived shortly after, but Iroha was still nowhere to be seen. Master, here is your love omelette rice. The server said in a sugary voice that sent shivers down Kanade's spine. Thanks. But as he turned to accept the plate, Kanade froze. The maid serving him wasn't one of the cafe staff, it was Iroha, now dressed in a maid outfit. What? What's wrong, senpai? Doesn't my maid uniform look good? Iroha struck a playful pose, holding the tray under one arm and flashing a peace sign. This is the part where you're supposed to excitedly ask for a photo. Sure. Kanade said, instinctively pulling out his phone. Immediately, Iroha's expression shifted to mock disgust. Wow, senpai. I knew it, you're just a big pig. The moment I let you, you're all excited to take a picture. Kanade clenched his fist. For a moment, he seriously considered teaching this cheeky kuhai a lesson, a light tap to the forehead to let her know what a bonk sounded like in real life. Don't just stay silent. Do you think I look bad in this outfit or something? Iroha asked, her tone turning unexpectedly shy. No, it looks fine. Kanade admitted, averting his eyes. Yay. I knew it. Senpai's totally a maid fan. Iroha cheered, spinning in place. You little. Chapter 67, Ugh. I'm so hungry. I feel like I'm out of energy. Iroha Ishiki whined dramatically, rubbing her stomach with a pitiful expression. Whose fault is that? You skipped lunch and have been running around all day. Of course, you're hungry now. Kanade Natsukawa retorted sharply. I seriously don't get you. You'd rather spend money dressing up for cosplay than just ordering food earlier. Why? Eating something as embarrassing as maid cafe food would ruin me forever. I'd turn into one of those guys who can't eat properly without a girl's help. Iroha replied, looking utterly self-righteous. Kanade blinked in disbelief. What are you talking about? That's not otaku behavior, that's a literal baby. You're a girl yourself, though? He pointed out. And don't underestimate otakus. They're not helpless. They're strong people who live fulfilling lives even without girls by their side. They're warriors with hearts of steel. Is senpai one of them? No. I'm not. Kanade replied instantly. PFFT, no way anyone would believe you. Iroha puffed out her cheeks in mock indignation, then switched to a saccharine tone. Senpai, do you like desserts? If you really want to eat something sweet, I might be willing to tag along. Desserts before dinner? Not a great habit. Kanade said, giving her a side glance. He was tempted to shut her down with the blunt I'm not interested. But he didn't want to upset her too much. Dinner's just around the corner. Can't you hold on a little longer? Unbelievable. Senpai, you're a devil in disguise. Your adorable kuhai is starving to death, and you're telling her to endure it. Iroha exclaimed, dramatically poking Kanade's side with her fingers. You're so cruel, senpai. After all the trouble I went to treating you earlier. Fine, fine. I was just joking. Kanade said, easily fending off her half-hearted pokes. He pointed toward a nearby storefront. There's a dessert shop right there. Ayaroa's eyes lit up as she spotted it, but her expression quickly turned skeptical. Wait a minute. How did senpai know there's a dessert shop here? Don't tell me you've been here before with another girl. Use your brain for once. Kanade groaned and quickly clarified, I checked the map earlier when you first complained about being hungry. Inside the shop, Kanade guided them to a quiet corner. After glancing at the menu, he handed it to Ayaroa. What do you want? I'll have a starry mousse and a strawberry parfait. What about you, senpai? Just an espresso. Huh? No desserts? They even have ice cream here. Ayaroa said, flipping to another page of the menu. I'll pass. Saving my appetite for dinner. Kanade shook his head. He had been trained well by a certain angelic neighbor to maintain a healthy lifestyle. Besides, he wasn't much of a sweet tooth anyway. You're seriously planning to eat dinner later? What else would I eat? You? Kanade deadpanned, picking up the pamphlet from the table and flipping through its food recommendations. Keep dreaming, senpai. Ayaroa huffed, giving him a playful glare before turning to whisper something to the server. The desserts soon arrived, including a plate of wagashi that Kanade didn't remember being ordered. You sure you can finish all this? Kanade asked, raising an eyebrow. The sheer amount of food in front of Ayaroa seemed excessive, even for someone who skipped lunch. Don't worry about me, senpai. Focus on your coffee. Suit yourself. Kanade sipped his espresso. The nutty aroma filled his senses, followed by a sharp bitterness that lingered pleasantly before fading into a faint sweetness. Senpai, how's the coffee? Is it good? Ayaroa asked, her curiosity piqued as she watched him savor the drink. Kanade smirked. She wants to laugh at me, doesn't she? He set down his cup and replied, it's good sweet, actually. Want to try? Right now. Ayaroa stammered, her face flushing slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. Fine, but no funny ideas, senpai. Funny ideas? Kanade tilted his head, genuinely confused. What kind of tricks could he possibly pull with coffee? Suppressing a chuckle, he pushed the cup toward her. His movements were calm and deliberate, with just the right amount of nonchalance. It's fine. Try it. All right. Ayaroa cautiously picked up the cup and took a small sip. For a second, her expression froze. Then PFFFT. The coffee sprayed out of her mouth, hitting Kanade square inches the face. Kanade slowly wiped his face, his composure slipping. Senpai. Why is it so bitter? Ayaroa wailed, clutching her throat as if she'd just swallowed poison. Kanade clenched his fists. I should have just let her starve. Chapter 68. It's a well-known fact, or at least a whimsical thought, that girls are made of sugar, spice, and all things nice. For boys, even the simplest exchange of fluids, like a shared drink, can be thrilling, never mind anything more. But today, Kanade Natsukawa had the dubious honor of being doused not in honey, nor sweetness, but a full-on spray of coffee. Sorry. I'm so sorry, senpai. I didn't mean to. I'm really, really sorry. Ayaroa Ishiki was practically bowing in her seat, her usual smug demeanor replaced by an earnest attempt to atone. Meanwhile, Kanade sat frozen, his mind a blank slate. The situation had effectively numbed him, mentally and emotionally. What started as a harmless prank tricking Ayaroa into trying the bitter espresso by calling it sweet had backfired spectacularly. He had envisioned a funny grimace, maybe some playful complaining. Instead, she'd spat the bitter drink out in shock. Directly onto his face, chest, and neck. His clothes bore splatters of coffee, and while his dark attire camouflaged the stains, the warm stickiness was a constant reminder of his miscalculation. Are you okay, senpai? Ayaroa's voice was unusually timid. Kanade got up and headed to the restroom to wash his face. After a few moments of running cold water over his skin, he returned, his expression unreadable. Let's finish the food. He finally said. Finish? You mean, stay here and eat? Ayaroa asked, tilting her head. Of course. Wasting food is unacceptable. Kanade replied flatly, sitting back down. The embarrassment might have been bearable if he could at least take solace in the idea of a free meal. But he had paid for the coffee she spat out, and the cafe wasn't offering refunds for casualties of poor taste testing. Back at the table, Ayaroa seemed eager to make amends. Senpai, as an apology, how about you share my parfait? Kanade glanced at the half-melted parfait she'd pushed toward him and shook his head. You eat it. I'm fine. Don't be like that. You'll love it. It's sweet. No, thanks. He had learned his lesson. Accepting her offers often came with unintended consequences, and today's coffee fiasco had been enough surprises for one outing. Iroha puffed out her cheeks. Humphrey. Fine, I'll eat it myself, but don't come crying to me later when you regret not trying it. Iroha worked her way through the parfait, occasionally throwing dramatic glances at Kanade, who ignored her in favor of sipping what remained of his espresso. By the time she finished, only a few pieces of wagashi remained on the table. I'm full, she announced, pushing the plate toward him. You can have the rest, senpai. Kanade raised an eyebrow. They're your leftovers. You finish them. Didn't you just say wasting food is unacceptable? Practice what you preach, senpai. Kanade sighed. Fine. Hand it over. Yay. But. Iroha quickly snatched 2 pieces of wagashi, took small bites out of each, and then placed them back on the plate with a sly grin. There you go. Just making sure they're safe for you. Kanade stared at the partially bitten wagashi and then at Iroha, who was trying and failing to look innocent. It was such a juvenile move that he couldn't help but laugh internally. This again? Back in middle school, his classmates used to pull similar stunts, taking the first sip from a shared drink or licking the rim of a bottle cap to claim ownership. He'd always envied how carefree and close they seemed, a dynamic he never quite fit into back then. So, this time, he wasn't going to let her one-up him. Without hesitation, Kanade grabbed one of the wagashi and bit into the exact spot Iroha had bitten. Not bad, he said nonchalantly, chewing slowly while maintaining eye contact. Iroha's face turned bright red, and her smug smile vanished. Senpai. That's so gross. What's wrong with you? Kanade smirked. Gross? Weren't you the one who gave it to me like this? Don't complain now. You're the worst. The absolute worst. Iroha whined, burying her face in her hands. Kanade chuckled softly. Serves you right, little devil. Chapter 69. Despite the little hiccups along the way, the dining experience turned out surprisingly pleasant. The food was good, the ambience was charming, and watching the cheeky underclassmen stumble through her antics added a touch of humor that brightened Kanade Natsukawa's mood. But the day was far from over. What's next? Kanade asked as they stepped out of the cafe. Iroha was glued to her phone, skimming through her pre-planned itinerary with the enthusiasm of someone about to unveil a grand secret. Next up is the aquarium. It's just a few minutes' walk from here. She pointed energetically in the direction of their destination. Come on, senpai, let's pick up the pace. We're on a schedule. Schedule? Are we racing the clock here? Do they close early or something? Iroha shook her head, her expression suddenly mysterious. Nope, it's not that. But you'll see when we get there. Just trust me, okay? Arrival at the aquarium. The aquarium was tucked within a sprawling park, its ticket counter buzzing with families and couples. Kanade shelled out for their tickets 700 yen each. He handed one to Iroha, who accepted it with an exaggerated pout. Senpai, you're way too consistent with this whole I'm paying because I'm the senpai thing. She teased. It's starting to scare me a little. What's scary about that? It's just basic manners. Besides, I already owe you for earlier. Your reasoning gets a 7 or 8 out of 10. Iroha quipped, wagging her finger playfully. That's not high. Full score's 100, senpai. Kanade sighed and ushered her toward the entrance. She really is a handful. Wandering through the aquarium's interior was stunning. The glass tunnels offered a surreal, immersive view of the marine life gliding above and around them. Schools of shimmering fish darted playfully between vibrant coral formations, while larger creatures like sea turtles moved gracefully through the water. Kanade found himself utterly captivated. This is pretty cool, he murmured, his gaze never leaving the aquatic display. Cool? That's all you've got to say? Iroha huffed, her arms crossed. You're acting like some tourist seeing an aquarium for the first time. Kanade looked sheepish. Well, it is my first time. PFFT, I knew it. Iroha laughed, shaking her head. You're so easy to read, senpai. She then launched into a boastful monologue about her previous aquarium experiences, citing places with whale sharks and giant squids that dwarfed this one. Kanade half listened, too absorbed in the undersea world to fully register her words. A devil's warning, senpai. A sharp jab to his side brought him back to reality. What? Don't what me? You're supposed to pay attention to the girl you're with, not stare at fish all day. Ah. Sorry, you're right. Kanade admitted, scratching his head. Humphrey. At least you know you're wrong. Iroha puffed up her cheeks, clearly savoring her small victory. Anyway, take some pictures of me. It's the least you can do. Kanade complied, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Iroha struck various poses in front of the tanks, offering pointers on lighting and angles with all the authority of an Instagram influencer. After several rounds of do it over, senpai. And no, this side's better. She finally seemed satisfied. Okay, now it's your turn. Wait, what? Don't play dumb. You're not getting out of this. Ayaroa declared, shoving the phone into his hands. Reluctantly, Kanade stood in front of one of the larger tanks. But before he could settle into a pose, Ayaroa sprinted off toward a nearby passerby, a friendly-looking woman. Excuse me, could you help us take a photo? Huh? Kanade barely had time to react before Ayaroa returned, practically dragging the woman along. Alright, senpai, we're taking a couple's photo. Ayaroa chirped, looping her arm through his. Now, smile for the camera. A couple's photo? Kanade muttered under his breath, too stunned to protest. The perfect shot. The photo turned out surprisingly well. The lighting from the aquarium tanks bathed them in a soft, ethereal glow, and Ayaroa's mischievous grin paired with Kanade's awkward smile gave the picture a candid, natural charm. Thank you so much. Ayaroa said, bowing politely as she retrieved her phone. As the woman walked away, Ayaroa's grin widened. Kanade could feel a headache coming on. Why does it feel like you got more out of that picture than I did? Oh, no reason. Ayaroa replied, her voice saccharine sweet. Just a little souvenir for my collection. You're planning something, aren't you? Ayaroa just giggled, clearly enjoying his unease. Senpai, you're so paranoid. Can't a kuhai just want a nice photo to remember a fun day? Not when the kuhai is you. You wound me. Kanade shook his head. I should have known better. As they moved on to the next exhibit, Kanade couldn't help but think that Ayaroa's antics, as exhausting as they were, added a unique flavor to the day. No wonder it's you, Ayaroa Ishiki. Chapter 70. After visiting the aquarium and enjoying the dolphin show, time slipped away unnoticed. This park offered plenty of attractions. In addition to its natural beauty, other facilities required separate fees. The two of them had managed to experience quite a bit during their outing. Perhaps because it was approaching evening, some things began to lose their initial charm. However, the atmosphere was enhanced by the appearance of colorful ribbons of light decorating the park, adding a romantic vibe to the night. Is this the last activity? Kanade Natsukawa looked at the massive Ferris wheel in front of him and felt a slight sense of relief. The day had been packed with activities. Starting from their morning meeting point, it had been a non-stop marathon of walking and playing. Aside from brief breaks for meals and the movie, most of the time had been spent accompanying this mischievous underclassman as they roamed around. Fortunately, the most exhausting part of the day was behind them. The gentle evening breeze carried away some of his fatigue, leaving him in a more relaxed mood. Why do I feel like senpai isn't very enthusiastic about this? Ayaroa Ishiki puffed out her cheeks and glared at him. In contrast to Kanade's fatigue, the little devilish junior seemed as energetic as ever, her small frame brimming with surprising vitality. Is spending time with me that boring? Not at all. Overall, I think it's been pretty enjoyable. Kanade replied, shaking his head. I was just reflecting a little. It feels like when you realize that an anime you've been following for a long time is about to end. Huh? That doesn't make any sense. Ayaroa tilted her head in confusion. Without dwelling too much on his sentiment, she grabbed his arm and led him toward an open Ferris wheel cabin. Alright, whether you like it or not, this is the last activity. For my sake, just bear with it a little longer. I've already said it's not that I dislike it. Kanade sighed and followed her inside. The two of them sat across from each other. Occasionally they exchanged words, and at other times, they gazed out the window. As the tall trees around them gradually receded and finally disappeared from view, a strange feeling welled up in Kanade's heart. Through the glass, he could see the city below. The dark tones of the landscape were suddenly illuminated as if the entire area had been set alight. Neon lights sparkled everywhere, from the park at their feet to the distant office buildings. The city was enveloped in a sea of brilliance. Wow! Kanade found himself a little entranced. Though he'd been out at night before and had visited lively commercial districts, it was his first time seeing the city from such a height. The experience of being part of it versus observing it from above was completely different. Pretty amazing, right, senpai? Look at how the people resemble ants. Could you not say it like that? Kanade gave her a wry smile. If you didn't throw in those kinds of lines, I might agree with you more. Despite his complaint, he couldn't deny that this view was impressive. It gave him a sense of satisfaction, as though the day had been well worth it. Not bad, not bad. It seems like senpai has completely absorbed what I taught him. In moments like this, you should focus on the girl you're with. Ayaroa teased, nodding smugly. Then she suddenly adopted the mysterious expression. Speaking of which, senpai, do you know about the romantic legends associated with Ferris wheels? She leaned forward slightly, blinking her eyes expectantly. The gesture, combined with her childlike curiosity, was undeniably endearing. They say that couples who ride Ferris wheels together are destined to break up. But if they share a kiss when the Ferris wheel reaches its peak, their love will last forever. Just an urban legend. We should focus on science. Kanade replied without hesitation. Given what he knew of her, he was sure she brought this up just to tease him and see his flustered reaction. Naturally, he wasn't about to fall for it. Iroha, you have to understand that legends like this are usually marketing gimmicks created by businesses to attract more customers. They're baseless and shouldn't be taken seriously. If anything, instead of indulging in such gimmicks, he believed a lasting relationship required genuine care and attention to the other person's emotions and needs. Yes, I think the same way. I've never believed in such legends. Iroha agreed, nodding earnestly. Her bright smile lit up her face. Hey, senpai, why don't we disprove this myth together? Suddenly, the ambient noise around them faded. Before he realized it, the Ferris wheel had reached its highest point. Huh? What do you mean? Kanade raised an eyebrow. Was she suggesting they file a complaint about deceptive marketing? But this wasn't serious enough to count as fraud, it was just a promotional strategy. What I mean is, senpai, why don't you and I start dating? Iroha blinked her eyes at him, her gaze sparkling with anticipation. Her voice was soft, almost shy. But instead of embarrassment, her tone carried a directness that made Kanade doubt whether he'd heard correctly. Kanade fell silent. Was this a confession? Directed at him? And from Iroha Ishiki, the mischievous underclassman who seemed to enjoy teasing him? No, something felt off. They'd only known each other for a week. Oh, I get it. This is just another part of the practice. Right? The final stage of your research, a mock confession, maybe? Or some trendy game like Truth or Dare? I like you, senpai. No, this wasn't right. It didn't make sense. Why would she like him? What was there to like about him? He wasn't particularly attractive or charming. He didn't possess qualities that would naturally draw girls to him. Ah, he understood now. It wasn't love. It had to be something else: admiration, respect, or even infatuation with an idealized version of him. Just like those anonymous letters he sometimes found in his shoe locker from students who had only heard stories about him and idolized that Kanade Natsukawa. Much like that girl he met at the bookstore the other day. After a brief silence following her unexpected confession, Kanade Natsukawa finally shook his head resolutely. I'm sorry, Ishiki. I think there's been a misunderstanding. He said, his voice steady, though his expression carried a hint of seriousness. Misunderstanding? Yes, in several ways. Unbidden, memories of his own past confessions surfaced in his mind. Back then, he had gone to great lengths to create a romantic atmosphere, culminating in a heartfelt declaration at the end of a date. And each time, he had been rejected. Looking back now, perhaps those girls had seen through his lack of sincerity, something he himself had failed to recognize at the time. He had mistaken fleeting infatuation for genuine love, a realization that only came much later. And now, faced with Ishiki's confession, it felt as though the roles had been reversed. Listen, Ishiki. He began softly, choosing his words carefully to avoid hurting her. You might not realize it yourself, but what you're calling like might just be a common kind of admiration, the kind people often feel during their youth. To me, it feels more like respect or reverence than true affection. He paused to gauge her reaction before continuing. We've only known each other for about a week, right? When we first met, you approached me because you wanted me to teach you how to become the student council president. That's the key. He explained. You're not attracted to me as a person, you're drawn to the idea of the student council president. You've projected that admiration onto me, but it's not the same as love. While Kanade didn't claim to fully understand what love truly was, he was sure that what Ishiki felt wasn't it. As someone who had made the same mistake in the past, he couldn't simply stand by and let her repeat his error. Perhaps his personal experiences could spare her from the painful realization that might come later. If he could help her understand her feelings now, it would be for the best. So, like I said, he concluded gently, your feelings aren't what you think they are. I'm sorry. Kanade lowered his head slightly, his tone filled with regret. In his mind, he reflected on his past. The greatest mistake he had made was approaching others and confessing without understanding his own emotions, inadvertently hurting them in the process. At least this time, he had stopped things before it was too late. After a long silence, Ishiki sighed deeply and gave him an exasperated look. Senpai, have you ever even been in a relationship? Does that matter? Kanade asked, caught off guard. Of course it matters. You have no idea what you're talking about. Ishiki retorted, her voice tinged with frustration. Naturally, she was upset after all, he had just rejected her confession. All that stuff about admiration and reverence. Let's be honest, senpai, you just don't like me, do you? You went on and on analyzing my feelings, but you don't understand me at all, do you? She accused, glaring at him. Humphrey. You even had the nerve to call my feelings fake. Fine. I'll prove it to you. Before Kanade could respond, Ishiki abruptly stood up. He tensed, half expecting her to storm off or worse, make a scene, but to his surprise, she calmly walked over to sit beside him. Then, without hesitation, she looped her arm around his and rested her head on his shoulder. Kanade froze as her warmth pressed against him. While her actions weren't overbearing, the sudden closeness was definitely enough to make him uncomfortable. Isn't his a little too close? He ventured cautiously. Don't talk, senpai. This is part of the research. The day's tasks aren't over yet. This is my time now. Ishiki replied matter-of-factly, refusing to budge. If it's part of the deal, I guess there's no helping it. He muttered. Senpai. She said after a moment, her voice soft but insistent. Do you like me? Even just a little? That would be never mind. I don't want to hear it. Just shut up, senpai. Senpai. What now? Brace yourself. Chapter 071, Angel? Fallen Angel. After stepping off the Ferris wheel and having dinner with the mischievous junior, Kanade Natsukawa found himself feeling somewhat distracted. Following her unexpected confession, Ishiki seemed unchanged in demeanor. However, Kanade couldn't help but feel a bit awkward, unable to view her in the same light as before. Thankfully, she didn't tease him or try to make things uncomfortable, keeping a reasonable distance as they walked back. Returning to his apartment and slipping into his indoor slippers, Kanade immediately noticed Mahirushina sitting on the couch. He had no idea when she'd returned or whether she'd eaten dinner yet. I'm home. He called out. Mahiru's reaction was peculiar. She looked startled, hurriedly hiding her phone behind her back. Welcome back. Something was definitely up. Kanade's sharp intuition told him there was more to this than met the eye. Normally, Mahiru would ask how his day went or if he had fun. This time, however, she said nothing of the sort, leaving him curious about what might have happened. Could it be related to today's events? Suspecting a connection, Kanade decided to change into fresh clothes and wash up before addressing the matter. Once settled beside her on the couch, he casually turned on the television and asked, Did you have fun today, Sheena? What did you and Kato do? We didn't do much. Just wandered around a bit. It was fun. Her words didn't match her behavior. The timid way she avoided eye contact and her visibly stiff posture didn't convey someone who had enjoyed themselves. Sheena, did you do something that might upset me? Eh? Why would you ask that? Mahiru exclaimed, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with shock. Well, I think I've gotten to know you pretty well. For example, you're not great at hiding your emotions. Kanade remarked gently. Ever since he walked through the door, Mahiru's nervous expressions and stiff movements had been obvious to him. She seemed anything but relaxed in her own home. Of course, if it's something you'd rather not talk about, that's fine too. He reassured her. It's not that. I just don't know if you'd be angry if I told you. Mahiru hesitated, stealing a glance at him. I won't be. You can't trust me on that. Kanade had never been angry at her, not even when she rejected his confession. He simply assumed he wasn't good enough and moved on. Mahiru, of all people, was unlikely to do anything that would genuinely upset him. Well, Kato shared some of your photos with me while we were out today. Photos? Kanade raised an eyebrow. That didn't sound so bad. Could I ask what kind of photos they were? Swimsuit shots. And costume photos. Kanade froze. At first, he thought it couldn't be true. Kato wouldn't have taken or shared photos like that. Then he remembered, during their club activities, they had taken various themed photos as material. But why would they look at those pictures during an outing? May I see them? Kanade asked cautiously. After a moment's hesitation, Mahiru nodded and handed him her phone. Kanade scrolled through the photos, growing more self-conscious with each swipe. They were indeed taken during club activities, nothing inappropriate, but still embarrassing. Swimsuits, theatrical costumes, and silly poses. They weren't exactly his proudest moments. Could you delete these? Eh? But you promised you wouldn't get mad. Mahiru protested, her voice rising in panic. I'm not angry. Kanade sighed. I just feel like I'll never live this down. Everyone has moments of embarrassment captured in photos, childhood antics or cringeworthy phases immortalized forever. At the time, it might seem harmless, but looking back years later could make anyone cringe. That's exactly how Kanade felt now. While the original club members who took those photos understood the context, Mahiru seeing them was a different matter entirely. It was hard not to imagine her assuming he had some bizarre hobbies. These were taken for, game development purposes. He tried to explain. They're not reflective of any strange interests or anything. I hope you understand. He sighed again and asked once more, so, can you delete them? If Kanade doesn't like it, I suppose. Mahiru's face fell, looking genuinely heartbroken. To be fair, if Kanade had funny or embarrassing photos of his friends, he wouldn't want to delete them either. They were keepsakes of shared memories. Still, Mahiru's reaction tugged at his heartstrings. Her downcast lashes, slightly puffed cheeks, and faintly pouting lips were enough to make anyone feel like a villain. Without a word, Kanade handed her phone back and fixed his gaze on the television, feigning indifference. Just don't show them to anyone else, okay? Huh? Mahiru blinked, taken aback. Then, realizing what he meant, her face lit up with a radiant smile. Of course. I'd never do that. Kanade said nothing more, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. Maybe if he kept quiet, Mahiru would lose interest, and his embarrassment would fade. But instead, Mahiru scooted closer, leaning her head against his shoulder. She even raised her phone high, scrolling through the photos in plain view. She's a fallen angel, isn't she? Too cunning, Mahiru Shina. Who would have guessed she had such a mischievous streak? The peaceful weekend flew by, and soon, Monday arrived, a day of toil and responsibility. Kanade woke early, meeting with the former student council members at a designated spot before heading to the school auditorium together. Their arrival naturally drew attention, with many students sneaking glances and whispering. However, when Kanade and the others looked their way, the onlookers quickly fell silent, creating an air of tension. Their group certainly gave off a tough crowd vibe. With the intense stares of Miyuki Shirigane, Ishigami's brooding aura, Kaguya Shinamiya's icy demeanor, and Kanade's own stoic expression, they could easily be mistaken for a gang of delinquents. Only Chika Fujiwara's cheerful antics offset the menacing atmosphere. And then, as they made their way to the auditorium, they ran into another group, Ishiki's campaign team, composed of none other than the Service Club. Chapter 072, The Election. Both teams had their showdown, from personal appearances to internal qualities. Every possible attack was launched, sparking a fierce battle. It was so intense that it seemed even senior officials might intervene to stop the chaos. This historic event was later dubbed the First Shuchin Uprising. Which, of course, never happened. The two teams merely exchanged nods before walking into the waiting room without so much as a single word of conversation. With only 10 minutes left until the election officially began, there was no time to waste on meaningless confrontations. The only task at hand was to mentally prepare for their speeches. Based on the order of the draw, the candidates were to speak in the following sequence: Ishiki Iroha, followed by fellow first-year Maiko Aino, and finally, Kanade Natsukawa. This arrangement gave Kanade the advantage of timing, setting, and momentum, a perfect setup. The start of the election. The event began promptly, starting with the support speeches for each candidate. First up was Ishiki Iroha's representative, none other than Yukino Shita Yukino. A predictable choice. From the moment Kanade saw their team earlier, he had pieced together much of the situation. Why Ishiki Iroha became a candidate, it was unlikely she volunteered herself. A more plausible explanation was that she had offended certain classmates or groups, prompting them to nominate her as a candidate out of spite. Their goal was likely to see her lose miserably and become a laughingstock. However, Ishiki, unwilling to back down, sought assistance from the Service Club. The Service Club's involvement, whether it was Ishiki's own resolve or Yukino Shita Yukino's strategic planning, the result was this current scenario. The meticulous execution of their campaign made it evident that the Service Club had been involved in the past few weeks. Yet, his supposed friend Hikage Ihukaman hadn't breathed a word about such a major incident. Kanade had been left in the dark, suspecting the scheming of certain conservative factions in Shuchin instead. After this is over, I'm definitely going to extort him at least his allowance for the week. Kanade thought bitterly. Yukino Shita Yukino's speech was competent. It was precise and engaging enough to warrant praise at any ordinary school. But this was Shuchin Academy, where standards were extraordinarily high. Aino's representative following Yukino was Kobachi Asaragi, speaking on behalf of Maiko Aino. Unfortunately, her speech was forgettable and failed to leave an impression. Kaguya Shinamiya takes the stage. When it came time for Kanade's representative, Kaguya Shinamiya, she did something surprising. President, can you give me your blessing? Her hopeful gaze caught Kanade off guard. Of course. Good luck, Shinamiya. Thank you. I'm honored. With that, Kaguya took the stage. By this point, the audience had grown restless after the uninspiring speeches. Many were on the verge of dozing off. Yet, Kaguya remained unfazed. Ding, a sharp mic-tap silenced the room, drawing everyone's attention. Kaguya graced the crowd with a rare, dazzling smile. Good morning, everyone. I am Kaguya Shinomiya, here to deliver my support speech for Kanade Natsukawa. From that moment on, the atmosphere shifted entirely. Already a popular figure, Kaguya used her poise and charisma to obliterate the competition. Unlike Hasaragi's meaningless platitudes or Yukino's strategic analysis, Kaguya opted for a visual presentation. She showcased Kanade's accomplishments over the past months on a screen, making a irrefutable case for his competence. The outcome was clear, victory was within reach. The candidates speak next came the candidates' own speeches. Ishiki Iroha, to her credit, Ishiki demonstrated why she managed to secure 30% of the vote. Her energetic personality and weeks of training under the service club had paid off, allowing her to deliver an engaging and lively speech. Even following Kaguya's dominance, she managed to retain a portion of the audience's favor. Maiko Ino and then. Maiko Ino. Despite her usual confident demeanor, Maiko froze the moment she stepped onto the stage. Gripping her speech notes tightly, she couldn't utter a single word. The auditorium filled with scattered murmurs and soft laughter as she stood there, paralyzed. It's happening again. Ishigami muttered. Kanade glanced at him. What's going on? Maiko. She has stage fright. Ishigami explained, his tone dark. She's always been like this, and it gets worse during elections. It's ironic, isn't it? The top-ranked student, the inflexible stickler who lectures everyone else, is now being humiliated in front of the school. Her detractors must be having a field day. I have my issues with her, too. But seeing someone's hard work mocked like this. Kanade placed a reassuring hand on Ishigami's shoulder. I get it. Leave this to me. You're going to help her? Consider it a way to win the election without undermining her dignity. Trust me. Kanade had no particular fondness for Maiko Ino. However, seeing her struggle brought back memories of his own efforts being dismissed in the past. He admired her diligence. Becoming the top student at Shuchen required immense effort. Her promotional efforts, however flawed, were evidence of her dedication. Walking up to the stage, Kanade took the microphone and addressed the crowd. Silence. The chatter instantly ceased as all eyes turned to him. You are students of Shuchen Academy, individuals this institution is proud to call its own. Surely, you understand what it means to show respect. Kanade's voice was calm but commanding. You are free to have opinions, even criticisms. But those should be expressed through your votes, not by disrupting the speaker's presentation. He then turned to Maiko Ino. You still have 15 minutes left. Or would you rather waste this opportunity? Maiko remained frozen, unable to meet his gaze. Kanade pressed on, lowering his voice. Forcing others to shave their heads and banning flashy clothing? Do you really think such ridiculous rules will win you votes? Ridiculous. That's what they are, aren't they? Do you think anyone would support rules like that? Unless you disagree? Of course not. I then prove it. Look me in the eye and say so. Maiko hesitated, her gaze wavering. But slowly, she looked up and met his eyes. I think. Yes. I think these rules aren't ridiculous at all. With newfound confidence, Maiko grabbed the mic and launched into her speech. Her trembling voice steadied, and her passion became evident. No longer the timid girl who froze on stage, she boldly outlined her vision and even critiqued some of Kanade's policies. Kanade watched with satisfaction. She had found her voice. Chapter 073, Overboard, Way Overboard. The election had ended. Maiko Ino, emboldened by her courage, had indeed demonstrated a striking charm and a natural leadership presence that resonated with many. However, her overly strict policies proved too difficult for most to accept. As for Ishiki Iroha, her mundane proposals were a poor fit for the vibrant and ambitious culture of Shuchen Academy. Following a 30-minute heated debate with Kanade and Kaguya, her approval ratings plummeted, leaving her with no chance of victory. Unsurprisingly, Kanade Natsukawa secured the win. That was closer than I expected. Kanade muttered. The voting results posted on the wall painted a striking picture. Initially trailing, Maiko Ino had surged to second place after her powerful speech, coming within a few dozen votes of Kanade's total. While some votes likely came from the faction loyal to Shuchen's traditions, the majority must have supported her for her evident hard work. Without the accomplishments he and the student council had achieved over the past term, Kanade might well have lost to the first-year underdog. That realization was a little painful. In some respects, Maiko Ino and her tiny team had outperformed his larger, more experienced team in terms of winning hearts and minds. Fine, that settles it. Kanade thought. I'll bring her into the student council. Whether it was to harness her capabilities or prevent her from ousting him in the next election, inviting her on board was a strategic necessity. If she was reluctant, he could offer a deal. I'll fully support you in becoming the next student council president during the next election. Helping her succeed after he stepped down would ensure a familiar ally took the helm while earning her gratitude. Recruiting I know. Hey, Ishigami. Kanade called, turning to his friend. What do you think about inviting Maiko Ono to join the student council? Eh? You're serious, President? Of course. Based purely on ability, she's more than qualified, isn't she? That's not the issue. Ishigami hesitated, looking uneasy. Just. Don't say I didn't warn you. Warn me? About what? Kanade was puzzled but didn't press further. To him, Maiko Ono seemed like a straightforward, by-the-book junior. A bit rigid, perhaps, but surely manageable with the right guidance. What could possibly go wrong? Well, I'll go and find her now. Oh, and Ishigami, don't be late for the student council meeting tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. Kanade found Maiko Ono chatting animatedly with Kobachi Asaragi, surrounded by a group of students offering congratulations. He waited patiently nearby until the crowd dispersed, then approached. President. Hello. Is there something you need? Maiko greeted him with a polite but wary tone. Her lingering frustration from narrowly losing the election was evident, though she tried to mask it. I wouldn't call it needing something. Kanade replied, offering his hand. I'll get straight to the point. Would you like to join the student council? If you still aspire to be student council president, gaining hands-on experience would be invaluable. Don't you agree? Maiko's eyes sparkled with interest, though she hesitated. Kobachi, however, shook her head. I'll pass. To be honest, I'm not that interested in the student council. I was just here to cheer for Maiko. What about you, Maiko? I've never been invited to join the student council before. Maiko stammered. Please, allow me some time to think it over. Of course. If you're interested, come by the student council room tomorrow morning. You'll be very welcome. Kanade said with a friendly smile. And Kobachi, you're welcome too. Thank you, President. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. See you tomorrow? With a polite wave, Kanade departed. Visiting Kaguya. Having extended the invitation, Kanade turned his attention to a more pressing matter, checking on Kaguya Shinomiya. According to a message from Hayasaka, Kaguya had fallen ill likely due to stress and was resting in the infirmary. Though Hayasaka assured him she was asleep, Kanade felt it necessary to visit. Quietly pushing open the door to the infirmary, Kanade entered, intending to wait until Kaguya woke up. What he heard, however, froze him in place. Why hasn't the president come to check on me? I collapsed. Shouldn't he be moving heaven and earth to visit me? Could it be the president doesn't want me in the student council anymore? Hayasaka's calm voice interjected, but didn't Kanade specifically invite you to stay on as vice president? That's only because he doesn't know the real me yet. My personality. My underhanded tactics against the other candidates. He probably knows everything. The secret deals I made to consolidate votes from various clubs. That, too, might be exposed. And what if he's discovered that the election committee was secretly influenced by me? Hayasaka, you've certainly been busy, haven't you? Of course. If I didn't do all that, there was no guarantee how things would turn out. But let's face it, I'm just a scheming, manipulative woman. Even if he wanted to kick me out of the student council, I couldn't blame him. It's not even a matter of blame at this point. It's just outright unfair. All my hard-earned support was handed over on a silver platter to others. It's like a hard-working wife slaving away day and night to save money, only for her deadbeat husband to squander it on frivolities. Wait. Who's the wife here? Hayasaka, if you have so much to say, why not tell Kanade directly? What? Kaguya froze, following Hayasaka's pointed finger to the doorway, where Kanade stood with an awkward expression. Sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Chapter 074, The Naive Heiress Meets the Scheming Prodigy. Kaguya Shinomiya had always carried an aura of unapproachability, her icy demeanor acting as a natural barrier to the world. It wasn't a front born of social aversion but rather the result of the grueling imperial education instilled in her as the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya family. Coupled with her naturally calculating nature, she had grown into someone who instinctively judged others by their utility and sought to leverage them. Kanade Natsukawa had long been aware of this. Whether from observing her through the media or spending time with her in person, he had seen enough to confirm it. Yet, what he hadn't expected was to witness Kaguya, usually so composed, acting in such an adorably childish manner. Hugging a pillow, she repeatedly smacked the bed. Her hands waved aimlessly in frustration, and she pounded the mattress with a vigor that was almost comedic. No longer the cold and aloof ice queen. She now seemed more like a playful little girl venting her frustrations. She was undeniably adorable. Well, I'll leave her to you, said Hayasaka, nodding respectfully to Kanade before stepping out of the infirmary. She closed the door, leaving the two of them alone. The atmosphere grew heavy. Wrapped tightly in her blanket, Kaguya remained still, leaving Kanade at a loss for how to break the ice. Should I pretend I didn't hear anything? Do I tease her about her surprisingly childish side? Should I assure her I don't care about what she said? None of these felt appropriate. It was painfully obvious that Kaguya was mortified by the idea that he had overheard her outburst. Complaints about him not visiting her, worries about being abandoned, and the sheer absurdity of her hard-working wife metaphor. Kanade hadn't expected the usually rational Kaguya to be so consumed by these swirling thoughts. She was entirely preoccupied with imagining worst-case scenarios, far from her usual calm, calculating self. "Kaguya, I'm sorry," Kanade finally said. He moved closer, sitting down beside her bed. While he wanted to place a comforting hand on her back, he stopped short, settling for lightly resting his hand on the blanket instead. "I didn't realize how much this was bothering you," he said softly, his tone filled with regret. Kanade lowered his head slightly. "I thought I'd made myself clear, but apparently, I didn't. Let me set the record straight, I would never abandon you. Even if you made those moves behind my back. I know you did it all for me. I'm not ungrateful." He smiled weakly. "Though I don't condone backdoor tactics, I understand why you felt they were necessary. If anything, it's my fault for not earning your complete trust. I know I'm not good enough yet. Not enough to deserve someone like you backing me up." "That's not true," came a muffled response from beneath the blanket. A slender hand peeked out, resting atop his. "You're the most capable president there is. It's because I'm underhanded and despicable that I resorted to such things." Her hand trembled slightly, betraying the turmoil she felt inside. Kanade responded firmly, clasping her hand to stop her retreat. "No, you didn't do anything wrong. Networking is just another form of resource management, isn't it?" He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "If anything, it's me who's at fault. I've been so caught up trying to prove myself to you all, trying to protect this stupid pride of mine." "President." Kanade's gaze softened. "But now I realize. What really matters isn't my pride. It's the chance to keep working alongside you and the others. That's what I value most." He took a deep breath. "I've made plenty of mistakes resigning to escape my responsibilities, acting rashly today. But it's because of you, all of you, that I've been able to face my shortcomings. I might not be capable on my own, but with you by my side, I feel like I can accomplish anything. So, Kaguya Shinomiya." He met her gaze, his expression serious. "Will you continue being my vice president? I need you." Kaguya's hand twitched in his grasp, her fingers gently scratching his palm. Slowly, she traced the letters O and K. Kanade's face lit up with a bright smile. "Thank you, Kaguya. I'm so glad." After Kanade left, Hayasaka entered the room, pulling back the blanket to reveal Kaguya's face. What she found was a crimson-faced girl, her hands pressed to her cheeks, her entire demeanor radiating giddy delight. Small, imaginary flowers seemed to bloom and sway around her head, mirroring the flutter of her emotions. He. Hayasaka sighed. "Miss Kaguya, don't you think it's time to calm down a little?" Hayasaka. He. "President. He still values me so much." Yes, he does." Hayasaka replied dryly. Her smitten mistress, too wrapped up in her blissful days, didn't even realize how Kanade had overheard everything. Worse, she had been thoroughly swayed by his words, her heart now brimming with unwavering devotion. "I can't do it without you. Because you're here, I'm brave. You've done nothing wrong. I need you." Hayasaka's lips twitched. "If anything, it's more like he's conditioning you. By implanting thoughts like the president can't function without me. I must always support the president. And it's my duty to take care of the president's dirty work." Kanade was subtly ensuring Kaguya's dependency on him. How despicable, Kanade Natsukawa. Chapter 075, Stay Back. "Just move it here, thanks, Ishigami, Shirogane," Kanade Natsukawa said, wiping the thin sheen of sweat from his forehead. He gave the two young men hauling equipment a grateful nod. "Fujiwara and I can handle the rest from here. You guys can head back now." Before either of them could respond, Chika Fujiwara puffed out her cheeks and exploded. "What? Why do I have to stay? This is so unfair. Why am I the only one stuck working? I demand labor arbitration." "Because you've been slacking off this whole time," Kanade replied flatly. From the very beginning, he'd noticed how this ditzy secretary dragged her feet, constantly excusing herself to the restroom or claiming to be thirsty. Others had already made 3 trips to the storage room while she barely managed one, all while pretending to wipe away imaginary sweat under his watchful gaze. Did she really think he was that gullible? No more excuses. "I'll supervise you myself to make sure you don't slack off again." "Ugh. Kanade, you're such a heartless capitalist." You're going to end up strung up by the masses someday. Don't worry. Kanade replied with a smirk. I'll make sure to squeeze every last bit of value out of you before that happens. Ignoring her protests, he grabbed her wrist and led her toward the hall where the remaining equipment waited. No point trying to stall with small talk, Fujiwara. I'll make sure you keep moving. You tyrant. You brute. You. Say whatever you like, it's not going to change anything. Chika's exaggerated struggles drew attention from passing students, but upon realizing that the aggressor was none other than their newly elected student council president, they all swiftly averted their gazes, pretending not to see anything. Kanade tightened his grip as Chika tried harder to pull away. Despite her frantic efforts, there was no escaping his firm grasp. To be honest, Kanade harbored a bit of a grudge against her. Not only had she rejected his request to give a campaign speech during the elections, but she later had the audacity to demand he treat her to dinner. And then there were her countless antics throughout their time together. Today, he decided, she needed a proper lesson. That one, and that one over there, all of it needs to go to the storage room. No exceptions. Kanade declared, crossing his arms as he stood guard over the remaining equipment. Chika, still pouting, gave him a pitiful look. Can't you help me just a little, President? Pretty please? Kanade remained silent, his gaze unyielding. Come on, I've learned my lesson. Next time, I promise to work hard and never slack off again. Pretty please, just let me off the hook this once. Kanade continued to stare, unimpressed. Grr. You're a tyrant, an abuser of power, and a generic light novel protagonist. The corners of Kanade's mouth twitched. If only she knew how much time he'd spent defending the integrity of light novels during heated online debates back in his club days. Her weak verbal jabs were laughable by comparison. Keep this up, and I really won't help you. He warned. Chika immediately straightened, giving a mock salute. Yes, sir. I knew you were the best, President. Hee hee. Kanade rolled his eyes, hoisting a heavy speaker. Coil up those cables over there, and don't drag them across the floor. Someone might trip. The bulky speaker would have been too much for Chika to handle alone, so he hadn't expected her to finish everything by herself. His goal wasn't to overwork her, it was simply to give her a taste of her own medicine. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not that careless, you know. Why do you think I'm worried? Ugh. President, you're the real idiot here. Oh? Care to repeat that while I'm holding this? He asked, nodding toward the heavy equipment in his arms. I said. The president looks super cool today. Especially during the election speech. Where exactly do you see stars shining? Super cool. Really? As the hours wore on, their pace slowed. To accommodate Chika's lack of stamina, they alternated between moving equipment and taking short breaks. By the time they'd finished, the sky outside had darkened, and most of the campus was empty. Finally done. Kanade said with satisfaction, surveying the neatly arranged storage room. Good work, Fujiwara. He turned to her, ready to offer a few words of praise, only to find her slumped in a chair, looking utterly defeated. Ugh, it's so hot. I'm melting here. Despite her goofy antics, there was no denying that Chika Fujiwara had a unique charm. Her delicate features, flawless skin, and sparkling blue eyes could easily captivate anyone. Her slightly tousled hair and the way the light caught the sweat on her collarbone. Want a handkerchief? He asked, offering his own. Thanks, President. Chika took the handkerchief but suddenly jumped up, backing away several steps. Her eyes held an accusatory glare. Don't get so close. You smell sweaty. She really did just say that. Kanade froze. Whatever momentary flutter of admiration he'd felt instantly vanished. Why? Why had he even entertained those thoughts about her? Kanade heaved a long sigh, muttering to himself, my brain must be broken. Chapter 76, had enough rest? If so, hurry and get out. I need to finish checking everything and lock up. Watching Chika Fujiwara casually pocket the handkerchief that clearly belonged to him, Natsukawa Kanade couldn't help but feel a vein throb on his forehead. Sure, it was just a handkerchief, nothing important, but wasn't it weird to just take someone else's belongings without even asking? Better not be planning some weird voodoo ritual with it. Alright. Geez, President, you're always rushing people. Chika puffed out her cheeks, then stood up with a relaxed demeanor, brushing the dust off her clothes. Today was such a productive day. Hard work feels so rewarding. Kanade resisted the urge to comment, instead focusing on cross-checking the inventory against the checklist in his hands. But it didn't take long before Chika trotted back over to him, wearing a mysterious expression. President. I've got some good news and some bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Start with the good news. Kanade replied without looking up. The good news is I happen to have my phone with me, and it still has battery. Okay. So what's the good news? Idiot president. I'm going to hit you. With that, Chica whipped out a roll of paper from who knows where and began bopping him on the head with it. Aren't you already hitting me? Kanade sighed, not bothering to stop her playful antics. The light taps were more cooling than annoying, thanks to the breeze they stirred up. So, what's the bad news? Humphrey. Chica huffed and pouted dramatically before slowly revealing, the bad news is we're locked in the storage room. We can't get out. Kanade turned to face her, scrutinizing her expression. Arms crossed, cheeks puffed, lips pouting, muttering under her breath. She didn't seem particularly worried, nor did she show any signs of mischievous delight from the prank. So, it was probably true. Setting down his pen and checklist, Kanade headed over to the storage room door to check. It's actually locked. After several attempts pushing, pulling, even trying to pry it open with random tools, he had no choice but to accept the truth. They were indeed stuck in the storage room. Whether it was the wind or someone's misguided attempt to help by shutting the door, the result was the same: they were trapped. Thankfully, this airhead had brought her phone. All they needed to do now was notify someone and wait for rescue. Fujiwara, can you contact someone? Anyone will do. Just ask them to come unlock the door. That was the plan, but Chica seemed quite reluctant to cooperate. Hey, if the president kneels and shouts, "Long live Lady Fujiwara," a few times and flatters me a bit, I might just consider it. I think I'll spend the night here, then. Do as you please. Kanade had no intention of humoring her. He'd already guessed she was up to something the moment she ran over looking so smug earlier. She was too easy to read. Ugh. At a time like this, can't you just play along? President, you've changed. You're such a jerk. Could you, at least, read the room a little? Isn't it unbearably hot in here? Kanade sighed. It was summer. The storage room was sweltering, dusty, and filled with allergens that relentlessly assaulted his sinuses. And she expected him to humor her antics. That was a tall order. Honestly, I'm fine with it. If you don't contact anyone, you can't leave anyway, so you'll just have to keep me company here. Kanade shrugged and returned to inventorying the equipment. Seeing that he wouldn't give in, Chica puffed up in frustration and reluctantly pulled out her phone to start contacting someone. But after tapping on the screen for a while, she froze. President. What now? There's no signal. What? No signal. Chica thrust the phone screen in front of Kanade's face to prove it. Wow. Kanade was at a loss for words. Who would have thought that the real killer wasn't a dead phone or forgetting to bring one but a lack of signal? Still, it wasn't an insurmountable problem. If there was no signal, they just needed to find a spot where there was. Give me the phone. I'll try. Kanade took the phone and tested it in various corners of the storage room, but the signal remained non-existent. Then, his eyes fell on the small window high up on the wall. Chica noticed his gaze and immediately recoiled, her face flushing red as she crossed her arms over her chest. What are you planning, President? Don't even think about doing anything inappropriate. Not in a dirty place like this. What kind of nonsense is running through your head? Kanade rolled his eyes. He pointed at the window. See that? There might be a signal up there. You're going to stand on a chair, raise the phone, and see if you can send a message. Eh? Why don't you try it yourself? You're not planning to peek up at me from below, are you? Because I don't trust you not to fall, you idiot. I'll hold the chair steady. Kanade's tone carried a hint of exasperation. Normally, she didn't care about these things. Why was she suddenly so self-conscious now? Was she deliberately trying to mess with him? Hurry up and stop stalling. Get up there. I'll hold the chair. Geez, President, you're so impatient. My mom said boys shouldn't rush things. Chica stuck out her tongue playfully and climbed onto the chair just as Kanade was about to glare at her. Infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. Kanade resolved then and there that once this ordeal was over, he would assign her so much work she wouldn't have the energy to stand straight for a week. Ugh. How's it going? Any luck? Not yet. I might need to go higher. Let me try standing on my tiptoes. Don't overdo it. If it's too dangerous, let me. Kanade began to caution her, but before he could finish, Chica wobbled and lost her balance. Acting on reflex, Kanade leapt forward to catch her, pulling her into his arms. His back, however, made painful contact with the ground in the process. Ugh. A sharp, burning pain flared up along his back, sending waves of discomfort through his body. President? Are you okay? Chica had closed her eyes, bracing herself for a painful fall, but instead found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Opening her eyes, she was greeted by Kanade's strained expression as he endured the pain. This is all my fault. Chica muttered guiltily, realizing her carelessness had caused this. You. Yes. President, I'm here. Just tell me. Could you get up first? Chica's immediate instinct was to complain about him, implying she was heavy, but then it hit her. She was completely sprawled on top of him, and his back had taken the full brunt of the fall. Startled, she scrambled to her feet and helped him up. President, are you hurt? Let me see. It's probably nothing. Don't you dare play tough. You're such a big dummy sometimes. Chica glared at him and ordered, turn around and lift your shirt so I can take a look. Without a word, Kanade did as instructed, slowly pulling up his shirt. Yikes. You're bleeding. On his back were several scrapes, streaks of blood standing out against his skin. The abrasions were from the friction of the fall, and while there were no visible bruises, it was hard to tell if there was any internal damage. Sit tight and don't move. I'll find something to treat this. With that, Chica rushed off to search for supplies. A short while later, she returned with a bottle of iodine, a few cotton swabs, and a large roll of gauze. It's just a scrape. Cleaning it up should be enough. Isn't the gauze a bit overkill? President, zip it. Don't question my professionalism. Chica shot him a playful glare before kneeling beside him. I'll wipe away the blood first. It might sting a little, so be a good boy and bear with it, okay? Where do you even get this doting aunt attitude from? Kanade sighed, feeling as though she had suddenly gone into full maternal mode, treating him like a child. Chica didn't respond, focusing intently on cleaning his wounds. After what felt like an eternity, the blood was cleaned, and she moved on to wrapping him in gauze. Seriously, are you trying to mummify me? Do you really need this many layers? It's just in case. If I don't wrap it well enough, you might reopen the wound while bathing. Chica suddenly paused, as if struck by an idea. Oh, right. With your back like this, you can't possibly bathe on your own. Want me to come over and help you tonight? I could scrub your back for you. Although, my curfew might be a problem. That won't be necessary. Kanade quickly waved off the suggestion. Aside from the potential for awkward situations at home, there was also the matter of Sheena Miharu, who lived next door. He had promised her he would keep her living arrangement a secret, and having Chica over would jeopardize that. Humphrey. Chica gave him a look that seemed to say, are you rejecting me? Kanade, however, interpreted it differently, assuming her real thought was more along the lines of, what a shame, I can't tease him anymore. The air in the storage room felt stifling. Having removed his uniform earlier for treatment, Kanade's upper body was now wrapped in gauze while his toned ABS remained exposed. Chica's eyes drifted to the uncovered area. Humphrey. I want to touch them again. Her fingers twitched as she remembered the missed opportunity last time. Now, with Kanade in a vulnerable state, there was no way he could resist her. And so, she made her move. Chica's cool, delicate hands landed on Kanade's stomach, making him flinch at the icy sensation. Hey. What are you doing? Oh, don't be shy, President. It's not like I haven't already seen everything. Chica giggled mischievously, straddling his lap to keep him pinned down. She leaned forward, her playful grin looming over him. Kuakaku, just surrender your body to me, President. You'll make such a perfect specimen. Kanade's eyes widened in alarm as she edged closer. This girl's gone off the deep end. Help. There's a crazy woman here. He wanted to yell, but Chica's relentless teasing left him pressed against the wall, unable to escape. He. Just as Chica seemed about to succeed in her antics, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the storage room. Moments later, the door swung open. And there they were, Chica and Kanade, both disheveled and drenched in sweat, frozen mid-action as they turned to face the intruder. Chapter 77, Name? Natsukawa Kanade. Age? 17. Gender? Male. After what felt like an eternity of interrogation, the old man in front of Kanade finally sighed, a wide grin spreading across his face. All right, I understand the situation now. Kanade barely had a moment to breathe before the next word sent his heart into overdrive. So, when are you moving into our family as a live-in son-in-law? Kanade's head shot up in shock. He opened his mouth to protest, but the sight of the cheerful old man's smile and a mountain-sized bodyguard looming behind him made him hesitate. Weakly, he stammered, that might be a bit. You're not planning to fool around and abandon her, are you? After doing something so outrageous to my precious great-granddaughter? No. Of course not. Kanade frantically waved his hands. It's really a misunderstanding. I didn't do anything inappropriate to Fujiwara. Which Fujiwara? The old man cut in sharply. Chica. Chica Fujiwara. I didn't do anything inappropriate to her. Under the piercing gaze of the former prime minister, Kanade felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. At that moment, he was kneeling on a tatami mat in front of Fujiwara Chica's great-grandfather, a man of immense political influence, pleading for forgiveness. This unfortunate situation arose because Fujiwara's family had caught sight of him and Chika in the storage room earlier. The compromising scene, Chika pinning him down while he was shirtless, had led to this invitation to their family home. Despite being a prestigious political family, the Fujiwaras were surprisingly warm and welcoming. Their conversation had been insightful and even enjoyable. Except for the toll it took on his nerves and legs. Still, the occasional refreshing breeze through the house reminded him of the small joys of summer, making the visit feel less torturous. You brat. You're not going to deny it, are you? Admit it. You've definitely had improper thoughts about my darling Chika. Kanade was at a loss for words. Denying it might seem dishonest, but admitting to something he didn't do was equally impossible. Sure, he'd occasionally knocked on Chika's head with his hand or playfully tugged at her cheeks, but that was the extent of it. He had never crossed any actual lines. In fact, it was always Chika who teased him lately, even starting to show a suspicious fascination with his appearance. What am I supposed to say? Actually, your precious Chika is a shameless flirt who constantly bothers me and acts like a full-blown fangirl. That's a one-way ticket to Tokyo Bay, weighted and all. If I may. Kanade ventured cautiously, just hypothetically, what if Chika was the one who started it? So, when are you moving in? Back to square one. Damn it. Kanade felt a chill run down his spine. Was this how his future was going to be decided? Was he destined to marry Chika Fujiwara? To have a dozen children, potentially even twins or quintuplets? To form a family so large they'd have their own soccer team, all while enduring Chika's relentless teasing? Never being able to get mad at her, catering to her every whim. Why does this actually sound somewhat appealing? No. He couldn't surrender. Giving in now would mean spending his entire life under Chika's thumb, unable to push back against her antics ever again. This was his moment to explain everything clearly, even if it meant risking being dumped into the Tokyo Bay. Look. Chika is, without a doubt, an amazing girl. She's wonderful as a partner. But shouldn't we ask for her opinion first? Oh, so you have no objections, then? The old man grinned, clearly satisfied, and began to say something further when a crisp, cheerful voice interrupted him. Great-grandpa. Turning toward the sound, Kanade saw Chika Fujiwara skipping into the room. Fresh from the bath, her cheeks were flushed pink, and she was dressed in a pair of adorable bear-themed pajamas. She rushed over to the old man's side, her bubbly energy filling the room. It's been ages. Have you been eating well recently? She asked, before glancing at Kanade. Tilting her head in confusion, she added, why is the president kneeling? Get up already. Oh, right. President, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Want to join us for dinner? Great-grandpa hasn't eaten either, right? Let's eat together. Kanade glanced at the old man, seeking permission. Seeing the elder nod slightly, Kanade felt an immense weight lift off his shoulders. If it's no trouble, I'll pass tonight. The old man said with a chuckle. I've got some work to handle. You kids enjoy yourselves. Chika gleefully took Kanade's hand, pulling him toward the dining area. You're in for a treat. Dinner tonight was made by my sister Toyomi. Her cooking is amazing. Alright. Kanade nodded absent-mindedly, not daring to look back in case he locked eyes with that fearsome elder again. Thankfully, the bodyguard and the old man didn't follow, allowing Kanade to relax until his eyes landed on the sight in the kitchen. A woman who looked like an older version of Chika, wearing only underwear, casually emerged from the kitchen. Toyomi sis, what are you doing? Go put on some clothes. Chika shrieked, running over to shield her sister. Huh? But it's so hot. I just finished cooking, let me cool down a bit. Toyomi, looking slightly troubled, scratched her head. No way. You can't stay like this. Go get dressed. Chika insisted, pushing her sister back toward her room. Before leaving, she turned to glare at Kanade. President, shut your eyes. Don't look. Yes, ma'am. Kanade complied immediately. He wasn't about to risk his life, not with the possibility of a bodyguard springing out of nowhere to gouge his eyes out. Just as he relaxed, a cool sensation brushed against his face. Is this a knife? A gun? Whatever it is, I surrender. Spare me. Pokey poke. Pokey poke. His face and neck were under continuous assault. Panicking, he opened his eyes slightly to find a sweet-looking girl, resembling Chika but smaller and just as adorable, crouched beside him. She was tugging at his shirt, her curious eyes studying him up close. Chapter 78, What are you trying to do? Kanade Natsukawa exclaimed, stepping back and assuming a defensive stance. The girl before him tilted her head in an innocent, questioning gesture, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity. Despite her outward cuteness, she looked like nothing less than a devil in his eyes. It must be the Fujiwara family genes. Chika and her sisters all shared remarkable beauty and similarly charming features. If not for slight differences in hairstyles and subtle details, Kanade might have mistaken this girl for Chika herself. Huh? What am I doing? I'm just really curious about boys' ABS. You can't just say something so absurd with that innocent expression. Kanade screamed internally. No doubt about it, this was Chika Fujiwara's younger sister, Moa Fujiwara. Chika had mentioned before that she had an older sister and a younger sister. The girl who'd walked out of the kitchen earlier in her underwear must have been Toyomi, the older one, leaving Moa as the mischievous figure in front of him now. How is this family so full of characters? Kanade sighed inwardly. One is quirkier than the next. Miss Moa Fujiwara, listen carefully. Kanade began, attempting a stern tone. No matter how curious you are about a boy's ABS, you can't just go lifting his shirt. People will think you're a weirdo. The Fujiwaras were supposedly from a well-bred political family with strict discipline. But looking at the way these three sisters behaved, it seemed that dignity and propriety had been tossed out the window in favor of uninhibited eccentricity. Huh? Even if it's you, I can't. Moa pouted, looking genuinely disappointed. Even if it's me, wait, hold on. Kanade froze, processing her words. What did you call me? President? Do you know me? He was certain he'd never met her before, yet she addressed him not only with familiarity but also by his title. Of course, senpai. Moa beamed, stepping closer and clutching his arm affectionately. I'm a third year in the junior high division of Shuchin Academy. Next year, I'll be in the same school as you. Not only did she know his face, but she also knew his name, his position as student council president, and more. What's worse, this girl showed no reservations, happily hugging his arm and ignoring all concepts of personal space. Senpai, do you have a girlfriend? Have you broken up yet? If not, how about what? Stupid Moa. What are you doing? Let go of the president. Chika's voice rang out, and she appeared at the top of the stairs, storming over with an indignant expression. Scumbag president. Don't seduce someone's little sister in their own house. That's too much. I didn't do anything. Kanade protested weakly, but with his arm stuck between Moa and Chika, it didn't look convincing at all. Please believe me. I'm innocent. Someone tell the bodyguards not to kill me on the spot. Idiot Moa, let go of the president. He's a terrible scumbag, and if you get close, he'll take advantage of you. Chika declared with conviction. Kanade snapped his head toward Chika. Is that really how you see me? No wonder you don't mind getting a bit touchy sometimes. You're trying to experiment with relationships yourself. But Kanade was no scumbag. Her theory was dead wrong. It's fine if he takes advantage of me. Moa clung tighter, looking like she was about to play tug-of-war with Kanade's arm. Girls are proud to date a great boyfriend. Stop interfering, sis. She even reached out and grabbed Kanade's chin, turning his face toward her. Senpai, just focus on me. Don't worry about my sister. No way. Chika quickly mimicked her younger sister's actions, grabbing Kanade's other arm. Idiot president, don't even think about hitting on a kid. You'll get struck by divine punishment. Moa's not a kid. I'm already grown up. Moa protested, puffing out her chest for emphasis. You're just a junior high schooler. Don't get cocky. Chika shot back, equally unwilling to back down. Even in her bear-themed pajamas, Chika's ample figure was undeniable, giving her confidence in the argument. Humphrey. I'm still growing. I'll be a high schooler next year. But you're still a kid right now. So no way. Well, in that case. Moa countered smugly, compared to Toyomi sis, you're a kid too, right? Huh? Can I join in? Toyomi's voice chimed in as she appeared at the stairs, her typically placid face showing a hint of amusement. Toyomi sis, don't butt in. Chika snapped, flustered. Before she could continue arguing, Moa's expression shifted to one of concern. Sis. Senpai looks like he's struggling a bit. Chika glanced at Kanade, only to see him rolling his eyes and looking faint. President. Are you okay? Wow, you're finally awake, President. Kanade slowly opened his eyes to a dazzling night sky above, with gentle breezes carrying away the oppressive tension that had gripped him earlier. His head rested on something soft, Chika's lap, to be precise. Her hand fanned him lightly, her expression surprisingly calm for once. The soothing sensation and serene moment almost made Kanade lose himself in thought. Until his grumbling stomach reminded him of a critical fact. So hungry. Food was fuel for the body, and he hadn't eaten since noon. His body was practically crying out in protest. Want something to eat? I can feed you. Chika offered eagerly, setting aside the fan and picking up a bento box. Kanade, lying quietly on her lap like a helpless child, suddenly felt a pang of resignation. After a long pause, he muttered, "Chika Fujiwara, you're such an idiot." Chapter 79. Chika Fujiwara's suggestion was certainly tempting, but Kanade Natsukawa found it far too embarrassing to accept. Thus, he firmly rejected the idea. "Thanks for the meal," he said politely, not to Chika but to Toyomi Fujiwara, the one who had cooked the dinner. "I'll be heading back now," Kanade declared. Being dragged to the Fujiwara household for no apparent reason, then being labeled as a potential live-in son-in-law, wasn't something anyone would enjoy. At least, Kanade didn't. His thoughts were now consumed with how exhausting this entire ordeal had been and whether he should start keeping his distance from Chika to avoid further misunderstandings with her family. "What? You're leaving already? Stay and chat with me a little longer." Chika whined, her disappointment evident. Perhaps because it was her first time having a boy her age visit their home, she'd been brimming with excitement all evening, peppering him with endless questions even as he ate. "This is such a rare opportunity. Let's stay up all night for a girls' talk session. If you want to be crazy, do it without me," Kanade replied bluntly. He had school the next day, and skipping his first day as the new student council president would be completely irresponsible. Chika pouted, visibly displeased. Maybe it was because they were in her home, but she seemed more forthright than usual. Normally, the president wasn't so forthcoming in answering her questions, and she still had so many things she wanted to ask him. She didn't want him to leave so soon. "It's late anyway. Why not just stay the night?" Chika suggested cheerfully. "Could you at least consider my gender for once?" Kanade sighed deeply. This girl truly had no filter. Whatever crossed her mind came straight out of her mouth, without the slightest bit of thought behind it. Having a boy sleep over at a girl's house would cause all kinds of gossip. Besides, wouldn't your parents object? Kanade pointed out. And more importantly, he had a sinking feeling that staying over might lead to something disastrous. "Oh, it's fine. No one will know anyway." Chika dismissed his concerns with a wave of her hand. "My parents don't live here. It's just me, Moa, and Toyomi. That's even worse. 3 young women, 1 teenage boy." This was practically the setup for a questionable plot. Especially when Kanade noticed that the bodyguards stationed at the gate showed no intention of entering the premises. He couldn't help but internally complain about Chika's great-grandfather. How could he leave me alone with his 3 precious great-granddaughters? What if, 10 months from now, he suddenly has 3 new great-great-granddaughters to worry about? "Listen, Fujiwara. Me or Moa?" Chika tilted her head, confused. "Chika. Listen carefully." Kanade took a deep breath, grabbing her by the shoulders and enunciating each word. "For the record, I am a perfectly normal teenage boy. Don't underestimate me." Chika froze for a moment, then her face flushed bright red as she stammered, "Talking about stuff like that. Even if you tell me, I can't help you with it. You idiot president." "She's an idiot. She's definitely an idiot." Kanade groaned inwardly. That wasn't what he meant at all. He wasn't asking for her help. He was trying to warn her that he might be a threat, though, to be fair, attacking this airhead would indeed be a crime. Still, she should at least be a little more cautious around him. "I'm heading home," Kanade declared, realizing any further conversation was pointless. "But there probably aren't any trains running now," Chika reminded him. "If you walk, it'll take at least half an hour. Isn't that too dangerous to do alone?" "I'm not a girl. It's not dangerous for me," Kanade retorted. Frankly, staying here felt far riskier. Between Chika, who had clearly awakened to something recently, and her unpredictable sister Moa, his innocence might not survive the night. "President, don't be so full of yourself. Look at this." Chika shoved her phone in his face, displaying a news article. "A serial perv strikes again in Becca Town. Reports indicate a towering woman approximately 8 feet tall has been targeting male high school students late at night. With nearly 20 victims to date, authorities are urging teenage boys to avoid traveling alone at night." "Did you Photoshop this?" Kanade's mind reeled. Why is an urban legend like Hakushikazama showing up in real life? And why is she targeting high school boys? Despite his suspicions, the article seemed legitimate. He scrutinized the image on her phone for signs of tampering but found none. Clicking the link led to an actual news site with a detailed report. "I was too careless. Lady Chika, I humbly beg for your hospitality tonight. I will be forever grateful." There was no way he was risking his purity against an 8-foot-tall pervert. "Excellent. No time to waste, go take a bath, President. Tonight, we're going to have a long, heartfelt talk." Chika cheered. Not too late, though. Kanade warned. He still had to wake up early the next day for his official duties, so he couldn't afford to stay up chatting all night. Honestly, He had no idea why Chika was suddenly so curious about his personal history. Sure, he had once pursued a few girls, but was that really worth losing sleep over? Chika was just unique. Her boundless curiosity about romantic gossip was almost obsessive. Kanade didn't mind answering some questions after all, he did consider her a friend. But when Chika teased him with that mischievous grin about his failed attempts at romance, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to tug her cheeks in retaliation. Chapter 80. Rather than calling it a bath, Kanade Natsukawa's quick cleanup was closer to a mere wipe down. Given the injuries on his back, he avoided unwrapping the bandages, limiting himself to wiping his arms and stomach. But someone else didn't see it that way. Chika Fujiwara, don't you have even a shred of shame? Kanade groaned, his voice dripping with exasperation. Seated on the stool beneath the shower head, he turned around to see Chika standing in the bathroom doorway. This was a bathroom. How could she just barge in like that? Of course I do. Chika huffed, her embarrassment tinged with determination. It's just. As a Fujiwara, I have to live by our family's code. When you make a mistake, you must take responsibility. Kanade raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Your back is hurt, so I came to help you clean it up. And I brought you a fresh towel. Dressed in a bathrobe and with her hair tied up in a loose knot, Chika stepped into the bathroom, holding out a pristine white towel. Kanade quickly grabbed the towel and draped it over his lap, feeling slightly more at ease. I don't need your help. Just leave. President, stop being stubborn. In situations like this, you need to be obedient. Chika scolded, her hands on her hips as she struck a pose of authority. If you leave your wound untreated, it could get infected and start oozing. That would hurt a lot, so I'll help you clean it. It's not that serious. A few days and absolutely not. Chika cut him off. Leaving it untreated is just asking for trouble. Keeping it clean and changing the dressings often is the only way to avoid a deep infection. Kanade was left speechless. How does she even know this stuff? While dry healing was a valid method for minor wounds, where the wound is left to naturally scab and heal, it wasn't suitable for deeper injuries. Keeping the wound clean and maintaining hygiene was the better approach. Kanade wasn't entirely sure about the severity of his back injury, so he had opted for the dry healing method. But Chika's insistence and logic were making it hard to argue. Fine. Just be gentle. He muttered reluctantly. Leave it to me. Chika said proudly, patting her chest. She dragged over a small stool and sat behind him. Give me the towel, I'll soak it for you. Can't we use a fresh towel? There aren't any extras. Unless you want to use mine, no way. Chika's cheeks flushed as she crossed her arms in an exaggerated X. With no other option, Kanade handed over the towel he'd been using, sitting stiffly upright as Chika left to warm it up. Before long, she returned and started unwrapping the bandages on his back. President, you should change clothes frequently and make sure to clean your back regularly. Chika lectured as she worked. The bandages came off to reveal some lingering bloodstains, though the amount wasn't too alarming. His back injury seemed to be healing steadily, and with a few more weeks, it would likely recover completely. Ugh. Kanade winced slightly as her cleaning pressed on a sensitive spot. Did that hurt? Sorry. It's fine. Keep going. Kanade shook his head. He wasn't about to let a little pain stop him, though the sting had caught him off guard. To his relief, Chika remained focused, diligently cleaning his back without pulling any antics. Done. Mission complete. Chika announced triumphantly, standing up with a smug grin. Great. Now get out so I can take a proper bath. You haven't washed your hair yet. President, don't rush. My back is hurt, not my hands. I can wash my own hair. Kanade turned, his face dark with annoyance, and reached for the towel in her hands. But Chika dodged nimbly, wagging a finger at him. Nope. If you do it yourself, you might strain your injury. I just cleaned your back, so don't waste my hard work. That has nothing to do with this. It's just a minor inconvenience. I can handle it now. Give me the towel. No way. Give it here. The tension between them escalated as Kanade leaned forward to grab the towel, while Chika danced out of his reach, giggling mischievously. Neither seemed to remember they were in a bathroom. Then it happened. Chika's foot slipped on the wet floor. Ah! Before she could fall, Kanade caught her, pulling her into his arms. You're not planning to mess with me again, are you? Kanade asked dryly, looking down at her. Chika's heart, which had been racing from the slip, calmed slightly at his deadpan tone. Idiot president. She huffed, lightly pushing him away. She was about to retort further when she noticed Kanade's expression change. His face was turning redder by the second, and his eyes were wide with shock. What? Chika followed his gaze downward. Her bathrobe had slipped off, pooling around her feet. Eek. Chika's entire body turned crimson as she quickly crouched to the floor, crossing her arms over herself. Don't look. Turn around right now," she wailed. Kanade spun around so fast he nearly gave himself whiplash. Sorry," he muttered, his voice tense. His outward composure masked the internal chaos as his heart hammered wildly. His face burned, and he could feel his body reacting in ways he desperately tried to suppress. "Calm down, it's just a mistake. A total accident," Kanade repeated to himself. But when no sound came from behind him, he glanced back cautiously only to find the bathroom empty. Chapter 81. After his bath, Kanade Natsukawa donned the pajamas Chika had provided and made his way to the living room. Chika wasn't there waiting for him, likely too embarrassed to face him after the incident in the bathroom. That suited Kanade just fine. It saved him the trouble of awkward small talk. The Fujiwara household didn't have many spare rooms. Apart from the sisters' bedrooms and a storage room, there wasn't much else. Chika had suggested he sleep on the floor in one of the rooms, but Kanade opted to crash on the couch in the living room instead. Settling in, he casually scrolled through his phone, responding to the many congratulatory messages about his reappointment as student council president. Among them was a message from Angel-san. "Angel-san, Kanade, why aren't you home yet? Did something happen?" There were multiple similar messages, each one more worried than the last. "Kanade, I'm fine. I'm staying at a friend's house tonight." Her reply came instantly, complete with an emoticon of a relieved cat. "Angel-san, oh, thank goodness, I was so worried. Kanade, sorry for worrying you." After reassuring her and chatting for a bit, Kanade managed to convince her to go to bed. He spent a little more time browsing the news before closing his eyes to rest. Despite staying at a girl's house, Kanade didn't feel particularly nervous. He'd had similar experiences before and wasn't the type to let a suggestive atmosphere keep him up at night. Good night. Kanade had a strange dream. In it, a familiar girl loomed over him, her hands exploring as she pinned him down. He wanted to resist but found himself unable to move, helplessly flailing his arms in a feeble attempt to stop her. Ugh! A small, muffled sound jolted Kanade awake. Still half asleep, he noticed a heavy weight pressing down on his stomach, making it hard to breathe. Through the faint moonlight streaming in, he made out a shadowy figure sitting on him, staring down with an unsettling intensity. Be gentle, please." Kanade snapped, fully awake, realizing the weight on his stomach was a girl. To make matters worse, his hand was inexplicably resting on her chest. "Who are you?" Kanade's voice rose, but before he could shout, the girl clamped her hand over his mouth, silencing him with a panicked His heart raced with fear as snippets of his earlier conversation with Chika flashed through his mind. Hakishika-zama. Predator. High school boys. Kanade's blood ran cold. He was sure of it, his purity was in danger. Where were the bodyguards? How had this maniac gotten in? "Don't move, senpai," the girl whispered, leaning in close enough that her breath tickled his ear. "You don't want my sister to find out what we're doing, do you?" Kanade's mind spun as he finally recognized the voice. It was Chika's younger sister, Moa Fujiwara. Of course it's her. Kanade immediately tried to push her away, but his hands were suddenly stopped by a metallic clink. Glancing down, he saw his wrists were bound together with handcuffs. "Do you like them? I picked them out just for you," Moa said, her sweet smile sending shivers down his spine. Who would like handcuffs? Kanade wanted to scream. "I don't have that kind of hobby, stop insulting me." "What do you want?" he asked warily, trying to steady his breathing. The living room was eerily silent, amplifying the sound of his pounding heart. Kanade's mind raced for a way out. With his hands restrained and no leverage to move, he had no choice but to stall for time. I don't think things like this should be one-sided," he stammered. "Shouldn't there be mutual consent?" He'd seen enough questionable scenarios in media to know where this was heading. Unfortunately, he wanted no part of it. "You're still young. Don't do something you'll regret," Kanade pleaded, hoping to reason with her. But another thought gnawed at him. What if she ignored him and went through with her plans anyway? And how was she so strong? Moa was small and delicate, yet she pinned him down like it was nothing. "Senpai, you're overthinking it," Moa said softly. "I don't want to hurt you." "Then why the handcuffs?" "It's all my silly sister's fault," Moa continued. "She hogs all the good things for herself. Don't you think she should share with her little sister?" "Chika, you idiot," Kanade cursed internally. She was partly to blame, after all. Her recent behavior had been suspicious, and now it was clear she'd awakened something in her little sister too. "Now then, senpai," Moa purred, licking her lips. She leaned forward, pressing a finger to her lips in mock thought. "How about I?" Toilet. A drowsy voice interrupted Moa, making them both freeze. Kanade turned his head to see Chika stumbling toward the bathroom, still half asleep and rubbing her eyes. She was wearing her bare pajamas and muttering under her breath. A few moments later, she shuffled out of the bathroom, scratching her stomach as she returned to her room without so much as a glance at the situation in the living room. Kanade watched her retreat, torn between calling for help and keeping quiet in case she was in on it. Ultimately, his only thought was, she really is an idiot. But there was no time to dwell on that. Moa's hands were already undoing the buttons of his shirt, her cold fingers trailing over his chest. Ugh! The icy touch made him shiver, sending an unexpected jolt through his body. Let's pick up where we left off. Moa whispered. What are you two doing? A sharp voice broke through the tension. Both of them froze, turning to see Toyomi Fujiwara standing at the entrance, arms crossed and eyes narrowed. Chapter 82, Deep into the Night. A luxurious mansion. One boy, two girls. Two kneeling, one standing. Why am I being punished here? I'm the victim. Kanade Natsukawa exclaimed, raising his cuffed hands to show his predicament. How am I the guilty party here? Shut up, President. Chika Fujiwara shot him a sharp glare. If you didn't like it, you should have resisted. Letting Moa do such terrible things makes you complicit. Resist? You tell me how to resist when I'm handcuffed. Kanade was utterly drained. Not only had he been ambushed in the dead of night, but now he was being wrongly accused. He felt more wrong than a tragic folktale heroine. And you, Moa? Chika turned to her younger sister. How could you do something so shameless? You're a Fujiwara. You've brought disgrace to our family name. Pot, meat kettle. It's all your fault, Chika. Moa pouted. You're always going on about senpai's ABS at home. Stop spouting nonsense. Chika interrupted, clamping her hand over Moa's mouth. She shot a panicked glance at Kanade, barking, President, cover your ears. Don't listen to her. Kanade raised his shackled hands with an exasperated expression, silently reminding her of his current situation. Ahem. Chika cleared her throat and quickly ushered Moa away, pushing her toward the hallway. All right, Moa, it's late. Go to bed. Kids need lots of sleep to grow up healthy. I'm not a kid anymore. If you don't listen, I'll send you back to live with Mom and Dad. Reluctantly, Moa pouted and gave in. As she shuffled off, she glanced back at Kanade, giving him a sly wink that seemed to say, next time, senpai. There's no next time. Kanade screamed internally. At this point, he'd realized that every Fujiwara sister had a peculiar streak. Toyomi, at least, seemed harmless despite her casual lack of clothing. But Chika and Moa? They were walking disasters with dangerously questionable hobbies. And judging by their conversation, it was Chika who had planted the seed of Moa's mischief. Kanade vowed to be more vigilant around her in the future. He couldn't let this idiot drag him into more chaos. Sure, letting her poke at his ABS was harmless enough, but she always escalated. If things went any further, he might genuinely end up being coerced into marrying into the Fujiwara family. Marrying in might not be the worst thing, but it had to be on his terms. A man's dignity was at stake. Though, would there even be dignity left after that? President, why are you still kneeling there? Get up already. Chika said, returning to the living room. She found Kanade still kneeling where she'd left him. My legs are asleep. Kanade muttered, averting his gaze in embarrassment. PFFT. Ha ha ha. Chika laughed gleefully, her teasing smile adding insult to injury. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you. Mr. Serious Student Council President, reduced to this. And whose fault do you think that is? Kanade snapped as he leaned on her to get up, glaring at her with all the frustration he'd accumulated that day. He hadn't asked for any of this. If it weren't for saving her earlier in the storage room, none of this would have happened. Honestly, he was beginning to suspect he'd been too lenient with Chika in the past. Whenever she made a request, he almost always gave in as long as it wasn't unreasonable. And this was how she repaid him? He vowed to find a way to properly punish her for this someday. By the way, can you take these handcuffs off now? I need to use the bathroom. Kanade said bluntly, his physical needs finally catching up with him. Chika froze, then let out an awkward laugh. Oh, right. I forgot about that. I'll go wake up Moa. Just hold it for a bit. Make it quick. Kanade grumbled. But no matter how long he waited, Chika didn't return. He was starting to reach his limit when she finally reappeared, empty-handed. Wait, where's the key? Ahaha. Moa seems to be sound asleep. I couldn't wake her. Chika admitted sheepishly. Huh? Then what am I supposed to do? Maybe try managing on your own? Then teach me how, genius. Kanade snapped, glaring at her. His arms were stiff from being stuck in an awkward position, and moving them was a surefire way to hurt his wrists. Chika stammered, clearly out of ideas. Forget it. I'll just hold it until I die. Kanade groaned, rolling his eyes in defeat. After a long pause, Chika finally blurted out, her face glowing red, maybe I could help you? Kanade raised an eyebrow. Oh? So you're going to help me out? Bravo, Chika Fujiwara. Truly, you're a saint. Not like that. Chika shrieked, waving her hands in a panic. I just meant come with me. Dragging him by the sleeve, she led him to the bathroom and unceremoniously pushed him in front of the toilet. Okay, here you go, she said, stepping back. Kanade blinked at her. What, am I supposed to stare at it until my imagination does the work? Or are you hoping I just wet myself? This is so embarrassing. Chika muttered under her breath, her face a fiery red. After taking a deep breath, she tentatively reached for his waistband. What are you doing? Kanade yelped, stepping back in alarm. I'm trying to help you take your pants off. Chika shot back, her voice high-pitched from embarrassment. Stop moving around. If you wet your pajamas, I'll never forgive you. Kanade stared at her, utterly mortified. Sure, he'd misunderstood her intentions at first, but this wasn't any better. Was he really going to let her do this? Chika, on the other hand, was psyching herself up. It's no big deal. Just think of it like helping a baby. Yeah, nothing weird about it. Not at all. But when her hands actually made contact, she froze. This isn't baby-sized at all. Chika wailed internally, withdrawing her hands in horror. I'm contaminated. This hand is ruined forever. Chapter 83, It Felt Like a Dream. Kanade Natsukawa began questioning whether the events of the past few hours had truly happened. He had been in close contact with a girl. Though it wasn't voluntary. He had touched that part of someone. Though, again, it wasn't voluntary. And the girl in question had been Chika Fujiwara. Maybe he should pinch himself to wake up from this bizarre dream. Ow! Despite several attempts, the sight before him remained unchanged, Chika's closed bedroom door. Inside, she was tidying up a futon for him, insisting he sleep in her room tonight to avoid another late-night ambush from Moa. It wasn't that big of a deal, really just spending the night in the same room. Kanade had experienced this sort of thing before and was confident in his ability to behave himself. Still, the earlier events had left his mind in such a whirl that he couldn't quite collect himself. The door creaked open, and Chika poked her head out, motioning him inside. President, come in. The bed's all set up. All right. Unlike him, burdened by an unshakable heaviness, Chika seemed completely unfazed by what had happened. There wasn't even a trace of embarrassment on her face. How carefree can she be? Kanade thought, slightly amazed. Maybe he was the one overthinking everything. It's late, let's sleep, Chika declared. She climbed into her bed, leaning over to switch off the light with a decisive click. The room was plunged into darkness. The enveloping blackness felt oddly soothing to Kanade. Compared to her mischievous younger sister, Chika's quiet presence in the dark was a welcome reprieve. It made him feel surprisingly at ease. For once, she seemed composed, almost elegant, and Kanade's restless thoughts began to subside. Sleepiness crept over him. Can't sleep. Really can't sleep. Chika suddenly flung off her blanket and switched on the bedside lamp, leaning over the edge of her bed to peer down at him. President, stop trying to sleep and talk with me. Even with his eyes closed, Kanade could feel her expectant gaze boring into him. With a sigh, he opened his eyes and replied, I have student council duties tomorrow morning. He tried to reason with her, but it was clear she wasn't listening. I can't sleep. I just can't. Chika propped her chin on her hands, staring at him. Tell me more stories about yourself. I want to hear them. There's nothing else to tell, Kanade said, staring blankly at the ceiling. He had already shared most of his romantic misadventures, venting as if to a close friend. But the thought of revisiting old memories now felt exhausting. What next? Should I talk about pursuing Kaguya? He mused. But he hadn't even confessed his feelings, and Kaguya likely didn't know. There was no need to complicate things by revealing it to Chika, Kaguya's close friend. And besides, Kanade added, if this is supposed to be a friend's heart-to-heart, it's unfair that I'm the only one sharing. How about you tell me something for a change? He hadn't expected her to agree, but to his surprise, Chika nodded. All right, but just a little bit, she said, sitting up straight. Chika began recounting stories about her life, mostly focusing on how she'd met and bonded with Kaguya. Mixed in were bits and pieces about her own experiences. That's why I love Kaguya. She's the best in the world, Chika exclaimed proudly. Yeah, that's pretty obvious, Kanade replied with a chuckle. What about you, President? How do you feel about Kaguya? The sudden shift in the conversation caught Kanade off guard, but as a natural continuation, it made sense. My thoughts on Kaguya, Kanade murmured. I think she's cute. He had always thought so, and after seeing her genuine smile recently, that feeling had only deepened. Not that kind of thought. Chika groaned, knocking on the bed in frustration. I mean, do you like her? Kanade hesitated. Well, because she's cute, right? She's popular with both boys and girls, everyone admires her. That's more like admiration, not romantic interest. Chika pointed out. Kanade sighed. She wasn't wrong. He'd received countless love letters himself, some from boys, some from girls, but he wouldn't categorize all of them as genuine romantic feelings. Feelings like love are complicated and hard to define. Kanade said. I can't even fully understand my own emotions, let alone others. Maybe some of those letters do carry sincere feelings, but... President, stop overthinking it. Just answer the question. Chika demanded, waving her hands dramatically. It's a yes or no question, do you like her or not? Who are you imitating now? Kanade muttered before sighing and answering. Of course I like her. Maybe he couldn't articulate his feelings perfectly, but if the question was whether he wanted to continue spending time with her, the answer was clear. Kaguya's exterior might seem cold, but beneath it lay a soft and kind heart. Her determination when it came to love was admirable, even if she could be hilariously awkward at times. Add her intelligence, beauty, and countless other qualities, what wasn't to like? And not just her. Kanade added. I like you, Ishigami, Shirogane. I like all of you and want to stay friends with everyone. Chika blinked in surprise. Her playful demeanor faltered for a moment as she processed his words. That's so unfair. She muttered, her cheeks puffing slightly in protest. You're just being vague to dodge the question. And why did you include me? Because it's true. Kanade replied simply. Chika turned away, flustered. I'm done talking to you. No more chatting for the next few hours. Good. Now stay quiet and... Good night. She huffed, diving under her blanket. Good night. Chapter 84, President, you're walking too fast. Slow down. The familiar, lively voice behind him made Kanade Natsukawa sigh in resignation. There was no escaping her now. Not only had he spent the night at the Fujiwara household, but he'd also stayed for a delicious breakfast. Despite his best efforts to finish quickly and leave ahead of her, Chika Fujiwara had managed to catch up to him, bread in her mouth, running down the road. Stupid President, why were you running so fast? You didn't even wait for me. Chika complained, catching her breath as she fell into step beside him. You were too slow. Kanade mumbled, his reply tinged with guilt. The truth was, he didn't want to be seen walking to school with Chika. Since they lived on opposite sides of town, anyone who noticed them together would inevitably jump to conclusions, leading to all sorts of unwanted rumors. This uniform. Chika leaned closer, sniffing him lightly. A mischievous smile spread across her face. President, don't tell me you didn't change clothes. Ugh, you stink. She was lying. In reality, Kanade didn't smell bad at all. After all, it had only been a day, and he carried the faint, comforting scent of her family's shampoo. But as payback for him leaving her behind earlier, Chika decided to tease him. President, how could you be so gross? Wearing yesterday's clothes out in public. She giggled, leaning in and poking his arm playfully. Her voice was just loud enough for Kanade to hear, a private jab meant to fluster him. I didn't have any other clothes to wear. Kanade stammered, avoiding her gaze. He hadn't planned to stay overnight, so bringing a change of clothes hadn't crossed his mind. After the chaos of last night, the thought of washing his uniform and drying it had completely slipped his mind. It wasn't just the reused uniform that bothered him. If Chika found out he wasn't wearing a certain essential garment underneath, that would be mortifying. Then don't get so close if you think I stink. Kanade muttered softly, trying to deter her. But his hushed tone only made them look more like a close couple to passing bystanders. Mom, look. A little boy on the side of the road tugged on his mother's pants, pointing at the pair. A dumb couple showing off this early in the morning. Goodness. You're right. The mother sighed, then sharply reprimanded her son, smacking him lightly on the head. Don't say that so loudly. You'll cause trouble for them. Kanade and Chika both froze, their faces flushing red at the unexpected observation. Let's hurry. Chika stammered, breaking the tension. The two of them sped up their pace, fortunate that they'd left early and didn't encounter any familiar faces on the way to school. Once inside the student council room, Kanade finally let out a breath of relief. There was a spare winter uniform here, and he wasted no time in preparing to change into it. He'd sent Chika off to monitor the school gates, and with the room empty, it was the perfect opportunity to get changed in peace. At least, that was the plan. Maiko Ono stood outside the student council room, conflicted. She had never been elected to a leadership position before. Every campaign she'd run since elementary school had ended in failure. Even though this year's student council election hadn't been as demoralizing as past experiences, the sting of defeat still lingered. Yet, she'd been invited to join the student council. For I know, this was entirely new territory. It felt like the invitation was a recognition of her potential, like an opportunity to prove herself and grow. Maybe, just maybe, the president saw something in her that even she didn't see. Could he be trying to groom me into the next student council president? She wondered, half laughing at the absurdity of the idea. Regardless, the invitation was exciting. Working with the esteemed members of the student council, learning from them, being mentored, it all felt like a dream. I should at least visit the student council room, I thought. Even if it's just as a prospective member. With that resolve, she timidly pushed open the door to the student council room, only to be met with a half-naked boy, midway through pulling up his pants. The sight stunned her. Her brain momentarily shut down as her wide eyes took in the horrifying scene, Kanade, his lower half exposed, facing away from her. Without thinking, Maiko quickly shut the door and leaned against it, her heart racing. This isn't right, she thought, shaking her head. I was supposed to see the council hard at work, setting an example for the students. Why was he? It had to be a hallucination. She must have been so excited the night before that her mind was playing tricks on her. Yes, that had to be it. Kanade Natsukawa was a serious and diligent president. Surely he was just sitting at the main desk, sipping tea, and reviewing documents. Determined to prove herself wrong, Maiko hesitated, then pushed the door open once more to confirm, and there he was, fully dressed and seated at the desk, intently working on paperwork. Ah, this makes sense. Relieved, Maiko stepped inside. Gee, good morning, President, she said, holding a clipboard close to her chest, her face still slightly flushed. Kanade didn't respond immediately, appearing engrossed in his work. It wasn't until she raised her voice and greeted him again that he looked up, blinking as if waking from a trance. Oh, I know, San. Good morning. Yes. Good morning, President. She lowered her head slightly, feeling a mix of embarrassment and guilt. After all, she'd just imagined her president doing something so indecent in the sacred student council room. President Natsukawa, I'm so sorry for misjudging you. Chapter 85, President, is there anything I can help with? Maiko asked softly. It had been at least 10 minutes since she entered the student council room, and apart from a brief exchange upon her arrival, the president hadn't spoken to her. With no clear task at hand, she had been sitting idly on the couch, growing increasingly restless. Anything at all. As long as I can be of help, she added earnestly. Kanade Natsukawa looked up from his desk, seemingly about to respond when Maiko suddenly blurted out, well, nothing inappropriate, of course. Only proper tasks. Kanade sighed internally, pausing before replying, then could you bring me the files on the coffee table? He observed her expression as she moved to comply. Despite her words, it was clear she hadn't completely forgotten the earlier incident. She was likely pretending not to have seen anything to avoid further awkwardness. What a thoughtful kid, Kanade thought. As Maiko handed him the files, he decided to shift the topic. You're also a part-time disciplinary committee member, right? Shouldn't you be on patrol this morning? Fujiwara-senpai told me to come here. She said it would be best for new members to report in, and she offered to cover my duties. Maiko replied, standing obediently by his side as if eager to watch him work up close. Kanade raised an eyebrow. Are you sure that's okay? He held back the urge to groan. Of course this is Fujiwara Chika's doing. But he hadn't expected Maiko to trust Chika so implicitly. Did she really not know Chika's true nature? Of course it's fine. Fujiwara-senpai is amazing. She even won a gold medal at the National Pythia Piano competition. That was in 4th grade. Not only that, she's fluent in 5 languages. She's a linguistic genius. Yet she struggles with basic Japanese. And she's an average scholar at Shuchen Academy. That sounds more like a flaw. Anyway, Fujiwara-senpai is incredible, and I respect her so much. Kanade could only nod stiffly, marveling at Maiko's unshakable faith in Chika. It was obvious she had been completely duped by Chika's cheerful facade. I have so much I want to say, Kanade muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. But let me just offer some advice: never place blind expectations on anyone. They might not be the person you imagine them to be. His words were deliberately vague, but the implication was clear. Having once experienced the disillusionment of seeing an idealized figure fall from grace, Kanade wanted to spare Maiko from the same heartbreak. Given how much time they'd likely spend together in the student council, the truth about Chika's personality was bound to surface sooner or later. Don't expect too much. Maiko frowned, looking confused. Are you saying I shouldn't trust Shinomiya-senpai? Huh? Kanade blinked, caught off guard. Because Shinomiya-senpai did make that kind of deal with me. I saw it with my own eyes. Maiko said, growing increasingly agitated. Wait a minute. How did you know? Unless you were the one behind it, President? Her previously respectful demeanor vanished as she stepped back, glaring at Kanade with suspicion and anger. I knew it. It all makes sense now. Why else would Shinomiya-senpai, the vice president, approach me with such an offer unless you were pulling the strings? You're just trying to clear your name, aren't you? Well, forget it. I won't stoop to your level. Wait. Hold on. Kanade raised his hands in exasperation. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this. To Kanade, Maiko's sudden outburst was utterly baffling. One moment they'd been discussing Chika, and the next she was accusing him of masterminding some kind of scheme involving Kaguya. Calm down. Let's start from the beginning. Kanade said firmly. At least let me understand what's going on. Maiko hesitated, clearly skeptical, but eventually nodded. Fine. Ask your questions. Alright, first of all, what is this deal you mentioned? Well, last week, Shinomiya-senpai asked to speak with me privately. She proposed that I withdraw from the student council election. In exchange, she promised to help me become the president when you all move up to third year. I see. Kanade nodded slowly. It seemed Kaguya's meticulous planning extended not only to the various clubs but even to the other candidates. Truly, she lived up to the Shinomiya family's reputation. You said you suspect I'm the one behind this. Kanade continued. Why? Because it makes sense. Maiko admitted grudgingly. Alright, I understand. Kanade nodded again, his expression thoughtful. Now, one last question. I know San, have you ever lied? Huh? What does that have to do with anything? Maiko frowned, clearly puzzled by the shift in topic. Just answer yes or no. Yes. Good. Kanade said, his expression unreadable. Now, was that lie for yourself or for someone else? Maiko hesitated, her brow furrowing deeply. After a long pause, she answered quietly, for someone else. Kanade leaned back slightly, satisfied. Her answer gave him what he needed. Whether it was for self-interest or altruism, he now had the leverage to steer the conversation in his favor. If it was for herself, he could shift the narrative to undermine her credibility. If it was for someone else, he could take the blame for Kaguya's actions, apologize sincerely, and disarm her suspicions. This, however, felt like a pivotal moment. Alright. Kanade said softly, his tone calm. Let's keep talking. Chapter 86, Maiko Ino wasn't a perfect child, not entirely, at least. She had lied before. In her mind, a truly correct person should always follow the rules, be moral, sincere, and earnest. Lying was unacceptable, as it strayed from the path of righteousness. Even so, her lies were always told to ease the worries of her overworked parents. Growing up, she had endured countless difficulties, labels, insults, even threats. Yet, she never revealed her struggles to her parents, choosing instead to shield them from her vulnerabilities. To her, they were a source of pride, and she didn't want to burden them. That's right, it was for someone else. Maiko affirmed, her tone resolute. Because it was for someone else, I don't feel ashamed. So your little scheme won't work on me. No, you misunderstand. Kanade Natsukawa shook his head, seemingly unbothered by her blatant hostility. I'm not trying to trap you with something so shallow. Do you think lying is inherently wrong, even if it's a white lie for someone else's benefit? Of course, it depends on the situation. At its core, lying is still deception, but intent matters. Maiko replied cautiously. So, you acknowledge the value of selfless intentions, even if they involve improper methods? What are you trying to say? We're having a debate, aren't we? Try to think calmly about it. Kanade suggested. Maiko took a deep breath before replying, acts of goodwill are commendable, but not if they rely on unethical means. That's just your perspective. Kanade countered, his tone dropping slightly. Maiko's unwavering conviction was proving more formidable than expected. It was clear she didn't hold him or Kaguya in high enough regard for their words to sway her. Had it been Chika Fujiwara, she might have been easier to influence. Kanade decided he needed a new approach. Let's consider one of your policies, like the shaved head rule. Do you believe it's the right thing to enforce? Of course. It promotes discipline and... As I said, that's only your belief. Kanade interrupted. What about the students? Their parents? The teachers? Did you conduct a survey? If so, how many supported the idea? Was it a majority? What if, during yesterday's election, some students voted for you simply because they found your campaign amusing? If you'd won by chance, would you implement policies based solely on your own ideas, or would you conduct thorough research to determine what's best? You assume that shaving heads will instill discipline and improve the school's atmosphere. But have you considered the possibility that students might rebel? They could protest or even threaten to drop out, worsening the school's environment instead. Kanade intentionally exaggerated to emphasize his point. Any policy, no matter how well-intentioned, would inevitably face resistance from certain quarters. But some people said they supported me. How many? Probably not enough, right? Elections are based on majority votes, so shouldn't policymaking follow the same principle? It seems you didn't conduct any surveys. In other words, everything is just your assumption. Maiko Aino wasn't flexible. Kanade had deduced this from both Ishigami's observations and her own rigid policy proposals. Today's discussion had only deepened his understanding of her personality. To be generous, one could describe her as unwavering. To be blunt, she was stubborn and resistant to compromise, rarely considering perspectives other than her own. This inflexible mindset meant her correctness was ultimately self-serving. Even someone like Yukino Shida, another champion of correctness, wouldn't act this way. I actually admire you, Maiko Aino. After his pointed critiques, Kanade softened his tone with a warm smile. He didn't enjoy being this confrontational, but Maiko was proving to be a challenging prospect. She was like an unpolished gem, worthwhile but tough to shape. I've met plenty of people who, like you, champion high morals publicly but behave reprehensibly in private. You're different. I believe you practice what you preach and genuinely embody the rules you advocate. But that alone isn't enough. If you only enforce what you believe is correct, it won't suffice. To be an effective student council president, you need to immerse yourself in the community, gather input, and find solutions that work for everyone. Maiko's expression wavered, his words seemed to resonate. Kanade pressed on. Your father is a judge, isn't he? Has he ever shared stories of tragic cases where someone acted with good intentions but was punished for their methods? Even in the legal system, such individuals can receive reduced sentences because their intentions are acknowledged. The world isn't purely black and white, there's a delicate gray area. Take Japan's Yakuza, for instance. They're far from righteous, yet their existence is tolerated because they serve a purpose. You can criticize them from a moral high ground, but you also need to accept their place in society. Whether you choose to coexist with them or remain untainted by their influence, that's up to you. Kanade leaned forward, his voice steady but firm. I'm not excusing wrongdoing. I just want you to understand that methods are often a necessary means to an end. If the intent is good, sometimes bending the rules isn't entirely unacceptable. Kanade never saw himself as a particularly good person. He cared deeply for those close to him but had little concern for anyone else. Good intentions should be judged by their motives, not just their actions. During my tenure, I've never betrayed the school or the trust of its students. I've worked diligently to fulfill my role as student council president. And Kaguya Shinomiya acted out of trust in my leadership. Her methods may seem inappropriate to you, but her intentions were pure. For that, I offer you a formal apology on her behalf. Kanade stood and bowed deeply, seeking Maiko's forgiveness. He didn't have to do this. He could have distanced himself from Kaguya's actions entirely. But he couldn't bring himself to do so. For one, Kaguya's actions had been motivated by her desire to support him, and he felt obligated to protect her reputation. Maiko harboring resentment toward Kaguya or spreading rumors about her would only create unnecessary friction. Even if Kaguya's family background shielded her from open criticism, whispers behind her back could still tarnish her image. Of course, you may still struggle to trust or forgive us. That's fine. Consider this an opportunity to test us. By joining the student council, you can use your principles to monitor our actions. If we ever stray, you'll see it firsthand. Maiko fell silent for a long moment before finally nodding. All right. But let me make this clear, I'm not joining because I trust you. I just think someone needs to supervise this student council. If any of you step out of line, I won't hesitate to act. Of course. Use your talents to their fullest, Maiko Aino. Chapter 87, Join the Student Council, Maiko Aino. Fully utilize your talents as an observer and judge for yourself whether our council is qualified and just. These were the words Kanade Natsukawa had spoken to Maiko Aino. His intent was for her to integrate into the student council, gradually building trust and rapport with its members. What he didn't anticipate was her wildly different interpretation of his invitation. For an entire day, aside from mandatory class time, Maiko seemed to appear wherever he was. Anytime something occurred, she'd whip out a notebook and start scribbling, giving the impression of a diligent secretary. If it ended there, it wouldn't be so bad. A proper secretary was a welcome addition to the student council. But Maiko hadn't abandoned her original role. Even as she recorded notes, she scrutinized Kanade with an evaluating gaze, as if she were a private investigator. She even seemed interested in his personal life. This had gone beyond fulfilling her observer role, it was borderline stalking. Why didn't she shadow Kaguya Shinomiya or Chika Fujiwara instead? Did she think he was an easy target because he wouldn't lose his temper with a junior? He absolutely could lose his temper. She'd see it if this kept up. President, are you feeling unwell? You look tired. Would you like to rest? Maiko asked, her eyes filled with concern. Kanade turned his head silently to look at her, only to be met with her earnest expression. All right, let's take a break in the student council room. He finally relented, though his mind churned with frustration. It was clear that Maiko wasn't self-aware. She didn't seem to grasp the trouble her actions were causing him. Worse, passers-by had started whispering, unbelievable. Kaguya-sama isn't with the president today. Instead, it's a petite underclassman. I heard her name is Maiko Aino. The president helped her during the election. Could it be? She fell for him because he saved her? As a first year, that totally makes sense. If the president rescued me like that, I'd gladly have his children right now. Isn't his basically cheating? Poor Kaguya-sama, she doesn't even know. Could this be a tragic love triangle? Oh, I can't take it. Why? I was here first. Whether it's meeting the president or working with him. Silence. My Kaguya-sama would never utter such weak words. She'd fight back with dignity. That's right. The Kaguya x Kanade faction will never surrender. A mere first year can't compare to Kaguya-sama's beauty. With just one gesture from her, the president would come running like a loyal dog. Kanade couldn't believe what he was hearing. Normally, Kaguya or Solitude occupied his side. Now that Maiko had taken that spot, upperclassmen had noticed, and rumors had exploded. One student even had the audacity to ask him outright if he and Kaguya had broken up. We were never even dating. Kanade wanted to shout. Clearly, some students at Shuchin Academy had too much free time. They weren't afraid of spreading rumors, even in his presence, and they didn't seem to fear his reaction. Was his serious and stern persona not intimidating enough? Maybe his face was just naturally non-threatening. Kanade barely held it together as he walked to the student council room. Once inside, he planned to have a serious conversation with Maiko. But he hadn't expected someone else to already be there. Good afternoon, President. Sitting gracefully on the sofa, exuding her usual elegance, was Kaguya Shinomiya. Kaguya? No club activities today? Kanade asked, surprised. No, the club president decided to give everyone a rare day off. Kaguya replied with a serene smile, lying through her teeth. In reality, she'd been too preoccupied to focus on club activities. She had taken the day off to come to the student council room, hoping for a private moment with Kanade. She hadn't anticipated him bringing a shadow along. Still, the situation wasn't hopeless. Maiko had, after all, once declared in Kaguya's presence that you and the president are a perfect match. You should just get married already. Surely Maiko wouldn't interfere. Would you like some tea, President? Kaguya asked as Kanade sat down. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Kanade shook his head, already absorbed in reviewing budget reports submitted by various clubs. I understand. Kaguya nodded before turning to Maiko. What about you, Aino-san? Oh, no need for me. Pretend I'm not even here, Shinomiya-senpai. Maiko replied, shrinking slightly into the couch. Kaguya's smile grew. What a considerate junior, she thought. By saying she's invisible, she's essentially giving me free rein. What a fortuitous opportunity. Buoyed by her good mood, Kaguya prepared a cup of pu'er tea and placed it on Kanade's desk. The president seems to prefer bitter flavors? Yes, that's about right. Kanade replied absent-mindedly, continuing his work. Casual conversations like this had become second nature to him, requiring little thought. So, compared to cloying sweetness, you prefer the refreshing touch of bitterness? Exactly. In that case, you must be the type to prefer boxer briefs over other styles of underwear? Of course, Kanade froze mid-sentence. Boxer briefs? Underwear? What in the world is this conversation? He turned sharply toward Kaguya, his expression a mix of shock and confusion. Is that something you can just say out loud? Kaguya Shinomiya, what on earth is wrong with you? Chapter 88, Kanade Natsukawa tried to remain calm, analyzing the situation. Why had Kaguya Shinomiya suddenly asked him, President, you prefer boxer briefs, right? It wasn't normal to discuss such topics with the opposite sex, even if the two were close friends. After all, there were boundaries between men and women. Wait, could it be that Kaguya had noticed he wasn't wearing any underwear? Was she testing him? But how? He had concealed it perfectly all day. Not even the boys had noticed. How could Kaguya of all people figure it out? Was it Chika Fujiwara? No, based on her behavior this morning, she didn't seem aware of it either. If not Fujiwara, Then the only other possibility was Maiko Aino telling Kaguya. But Maiko was such a serious and upright person, would she really gossip about something like that? At most, it could have been an accidental slip of the tongue. Kanade glanced cautiously at Maiko, who was seated on the sofa. She was indeed listening to their conversation, her expression visibly perturbed. It must be her. Well. Kanade stammered, trying to smooth things over. These things come down to personal preference, right? Some people like briefs, others prefer boxers, and some don't wear anything at all. Oh, of course, there could be specific reasons behind it. It's not necessarily a personal choice. What was he even saying? Consumed by the shame of someone realizing he wasn't wearing underwear. Kanade's mind raced, unable to process rational thoughts. Instead of deflecting suspicion, he inadvertently painted himself as someone with a bizarre habit. This wasn't an explanation, it was a confession of a peculiar fetish. I suppose it does vary by person. Kaguya responded, momentarily stunned before determination reignited within her. This is a missed opportunity. Her plan had been to coax information from Kanade after softening him with innocuous questions. But just when she was about to succeed, he'd slipped away. Why is he so clever? Being a little dense would make him more endearing. Frustrated but unwilling to back down, Kaguya decided to escalate. She placed a hand gently on her cheek and, adopting an unusually calm tone, asked, "So, President, are you a boxer briefs kind of guy?" This was her enforced serenity mode. A technique she had recently mastered. By maintaining a composed demeanor, she could suppress her emotions, no matter what happened. The drawback? Any emotional turmoil she suppressed would hit her twice as hard once she exited the mode. But Kaguya couldn't afford to worry about that now. She had to know, was Kanade a boxer's guy or a briefs guy? This obsession had started earlier that day when Yui Shigami made an offhand remark, "Guys who wear boxer briefs are all players." The thought had lingered, and now she felt an urgent need to confirm if Kanade fit the description. Ugh! Kanade groaned as if struck. He couldn't fathom why Kaguya, typically a dignified and reserved lady, would ask something so outrageous. Wait, maybe it's because she's so refined that she doesn't see anything wrong with discussing this, like it's casual banter between friends. Kanade glanced at Maiko again. She wasn't even pretending to look away anymore. Kneeling on the sofa with her hands gripping the backrest, she peeked over, her wide eyes betraying her interest in the conversation. I guess. I prefer boxer briefs. Kanade replied, steeling himself. At this point, he could only act like this was a completely normal topic. Fortunately, Kaguya hadn't asked something like, "Why aren't you wearing any?" He still had some room to maneuver. "You prefer boxer briefs?" Kaguya repeated softly. In her mind, the pieces clicked into place. Boxer briefs equals players. Preferring boxer briefs equals liking promiscuity. Kanade prefers boxer briefs equals Kanade likes promiscuity. President. You're a player. I misjudged you. I trusted you so much, and you've betrayed me. Tears welled in Kaguya's eyes as she pointed an accusing finger at him. Kanade sat frozen in place, utterly bewildered. A player? Me? What? All I did was say I preferred boxer briefs. How does that make me a player? Boxer briefs were practical. They provided plenty of space, full coverage, and minimized the chances of misalignment. How was that wrong? But before he could explain, Kaguya fled the room, her sobs echoing behind her. Kanade was left speechless, unsure how things had spiraled so quickly. Then he remembered he wasn't alone in the student council room. Turning toward Maiko, he saw her staring into the void, murmuring incoherently. The president is a player. Kaguya-senpai was cheated on. Am I next? Will I be silenced? Or will I be forced into compromising situations? Maiko. Kanade said, standing and approaching her. Don't come any closer. Maiko leapt off the sofa, her face pale with fear. I didn't hear anything. I don't know anything. Please don't come after me. I'm not even attractive. I'm short, plain, and have no figure I couldn't possibly, and another thing. I'm terrible at keeping secrets. Even if you threatened me to stay quiet, I might accidentally spill everything one day. So please don't attack me. Just let me go. Her voice trembled, her pupils darting wildly. Then, as if struck by inspiration, she bolted for the door. Maiko, wait, you've misunderstood everything. Kanade called after her, but it was no use. She was gone, leaving only a trail of panic and confusion in her wake. Chapter 89, It was raining again. It felt as though he were under a spell every time it rained. Kanade Natsukawa's mood would sink. But it wasn't the rain itself, it just happened to show up when he was already feeling down, as if to match the atmosphere. And came to think of it, the rainy season was probably approaching. Perhaps this was a sign, a forecast of some emotional shift. Of course, he dismissed the idea. He wasn't that dramatic. Good evening, Kanade. Just as he was about to open his umbrella and step into the downpour, a familiar voice called out from behind. Sheena? It was none other than the angel herself. As usual, she looked as lovely as ever, carrying an air of saintly grace that made her seem untouchable. But once she entered his personal space, her demeanor softened, revealing a childlike charm. You're so slow, Kanade. I've been waiting forever. Waiting for me? Is something wrong? Kanade asked, puzzled. Surely, if it were something urgent, she could have sent him a message. And if it were something trivial, it could have waited until they got home. No, it's just that. I forgot my umbrella again. Maharushina said, glancing aside. Her gaze landed on the long umbrella in Kanade's hand, and she looked up at him expectantly. Kanade immediately understood. Her shy demeanor gave her away. Shall we share? He offered. Kanade opened his umbrella and tilted it to cover both of them. Aren't you worried about people seeing us? He teased, knowing full well how self-conscious Mahiru could get about public appearances. Mahiru flinched, her blush spreading across her cheeks. It's just mutual aid, that's all. He couldn't help but chuckle. He had known her long enough to see through her little charade. It's fine. Even if someone sees us, the worst that'll happen is another rumor about you. She said, attempting a light jab. But as she spoke, irritation crept into her voice. This idiot, how many girls was he going to charm? He already had a picture-perfect partner in Kaguya Shinomiya, but now there was also a new admirer hanging around him. And they were all stunning, which only made her angrier. Ah. So you've heard about that? Kanade said sheepishly. Of course, he had noticed how the recent rumors were starting to spiral out of control, thanks in no small part to Maiko Aino's newfound role as his self-appointed student council monitor. She's a first-year student named Maiko Aino. He explained. She ran in the election but didn't win. Now, she's taken it upon herself to monitor the student council to ensure we're fair and just. Today, I happen to be her surveillance target. He chose not to mention the details, particularly anything that might tarnish Kaguya's image. Mahiru didn't need to know about that. Isn't that bad, though? I heard she is involved in disciplinary duties too. What if she catches you doing something wrong? Do I look like the type to do anything worth catching? Kanade laughed. Humphrey, who knows? Mahiru huffed, her caramel-colored eyes narrowing. In her mind, he was exactly the type to get himself into trouble, especially when it came to relationships. A serial flirt like him would inevitably face justice one day. Oh no, my heart is broken. Kanade said, feigning despair. I need a cute girl to comfort me. He added a wink for good measure. Mahiru's blush deepened. Stop it. You're not cute at all. She protested, her voice shaky. Her embarrassment only fueled his amusement. You're just like a kid who stole their mom's expensive lipstick and drew all over the walls, then tried to get out of trouble by asking, Mom, isn't my art pretty? Mahiru scolded, waving her hand dismissively. Wait, but you just said I wasn't cute. Mahiru froze, realizing she contradicted herself. Her face turned beet red, and she flailed her hands in front of her chest. Why, you didn't hear that? Don't say another word about it. She reached out to cover his eyes and mouth, her small hands not nearly enough to do both. Frustrated, she gave up and resorted to weakly punching his chest instead. Idiot Kanade. Idiot. Yes, I'm an idiot. He said gently, one hand steadying the umbrella while the other shielded her from the rain-soaked ground. The warmth of his chest seemed to calm her, as she leaned against him for longer than expected. If you're sleepy, save it for home. I'll even lend you my shoulder. He teased. Mahiru didn't respond, lost in her thoughts. People are starting to stare, you know. He warned. As if on cue, a child's voice rang out nearby. Mom, look. A pair of stupid lovebirds. Mahiru froze. Her hand trembled against his coat before she suddenly darted away, leaving him standing in the rain. It's still raining, you know. But the angel didn't look back. She kept walking, head down, disappearing into the rainy evening. Chapter 90, The rain may be a blessing for nature, but it really causes a lot of inconvenience in daily life. Sheena Mahiru began, her voice tinged with frustration. For example, clothes don't dry properly, you can't go out as freely, and the worst part is my hair. It gets damp and frizzy, and I have to spend so much time fixing it. Mahiru let out a soft sigh, her words carrying the weight of genuine annoyance. That's only because you ran into the rain without an umbrella, isn't it? Kanade Natsukawa remarked, exasperated as he continued to towel off Mahiru's damp hair. That's not it. She retorted, puffing her cheeks in protest. Even on normal rainy days, hair just gets damp from the moisture in the air. It's sticky and uncomfortable. And it's not just people who suffer. Food gets soggy, mold grows on things. But what can you do? Living in Japan means dealing with all these inconveniences. That's true. Kanade nodded in agreement. Rainy season woes were universal. For Kanade, the rainy season had always been a source of frustration. It compounded his already heavy mood, often tied to memories of failed romances and personal struggles. But lately, something had changed. Rainy days no longer felt purely dreary, they carried an odd sense of anticipation, as though something or someone might appear and brighten his day. In a way, though, rain has its upsides, doesn't it? Kanade said, his tone softening as he gently slowed his towel movements. When it rains, everything gets quieter. The usual noise fades away, leaving only the steady sound of raindrops. He smiled faintly, his gaze drifting to the window. Some people say that nighttime is when we naturally start reflecting on life, our past, our future. But I think it's less about the time of day and more about the right atmosphere. When it rains, the world feels more intimate. The sound of the rain, whether light and steady or heavy and urgent, becomes the perfect background music. It lets you focus on yourself, your thoughts, your existence. The rhythmic patter of rain filled the room, each drop creating a soothing cadence as it hit the ground. It was simple yet calming, a gentle reminder of shared solitude. Kanade, you're surprisingly romantic. Miharu remarked, a hint of awe in her voice. Romantic? I suppose that's not entirely wrong. He admitted with a small chuckle. Compared to Miharu's practical and grounded nature, his tendency to get lost in thought probably did seem romantic. Miharu's fingers absent-mindedly brushed the ends of her hair where Kanade had just touched. Her cheeks warmed slightly as a small, involuntary smile played on her lips. Her mind wandered back to their first meeting, a rainy day just like this one. It had been a chance encounter, almost poetic in its timing, though Kanade's clumsy behavior had made it far less dreamy than it could have been. Well then. Miharu stammered, her thoughts pulling her back to the present. Since you like rainy days so much, maybe I should just leave everything to you. Like fixing my hair when it gets messy, touching up my makeup, washing my dirty clothes, and coming with me whenever I need to shop in the rain. That doesn't sound any different from what I already do. Kanade teased with a laugh. Except for the makeup part, he thought. Most of her suggestions were things he had already done for her at some point. She might pretend to be bossy, but in reality, she often took charge of the chores herself, grumbling about how he'd just get in the way if he tried. Well, I don't care. It's all your fault for liking the rain so much, Miharu declared with a huff. She shook her head like a soaked puppy, sending droplets of water flying onto Kanade's clothes. Are you marking me now? Kanade joked, amused by her childish antics. But his concern quickly returned. If her hair was still damp enough to spray water like that, she hadn't dried off properly yet. Leaving it to me is fine, but Miharu, you should take care of yourself, too. He said, reaching for her hand. Her skin was cold to the touch, unusually so for someone indoors on a summer evening. If you keep sitting around like this, you'll catch a cold. Why don't you take a bath? You wouldn't want to fall ill and leave me unsupervised to do strange things. Would you? Strange things? Miharu's cheeks flushed a deep red, her mind immediately leaping to embarrassing conclusions. Like washing my own clothes in the middle of the night. Kanade began, listing off potential crimes with a straight face, or secretly eating the pudding you left in the fridge, or swapping out your bunny slippers for another animal design. Are you a child? Miharu snapped, her embarrassment giving way to exasperation. She had been imagining far more scandalous scenarios, and here he was talking about such trivial things. Dealing with a childlike person requires childlike tactics. Kanade replied with a grin. I mean, isn't refusing to take a bath after getting drenched in the rain pretty childish? Miharu had no counter-argument for that. She shot him a glare, her face still burning with indignation. I'm going to take a bath. And no peeking. She declared, stomping off in a huff. Of course not. Kanade replied nonchalantly. But as he watched her head toward the bathroom, something struck him as odd. Wait. Why is she heading to my bathroom instead of her own? Was this a mistake, or what exactly was going on here, Angel? Chapter 91, An angelic girl was taking a bath in his house. The moment this realization hit Kanade Natsukawa, his emotions became a chaotic swirl. Washing dishes, scrubbing floors, or doing laundry, those were all fine. But bathing? In his house? This felt entirely different. It wasn't that he didn't trust Miharu, their relationship was a peculiar mix of trust and close friendship. However, bathing at his place? That was a line she'd never crossed before. It was as though her impulsive act was daring him to do something inappropriate. No. That was his imagination running wild. Miharu wouldn't think anything strange of it, she likely just felt it wasn't a big deal to bathe at a friend's house. But didn't this level of trust also demand a certain level of respect? If he let his mind wander, he'd be trampling on her faith in him. That was it. She was just being practical. After all, hadn't he stayed at Chika Fujiwara's house last night and used their bath without a second thought? Convinced by this argument, Kanade nodded to himself, as if affirming his own logic. Kanade, can you hear me? Mahiru's sweet voice, mingled with the sound of splashing water, floated out from the bathroom. Yes, what is it? Kanade replied, walking closer to the bathroom door. Being closer made it easier to hear her, but it also came with risks. Her silhouette on the frosted glass door danced tantalizingly in the light, stirring thoughts Kanade didn't dare entertain. His gaze darted away to avoid any inappropriate imaginings, but unfortunately, it landed on the laundry basket nearby. Inside lay Mahiru's neatly folded school uniform, along with other, more intimate items. Kanade crouched down and buried his face in his hands. Why did this feel so awkward? There was a wall separating them. He wasn't even seeing anything inappropriate, so why was his imagination running rampant? He suddenly remembered a piece of advice from a friend: the allure of what's hidden is far more tantalizing than what's in plain view. The unknown creates room for fantasy, while the fully revealed leaves nothing to the imagination. The thrill lies in uncovering the mystery, step by step, savoring the process. What nonsense are you thinking about, you degenerate? Kanade clenched his fists and lightly pounded the floor, using the pain to anchor himself back to reality. Kanade, are you there? Her voice broke through his turmoil, and he quickly stood, thankful for the interruption. I'm here. What's wrong? You weren't answering. You're not doing anything strange out there, are you? Of course not. Kanade shot back, offended by the implication. I'd never do something like that. Oh? But I didn't say what kind of strange things I was talking about. Mahiru's voice trailed off, her cheeks glowing red in the steamy warmth of the bath. She sunk deeper into the water until only her amber eyes peeked above the surface. Why is Kanade like this? She thought, her mind a whirl of exasperation and embarrassment. True, some of her classmates had mentioned that boys her age often had certain urges. But still, thinking about her clothes in that way was unacceptable. Unless... Mahiru's thoughts stuttered to a halt. What if Kanade needed some kind of outlet? After all, repressing those instincts wasn't healthy, right? Ugh. Her face grew redder as conflicting thoughts bubbled to the surface. Really, Mahiru, I'm not doing anything strange. Kanade said, breaking the awkward silence. Goo. Kanade blinked. What? He moved slightly closer to the door, straining to hear her clearly. But the closer he got, the more it felt like he was invading her space. Thankfully, her voice returned, steady but soft. Clothes. I need clothes. I'm done bathing. Oh. Kanade glanced at the laundry basket. But those are already. I'm not wearing those again. Mahiru's voice rose indignantly, as if the suggestion was a personal affront. There's a fresh pair in my bag. Bring it here. And... Kanade. Yes. Get me one of your shirts to wear. A clean one. Got it. Kanade quickly turned toward her bag, rummaging until he found the item she mentioned. It was brand new, adorned with cute designs that suited her perfectly. As he held the garment in his hands, the realization hit him again. I'm holding Mahiru's. Nope. Not going there. Kanade slapped his cheeks lightly and prepared to deliver the requested items. But another thought crossed his mind as he headed toward the bathroom door. Why is she so comfortable using my bathroom and asking for my clothes? Mahiru. He muttered, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Are you really okay with this? Chapter 92, It's said that nothing attracts people more than seeing a girl in her boyfriend's clothes. Some might argue for kapos or kimonos as the most captivating outfits, but many agree there's a unique charm to oversized shirts or hoodies borrowed from a significant other. For girls, it's often about comfort, loose, cozy, and casually intimate. For boys, the appeal is simpler, it creates a sense of possessiveness. The oversized garment exaggerates the girl's petite frame, making her seem even more delicate and adorable. This combination stirs a primal protectiveness and, let's be honest, a bit of excitement too. But enough theorizing. Feels a little big. Mahiru muttered as she tugged on the sleeves of Kanade's shirt. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, she looked adorably out of place in the oversized garment. Her usual polished demeanor had been replaced with a more casual charm, but it only made her more endearing. Well, it is my shirt. Kanade replied, holding a blow-dryer as he carefully tended to her damp hair. This is actually my smallest one, but I guess it's still pretty big on you. At nearly 180 centimeters tall, Kanade's clothes naturally dwarfed Mahiru's petite frame. The shirt enveloped her like a cocoon, emphasizing her delicacy. Does it feel uncomfortable? If it does, you can go home and change. Kanade suggested, trying to sound nonchalant despite the flutter in his chest. When she'd first walked out of the bathroom wearing his shirt, he'd been taken aback. The sight was almost too much, her slender shoulders peeking through the neckline, her bare legs exposed beneath the hem. It wasn't just endearing, it was distracting. This is fine, Mahai replied, shaking her head. Her face, already flushed from the bath, seemed to grow even redder. Truthfully, she'd been wrestling with her decision to wear his shirt. Her friend's advice, guys love this kind of thing. It's subtle but flirty, kept replaying in her mind. Yet now, sitting here wrapped in his shirt, she couldn't help but feel self-conscious. Does this make me seem desperate? Too forward? What if Kanade thinks I'm inviting him to do something? The thought made her cheeks burn. But there was something about the shirt's warmth and faint scent that made her feel safe. It was almost like being hugged by him. A sudden growl broke the silence. Ugh! Mahai groaned, mortified. Her stomach had betrayed her, rumbling at just the wrong moment. Are you hungry? Kanade asked with a chuckle, finding her embarrassment both amusing and adorable. I'll cook dinner, Maharu exclaimed, desperate to change the subject. She pushed herself off the couch, only to be gently stopped by Kanade. Relax, I'll handle it tonight, he said, smiling. It wasn't just about making amends for laughing at her. Seeing Maharu in his shirt, moving around the house, was proving to be more provocative than he'd expected. Every time she stood, the shirt shifted just enough to reveal her bare thighs. It was distracting, to say the least. Cooking dinner would give him something to focus on and maybe stop him from entertaining thoughts he really shouldn't. Well, if you insist. Maharu relented, her heart skipping at the idea of Kanade cooking for her. Curry okay? Kanade asked, glancing at the ingredients left in the fridge. Perfect? Maharu replied with a nod. She wasn't picky about food, especially when it came to Kanade's cooking. As Kanade worked in the kitchen, Maharu sat on the sofa, ostensibly watching TV. Her eyes, however, kept drifting to Kanade. The way he moved, his focused expression, the occasional soft hum of concentration, it was all mesmerizing. She barely noticed her thumb lazily pressing the remote, flipping through channels without paying attention to any of them. Her gaze kept snapping back to Kanade, taking in the details, the way his hair fell over his forehead, the muscles flexing in his arms as he chopped vegetables. He looked so cool. Maharu couldn't help but think, I could watch him like this forever. All done, Kanade called, snapping her out of her reverie. Maharu blinked, realizing she'd been staring at him for a while now. Unfortunately, Kanade had also noticed her attention and the way she hadn't been paying any to the TV. So, didn't know you were into this kind of show, Kanade teased, nodding toward the screen as he set the plates on the table. Huh? Maharu turned to see what he meant. Her face turned crimson when she realized what was on, a sumo wrestling match. Two burly, nearly naked wrestlers were grappling on screen, their bodies colliding with audible thuds. It's not what it looks like, Maharu stammered, her words spilling over each other in panic. Kanade raised his hands in mock surrender, trying to hide his laughter. No judgment here. Sumo's a big deal in Japan. Totally respectable. It's not that. Maharu buried her face in her hands, mortified. She could practically hear her friends laughing at her if they ever found out. But more than that, she couldn't bear Kanade thinking she actually enjoyed this. Relax, Maharu, Kanade said, his tone gentle. I'm just teasing. Now come eat before it gets cold. Still red-faced, Maharu shuffled to the table, mumbling under her breath, didn't expect this from you, Kanade. Kanade raised an eyebrow but let it slide. In truth, he hadn't expected to see this flustered side of Maharu either. And he had to admit it was pretty cute. Chapter 93, Does it suit your taste? Kanade Natsukawa asked hesitantly. His cooking skills were, of course, not bad. Even Fujiwara and Kaguya would occasionally compliment him. But he wanted to hear Shina's opinion directly. It's fine, I guess, Maharu Shina replied, her tone slightly flustered. Though she wanted to pat Kanade's head and praise him for doing a great job, she held back. If she encouraged him too much, he might get the idea, I should cook more often. And if that happened, wouldn't he think she was useless? That was something she couldn't allow. Don't get cocky, Kanade. It's just average at best. I'll handle the cooking from now on. While she enjoyed the occasional meal made by him, the kitchen was a battlefield she couldn't afford to give up. It was her pride as a girl at stake. Alright. Kanade wasn't bothered, though. Just seeing the angelic young lady enjoy his cooking in small, happy bites was enough to make him feel content. The rain outside seems to be stopping, Kanade remarked. Peering out the window, the The rain that had been pouring earlier had now eased to the point where even the sound of droplets was barely audible. "Want to take a walk later? After we finish eating?" Kanade suggested. He didn't have any specific reason, it was just that he wanted to savor this peaceful, precious time with Miharu, enjoying the simple moments of togetherness. A walk. Miharu hesitated. It wasn't part of her plan. Ideally, she would have liked something more intimate like snuggling up together to play video games, for instance. But the thought alone made her feel shy. Let's not. Staying at home is fine." Miharu suddenly felt uneasy. This was a rare case of Kanade initiating an activity. Would he be upset if she turned him down? If she missed this opportunity, who knew when she'd muster the courage to bring it up again? "All right, then," Kanade said, assuming she probably didn't want to change clothes again after having bathed. He wouldn't want to go out either in her position. After a bit of light conversation, their pleasant dinner came to an end. Kanade, having eaten quickly, tidied up his dishes and intended to wash the rest. However, Miharu stopped him firmly and even shooed him away, insisting he go play games and stop getting in her way. And so, Kanade complied, settling on the floor cushion in front of the TV. Before long, the angelic Miharu joined him after finishing the dishes. At first, she knelt politely beside him, watching him play. But as her interest grew, she eventually settled herself onto his lap, asking him to teach her how to play. "This button controls direction, and these are the action buttons. For example, this one lets you drift, and this one uses items," Kanade patiently explained. Miharu, being naturally gifted, picked up the mechanics quickly. In no time, she was comfortably navigating the racing game. Kanade set up an assist mode for her to ensure her initial experience would be pleasant. Heave-ho. Miharu seemed immersed, her body swaying along with her character's movements on screen. She leaned into the experience as if physically steering the car herself. Kanade didn't stop her. After all, this kind of immersion was part of the fun. Even he found himself doing the same at times, as though it could enhance his gameplay. "I won." Miharu's character crossed the finish line in first place. She turned to Kanade, her face glowing with excitement, eager to share her joy. "Nice job." Kanade praised her warmly. Though she had only been racing against opponents, achieving first place as a beginner was impressive. More than that, her radiant smile was irresistibly adorable, captivating his entire attention. With her close by, her pleasant scent and soft warmth filled every corner of his awareness. The way her delicate body rested in his lap made him crave more closeness. "Kanade." Miharu tilted her head slightly, her gaze questioning, as though asking, "Why are you suddenly patting my head?" "Sorry, I couldn't help it," Kanade admitted sheepishly. "It's fine. Why, you can keep going," Miharu murmured, lightly shaking her head before turning back to the TV. However, her thoughts had long drifted away from the game. Kanade's warm palm was soothing, and his embrace was so comforting that she wished this moment could last forever. Her face began to feel tingly, as if tiny ants were crawling across it. Yet, she didn't dare move, afraid he might notice her thoughts. "Oh no, I lost," Miharu eventually muttered as her character finished last in the next race. But she didn't seem disappointed. Instead, she handed the controller back to Kanade, softly saying, "I'll leave it to you now." "All right." Kanade agreed, reaching for the controller. That's when he realized the predicament. Miharu was still sitting on his lap. He could play by leaning around her, but that would inadvertently result in a posture resembling an embrace. Not that it was a bad thing, right? After all, Miharu showed no intention of moving. In the end, Kanade found it impossible to focus fully on the game. Miharu's close presence, her faint fragrance, and the soft sensation of her body distracted him at every moment. It was a delightful torture, each second teasing his self-control. "Miharu, would you mind getting up for a moment?" Kanade whispered, hoping she hadn't noticed anything unusual. "Miharu?" When she didn't respond, Kanade turned slightly to check on her. To his surprise, her head was drooping slightly, her breathing steady. She had fallen asleep. "You're really something else," Kanade muttered. He had meant to say something like "I can't believe you." But when the words reached his lips, they softened into a gentle goodnight. Carefully, Kanade adjusted his position and scooped her into his arms. Miharu's light frame barely weighed anything, though her soft feminine curves were undeniable. While not as pronounced as a certain senior student's, they were leagues ahead of Irei or Kaguya. Keeping his eyes fixed straight ahead, Kanade made his way toward the bedroom. He ignored the way her shirt had slipped slightly off her shoulder, focusing on the task at hand. Yet, a part of him wished the journey to the bedroom could last just a little longer. Because in this fleeting moment, he couldn't imagine wanting to let go. Chapter 094, Impure Relationships Must Be Prohibited. The next morning, when Kanade Natsukawa groggily woke up, The angelic Maharushina was already in her school uniform, busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. "You're up." She greeted him casually as he sat up on the sofa. "Go brush your teeth and wash your face. Breakfast is ready." "All right." Still a bit groggy, Kanade nodded and shuffled off to freshen up. After washing up, the two sat together at the dining table, eating breakfast and chatting lightly. "How was your sleep last night?" Kanade asked out of curiosity. Although Maharu had fallen asleep in his bed, he felt obligated to ask out of politeness, like a host checking on a guest's stay. "It was fine," Maharu answered, her tone slightly bashful. Though she was flustered about having slept in a boy's bed wearing his clothes, no less what bothered her more was his complete lack of initiative. She'd gone so far as to lower all her defenses, yet that idiot Kanade had done nothing, not even a goodnight kiss. Coward. She thought indignantly. "I see." Kanade nodded awkwardly. It was just dawning on him that Maharu had truly spent the night at his place in his clothes and his bed, no less. If you stretched the math, it was practically like they had spent the night together. Shaking his head furiously, Kanade forced himself to banish such thoughts. Morning was no time for his imagination to run wild, especially when his energy levels were so, high. The two fell into a mutual, awkward silence, both lost in their own thoughts. "I'm done." Kanade downed the last of his warm milk, clasped his hands together, and thanked her. "Thanks for the meal." While it was odd to formally express gratitude at his own table, he'd grown so accustomed to Maharu's care that it felt natural. "Hurry up and get to school, then. I'll tidy up before heading out," Maharu said, beginning to clear the dishes. "Why don't we walk to school together?" Kanade suggested. Normally, he wouldn't insist on such a thing. But after spending the night and sharing breakfast, it felt silly to part ways now. "I'll pass," Maharu replied, hesitating for a moment before shaking her head. While walking together and signaling ownership was tempting, she couldn't bring herself to do it without a proper claim to the title. Drawing unnecessary attention could backfire. This was advice she'd gotten from her friend, Kato, who had emphasized the importance of subtlety in matters like these. "All right. I'll go ahead, then," Kanade said, picking up his bag and heading for the door. "Wait, Kanade." Maharu quickly ran over and fussed over his appearance, brushing dust off his collar and straightening his tie. She even adjusted his buttons, all while gently scolding him. "You really should take better care of your image. You're the student council president, after all." Despite her complaints, her soft, caring tone made it impossible for him to feel criticized. "Take care on your way," she said with a smile. "Yeah," Kanade responded, his heart feeling unusually warm. On the way to school, Kanade didn't run into many people. However, as he reached the school gates, he spotted Maiko Ino standing vigilantly at her post. He greeted her with a casual wave. "Good morning, Ino-san." He wasn't expecting much of a response, but Maiko's visible flinch surprised him. She looked like she wanted to back away but managed to restrain herself. "Gee, good morning, President," she stammered, her body visibly tense. Kanade sighed inwardly. It was clear she was still wary of him, understandable, given his recent reputation as a womanizer. No girl could stay calm around someone with such rumors swirling. And all because of Kaguya's bizarre antics. After asking him about his preferences in underwear, she'd gone on to spread baseless gossip, leaving him to deal with the fallout. "About yesterday. It's all a misunderstanding. I'm not that kind of person. I hope you won't believe those rumors," Kanade said, trying to clear the air. While having Kaguya or Maiko clarify things would be more credible, he felt his own explanation was still necessary. And no, I wasn't really thinking about it." Maiko shrank back slightly, her cheeks tinged with pink. Of course, that was a lie. She had been thinking about it. As someone who used to dismiss the president's scandals as baseless rumors, she now found herself re-evaluating them after hearing Kaguya's testimony. And to make matters worse, it felt like Kanade had been looking at her. Other students had started giving her strange looks, and some even approached her with cryptic warnings like, "Brace yourself for heartbreak." What nonsense. There's no way I'd fall for such a scumbag. Maiko thought fiercely. No way would she succumb to this womanizing president's schemes. "That's good to hear," Kanade replied with a small nod, seemingly satisfied. Regardless of how she truly felt, simply voicing his side of the story made him feel lighter. "By the way, Ino-san, you're incredibly diligent. Whether it's student council matters or the disciplinary committee, you handle everything so responsibly." That was one of the reasons he'd invited her to join the council in the first place. Maiko's expression instantly softened into a look of shy delight, though she quickly masked it with an accusatory glare. "And no. Don't think flattery will get you anywhere. I'll still be keeping an eye on you. No violations will go unpunished," she declared. Impure relationships, casual flirting, cheating especially by someone in a position like the president were absolutely unacceptable. If he broke the rules, she'd ensure he faced the consequences. Of course. I welcomed the supervision. Kanade replied, smiling. He realized that keeping this dynamic might not be so bad. Her cautiousness would prevent any further misunderstandings. Well then, I won't hold you up any longer, Kanade said, noticing more students arriving. Standing around chatting would only attract unnecessary attention and disrupt her work, so he decided to take his leave. As Kanade walked away, Maiko didn't think much of it at first. But as she reflected, she became more convinced that Kanade was a dangerous threat. He's too smooth. Just a few words and I'm already lowering my guard. I need to stay vigilant. Chapter 095, thankfully, the prize wasn't him. After dropping off his bag in the classroom, completing his duties as the class monitor, and organizing his assignments, Kanade Natsukawa headed toward the student council room. Along the way, several students greeted him, though their energy seemed sapped, likely due to the stifling summer weather. Last night's rain had done little to cool things down. If anything, it had only made the air even more humid, a classic case of I could have tolerated the heat, had I not experienced the fleeting relief of coolness. Good morning, President, greeted Kaguya Shinomiya as Kanade entered the student council room. She was already at her desk, diligently working. Good morning, Kaguya, Kanade replied, taking a seat on the sofa. Despite the chaos of yesterday, Kaguya seemed completely unbothered. If not for Maiko Ino's nervous reactions confirming it all, Kanade might have thought the whole incident had been a fever dream. President, I'd like to apologize for the strange things I said yesterday. Kanade looked up at her, confused at first. Then realization dawned. Oh, you mean that? Yesterday's incident. So, Kaguya had been reflecting on it. Not that it showed on her usually composed demeanor. Don't worry about it. I figured it was a misunderstanding from the start. After all, asking someone about their underwear preferences out of nowhere was hardly normal behavior. Given Kaguya's personality, it was easy to guess that Fujiwara Chika had probably filled her head with more of her bizarre ideas. Poor Kaguya, Kanade thought sympathetically. She had been friends with Chika since elementary school. There was no telling how many times she had been dragged into absurd situations because of her. It didn't cause me any trouble, so there's no need to dwell on it, Kanade said with a dismissive wave, rotating his shoulders to relieve some tension. Sleeping on the sofa last night had taken its toll on his body. Though he hadn't woken up with a stiff neck, the soreness in his back and shoulders was hard to ignore. Coupled with his usual sedentary habits, the discomfort was particularly pronounced today. Even so, I feel guilty, Kaguya said, her expression softening into an uncharacteristically warm smile. If you don't mind, I could give you a massage? You look very tired, President. Since that day, Kaguya had been smiling more often in his presence. The icy, impassive demeanor she used to carry was slowly giving way to moments of gentle warmth. If you're offering, I'd appreciate it, Kanade said, turning his back to her and relaxing. President, what are you doing? Kaguya asked, startled. Aren't you giving me a massage? It's easier to access my shoulders this way, Kanade replied matter-of-factly. Ah. I was thinking of starting with a hand massage, Kaguya murmured, hesitating. While massaging his shoulders would suffice, holding his hands felt far more intimate and it provided a chance to see his face up close. She even considered extending the massage to his back and waist. Stop it, Kaguya, she admonished herself, shaking the inappropriate thoughts away. My hands don't feel sore, though, Kanade said, wiggling his fingers. You might not know this, but hand massages can target specific pressure points that benefit the whole body, Kaguya explained confidently. If you say so, Kanade said, extending his hand. Kaguya placed her small, delicate hands over his, handling them as though they were fragile treasures. Gently, she pressed his palm, seeking out the proper acupressure points. Then, cautiously, she applied firm pressure. Kanade groaned involuntarily. In that instant, it felt as though his soul had been momentarily wrenched from his body. He barely managed to stop himself from jumping out of his seat. What's wrong, President? Kaguya asked, tilting her head in confusion. It's nothing. Just a little ticklish, Kanade lied, forcing a smile. Keep going. It's fine. He had heard that proper massages were supposed to hurt a bit, but this level of pain was far beyond what he had imagined. It felt like she was trying to press his very life essence out of his body. All right, then, Kaguya said, resuming her technique. But before she could continue, the door to the student council room burst open. Yeah, hello. Good morning, everyone. A lively voice filled the room. It could only belong to Chika Fujiwara, the council's walking ray of chaos. Kanade and Kaguya both turned to see her standing at the door, her ever-curious expression locked onto them. President. Kaguya. What are you two doing? Chika asked, her face lighting up with intrigue. As you can see, Kaguya is giving me a massage. Kanade explained, raising his hand for emphasis. Ooh. I know this. Let me help, too. Chika declared enthusiastically. Without waiting for permission, she plopped down on the sofa and placed Kanade's head onto her lap. Tadie. Ready to go. President, you're so lucky. Two adorable girls are giving you a massage at the same time. She cheered. Unlike Chika's cheerful grin, Kaguya's face darkened immediately. That accursed pink-haired octopus. Kaguya seethed internally. Chika had brazenly claimed a lap pillow position, something Kaguya herself hadn't even dared to attempt. To think she would steal the president's first. Unforgivable. But just massaging isn't fun. Chika said, her eyes gleaming with mischief. It's no fair if only the president enjoys it. Let's make it a competition, Kaguya-chan. Whoever makes him feel better wins his lunch today. Kaguya's competitive spirit ignited instantly. Fine. Bring it on. She declared. Kanade. What about his opinion in all of this? Did his consent even matter? As if reading his thoughts, Chika lightly bopped his forehead and teased, Don't be ungrateful, President. This is a privilege. Just sit back and enjoy it. If Kaguya's massages didn't kill him with pain, and if Chika didn't try anything ridiculous, maybe he could enjoy this. But he couldn't help recalling the incident in the infirmary. The memory of being pinned down in utter humiliation still haunted him. Please, just let this end without another traumatic experience. Chapter 096. Next time, I'll take the initiative. Maiko Ono was a very serious person. Once she started a task, she would see it through to the end, whether it was her duties as a member of the disciplinary committee or her responsibilities in the student council. Everything she did was executed with precision and care. There's still some time. I'll stop by the student council room before my patrol. She murmured, putting down her phone. Though President Kanade had explained that yesterday's incident was a misunderstanding, Maiko still felt the need to hear the full story directly from Vice President Kaguya. Surely someone as dignified as Kaguya wouldn't be involved in anything improper, right? With such thoughts filling her mind, Maiko approached the student council room, holding the council members in the highest regard. However, upon opening the door, the sight and sounds inside froze her in place. Kaguya Shinomiya and Chika Fujiwara were on the sofa, seemingly engaged in something. The other members were nowhere to be seen. Raising her hand to greet them, Maiko paused as snippets of conversation reached her ears. Ha. See? I told you I make the president feel better. And no. Don't push so hard. Don't underestimate me, Kaguya-chan. It's obviously me. Why you're killing me? From behind the sofa's backrest, Kanade's distinctive voice was clearly audible, mingled with the girl's competitive banter. The implication struck Maiko like a thunderclap. Point 3x. It had to be something improper, right? Right? So, it wasn't a misunderstanding after all. President Kanade was exactly what she feared, a depraved womanizer. And to think she had even considered trusting him for a moment. The files Maiko had been holding slipped from her grasp and scattered across the floor, but she couldn't bring herself to pick them up. Her attention was entirely on Chika, who had turned toward her. Maiko-chan. Come join us, it's so much fun. Chika called cheerfully. Maiko's gaze darted to her, her sense of faith in humanity shattering. Why? Chika-senpai, why would you do something like this? I thought you were a more serious person. Serious? Oh, you're right. I need to get serious about this. I can't let Kaguya-chan win. Chika replied, her enthusiasm undeterred, as she returned to her spot. Maiko stood there, dumbfounded. In the sacred student council room. Doing this sort of thing. And it's not even the first time? I know, San, would you like to join us? Kaguya asked, noticing Maiko lingering at the door. And no. I don't have any experience. I'd just get in the way. Maiko stammered, blushing furiously. Experience? You don't have any. Kaguya tilted her head in surprise. She hadn't expected Maiko to be so similar to her in this regard, both having never given a massage before. Smiling gently, Kaguya tried to reassure her. It's fine. In fact, no experience is better. I can teach you. Everyone enjoys the chance to mentor others, and Kaguya found herself unexpectedly proud of the opportunity to guide her kuhai. And no. No. Don't show me things like that. Maiko screamed before fleeing the room. Is there something strange about me? Kaguya looked down at herself, perplexed. Finding nothing amiss, she glanced at Kanade, who seemed to be on the verge of falling asleep from the comfort. No sneaking off. Kaguya cried, refocusing her attention and redoubling her efforts. As the lunch bell rang, signaling the start of a break, Kanade Natsukawa felt a mix of anticipation and dread. Today, the lunch that had been lovingly prepared by Miharu Shino was set to become a prize for Chika Fujiwara, thanks to her victory in the morning's impromptu massage contest. Chika had triumphed with her strategy of massages that don't hurt, defeating Kaguya Shinomiya and earning the coveted prize, Kanade's bendo. It wasn't as though he'd willingly agreed to this. The whole situation had been forced upon him. By the time he realized what was happening, he had already enjoyed their massages, making refusal feel hypocritical, like pirating someone's hard work and then leaving a next time, I'll pay comment. Opening his phone, Kanade considered apologizing to Miharu, but no words felt appropriate. The thought of lying to Chika crossed his mind too. He could claim he'd forgotten his bento today. But Miharu made his lunches regularly, and on the rare occasions she didn't, it was only because she had prepared something. What a mess. Just then, a message appeared on his phone. Want to eat lunch together? Looking up, Kanade saw Miharu glancing back at him from her seat in the front row. Though she was chatting with her friends, she sneaked him a subtle wink. It was an unexpected invitation. Miharu rarely initiated plans herself. But today, he couldn't accept. While he didn't mind introducing Miharu to Kaguya and Chika, the thought of her seeing another girl eat the bento she'd made for him was horrifying. She'd probably give him a thorough scolding or worse. Carefully considering his words, Kanade replied, "Sorry, I've got some student council matters to handle. Let's do it another time." He added, "Next time, I'll invite you." When Kanade glanced at Miharu again, he saw a mix of disappointment and satisfaction in her expression. Though she seemed a bit let down, her smile showed she was happy with his promise. Girls' emotions sure are complicated, Kanade thought with a sigh. Arriving at the student council room, Kanade found only Kaguya and Chika present. Recently, Ishigami and Shirogane had been spending their breaks together, and whatever they were up to, it didn't involve him. When Kanade tried to ask them about it, they simply brushed him off, leaving him feeling like an outsider. Forming a little group without me? And not inviting me? Kanade fumed silently. I'll remember this betrayal. Chapter 097, I'm not a pervert, okay. Good afternoon, President. Good afternoon, President. Good afternoon. Kanade Natsukawa nodded, greeting Kaguya Shinomiya and Chika Fujiwara in return. Come on, President, hurry and sit down. I can't wait. Chika said eagerly, practically bouncing in anticipation. But today, her enthusiasm was destined for disappointment. Sorry to dampen your mood, but I need to make something clear. Kanade opened his bento box and showed it to the two girls. This bento wasn't made by me. It's from a friend. Though I can promise her cooking skills far surpass mine, so I'm sure you won't be disappointed. She? Both girls echoed in unison. Is there a problem? Kanade asked nervously. Surely it wasn't strange for him to have a friend or two who occasionally brought him lunch. President, you really? Chika trailed off, glancing briefly at Kaguya before turning back to him with a teasing smile. Don't understand anything at all. Understand what, exactly? Kanade thought, baffled. Chika had suddenly transformed into a riddle master. While he admitted he didn't fully grasp the intricacies of girls' emotions, being called out so blatantly was a first. Sorry, I forgot to mention this morning. Kanade added, hoping to clear up any misunderstanding. It's just a coincidence today. If you want to taste my cooking, we'll need to wait for next time. I'll make sure to cook something that leaves you satisfied. The friend who made this bento. Is she a girl? Kaguya asked suddenly, her tone measured but probing. Yes. Kanade confirmed, puzzled. Why was this relevant? Oh, so the president is popular enough to have a girl send him a love lunch. Huh? Chika teased, nudging his arm repeatedly. Don't tell me she likes you? Likes? Kanade murmured, a brief flash of a certain rainy night crossing his mind. No, it's not like that. It's more of a feeling of responsibility, I think. Kanade explained, she's a kind person who just couldn't stand my hopeless lifestyle when we first met. That's how we became friends. To be honest, if it hadn't rained that day, we probably wouldn't have crossed paths at all. He chuckled lightly. We've known each other for about a year now. Back then, I wasn't very good at taking care of myself. Thanks to her help, I've slowly adopted healthier habits. Though much of his self-improvement stemmed from his own desire to change, that drive had been fueled by wanting to become someone worthy of an angel like Miharu. Now, however, he no longer held such lofty goals. His friends accepted him as he was. To me, she's like a great friend, almost like an older sister. Someone who listens, supports me, and even tolerates me being lazy sometimes. I guess you could say she's an angelic big sister. Kanade's description was filled with a warmth that caught Kaguya's attention. She frowned slightly. And do you have feelings for her? Kaguya asked before stopping herself. Never mind. She was conflicted. On one hand, she wanted to know if Kanade harbored romantic feelings for this girl. On the other, she feared planting the very idea in his mind. It was the classic dilemma of a tragic love triangle, a meddling third party inadvertently pushing the male lead towards someone else. No way am I letting that happen, Kaguya resolved. To her, love was a battlefield, and victory justified any means. Rivals? No problem so long as she emerged as the victor, the rest could eat dust. President, may I try some of this bendo? Kaguya asked. She wanted to assess the competition and see just how skilled this girl was. Chika, ever eager, chimed in. Me too. Of course. Kanade said with a nod. Letting them taste the food wasn't a big deal, it wasn't like he was handing the whole bendo over. Besides, he'd always wanted to introduce his friends to one another. As he handed over the box, Kanade idly recalled that Miharu and Kato were already acquainted. How had that happened? He faintly remembered that Miharu and Kato had gone out together last weekend. When had they become such close friends? President? Sorry, I zoned out. Kanade quickly snapped back to reality and handed them the bendo. But Chika, dissatisfied with just being handed food, opened her mouth wide and leaned forward expectantly. President, feed me. Put it in my mouth. Suddenly, Kanade felt the room's temperature drop several degrees. A shiver ran down his spine. Can't you feed yourself? Don't be so lazy. Kanade retorted. This is your punishment for bringing a bendo made by another girl. Chika declared smugly. I already said I'll make you one next time. Kanade sighed, though he couldn't deny he felt a bit flattered by her enthusiasm. Resigned, he picked up a piece of hamburger steak and placed it in Chika's open mouth. With an exaggerated awe. She bit down so fiercely Kanade half worried she'd snap the chopsticks in half. This is unexpectedly delicious. Chika exclaimed. I told you, her cooking is better than mine. Kanade shrugged. After all, Miharu was technically his mentor in the kitchen. He still hadn't surpassed her skills. Don't get cocky, it's not even your cooking. Chika teased, hands on her hips. Then she added, don't forget to feed Kaguya-chan too, President. Stop being such a pig. Why am I getting called names? Kanade muttered, though he complied, picking up a piece of squid sausage and offering it to Kaguya. If he'd already fed one, what harm was there in feeding another? Still, he was curious how Kaguya, usually composed, would react to such a close gesture. To his surprise, Kaguya didn't hesitate. She tucked her hair behind her ear, leaned in gracefully, and delicately took the bite. Unlike Chika's ravenous display, Kaguya's movements were reserved and elegant. After a few chews, she swallowed and licked her lips lightly. It's quite good. Thank you for the treat, President. Sure. Kanade said, exhaling in relief. Yet, as he reflected, he realized he'd been intently staring at Kaguya the entire time. It struck him that his behavior must have seemed off. Wait. Does this make me look like a pervert? You're such a creep, President. Staring at Kaguya-chan like that. Chika teased, poking his increasingly red face. Don't say weird stuff. I was just waiting for her opinion. Kanade protested, turning to Kaguya for support, only to find her blushing as well. Was that it? Kaguya mumbled, looking away bashfully. I'm doomed. She definitely misunderstood. Chapter 098, Kaguya's Little Schemes. By the way, the school's summer retreat is coming up soon. I'm so excited. Chika Fujiwara said, swinging her legs playfully as she perched on the armrest of the sofa, trying to spark a conversation. The so-called summer retreat was an outdoor educational activity aimed at fostering respect for nature and teamwork. Students learned practical skills, such as cooking their own meals, while building responsibility and improving interpersonal relationships. While many schools scheduled it during summer break, Shuchin Academy held it in the first semester of each academic year to help students acclimate to their class and strengthen their bonds. It'll probably be just like last year. Kaguya Shinamiya said as she brewed tea. We'll study in a different setting, maybe have a campfire at the end. That's about it. Though the retreat sounded fun, the fact that activities were conducted in class groups dampened her enthusiasm. After all, she wasn't in the same class as the president. Oh, Kaguya-chan, don't you like these kinds of events? I think they're great. But it's such a shame we can't do them together. Wouldn't it be better if we didn't have to stick to our classes? Chika sighed wistfully. What Chika said in passing, Kaguya took to heart. She completely agreed if only the retreat didn't group students by class. Then she could team up with Kanade, cook together, explore together, and finish the evening at the romantic campfire, where the president would invite her to dance and confess his feelings. This is it. I can't let such a perfect opportunity go to waste. Actually, Some students have already voiced their concerns. Kaguya said with a smile, turning to Kanade. Grouping by class makes it harder to interact with friends from other classes. Perhaps the school could reconsider? What do you think, President? Would it make sense to organize activities by grade instead of class? Suggesting free grouping outright would be too transparent, and Kanade might see through her intentions. Framing it as by grades sounded more reasonable and was easier to implement. After all, the third years didn't attend the retreat, and the first and second years went to different locations. Managing just over 100 students per grade was feasible. Most importantly, as vice president, she could justifiably stay close to the president under the guise of assisting him. As his vice president, isn't it my duty to be by his side? No one can stop me. Organizing by grade would allow for more diverse activities, like the haunted trail students have been requesting. Kaguya added, planting another seed. A haunted trail, huh? Kanade considered it. The idea had merit, and as the new student council president, he wanted to make a strong impression. Managing by grade might be tricky. That's a lot of people. He said. How about this? Each class can still have its committee members handle individual management and report to us daily. Then the student council can oversee things collectively. Kaguya suggested. We could maintain the usual class-based structure for the first few days, then host special events like the haunted trail and campfire in the final days. We'd also set up a reward and punishment system recognizing the most orderly class and penalizing the least. Appropriate rewards are fine, but punishments should be strict. If they don't meet the standard, there must be consequences. She added, her tone firm. At Shuchin Academy, the student council wielded significant influence. While the retreat followed long-standing traditions, the council could propose changes as long as they were reasonable. After hashing out the details, the plan was finalized. Chika, elated, threw her arms around Kaguya, pressing their cheeks together as she nuzzled affectionately. Yay! Now we can spend the whole retreat together, Kaguya-chan. Ugh! Kaguya grimaced. Her true goal was to be close to the president, not this big-breasted milk cow. If not for maintaining appearances, I'd smack her chest flat right now. Kaguya silently declared war on Team Big Breasts. Don't get too excited. Kanade interjected, attempting to temper their enthusiasm. This change means more work for the student council. We might not have as much time to enjoy the retreat ourselves. But as long as we complete our duties, you can do whatever you like afterward. He added. Whatever I like. President, you're not thinking of something perverted, are you? Chika said, her expression suddenly one of disgust, as if he'd already committed the offense. A vein popped on Kanade's forehead. Why do I even try to be nice to her? He opened his mouth to retort, but before he could, the door to the student council room opened. Maiko Ueno stepped in once again. The president wants to do something perverted? The first year's piercing gaze of judgment froze Kanade in place. It's not what you think. I absolutely do not want to do anything perverted. He blurted out, half in panic, half exasperation. Feeling cornered by the situation, Kanade adopted a more commanding tone to reclaim control. Turning to Maiko, he said, as a first year, I'd like you to oversee the organization of your grade during the retreat. Think of it as preparation for when you become student council president one day. With your abilities, I'm sure you'll handle it perfectly. Maiko's expression softened slightly. Are you sure? I'm still new, and I'm not sure I'm better suited than. Well, never mind. Her hesitation vanished as she remembered Ishigami, bolstering her confidence. Clearing her throat, she nodded. All right, I'll take responsibility for the first years. Ishigami can assist if needed. Good. Delegate tasks to him as necessary. Kanade said, relieved that Maiko accepted. At the same time, he couldn't resist a bit of payback for Ishigami forming a secret buddy group with Shirigane and leaving him out. Consider this your punishment for excluding me, Kanade thought. Though truthfully, between the two first years, Maiko was the more dependable choice. After all, they couldn't hand such an important task to an outsider or a slacker like Ishigami. Chapter 099, haha, you're out. Since Maiko-chan is here today, let's play a game. Chika Fujiwara suggested enthusiastically, pulling out a board game from seemingly nowhere. I refuse. I refuse. Kaguya Shinomiya and Kanade Natsukawa spoke in unison, their voices resolute. Neither had forgotten the disastrous experience of the last game Chika had roped them into. Oh, don't be like that. Consider it a little welcome party for Maiko-chan. Playing a game together will help us bond. Chika tried to coax them. You just want an excuse to play, don't you? Kanade shot back, immediately seeing through her ploy. Unfazed, Chika grabbed Maiko Ueno and hugged her tightly, pouting as she pleaded. Of course not. Maiko-chan definitely wants to play, right? She hasn't had a chance to properly blend in yet. Maiko. Blend in? Maiko stared blankly at the group. There was no way she could fit into such a chaotic and, frankly, questionable student council. Though rationally she understood that the president and the others couldn't possibly be doing anything improper in the sacred council room, the compromising scenes she had witnessed before were hard to ignore. Still. If it's just a game and not something weird. Fine. If it's for a welcome party, I guess I have no choice. Maiko relented, her voice tinged with shyness. Her hesitant response was painfully transparent. Kanade and Kaguya exchanged knowing glances, silently communicating their shared sentiment. This girl is way too easy to read. In that case, why don't you explain the rules first, Fujiwara? Kanade suggested, wary of what kind of chaotic game she might have in mind. If it was anything like the last one, he would veto it without hesitation, and he was sure Kaguya would back him up. Oh, it's simple. Chika said, flipping open the game box and pulling out a card. She held it up with the text facing away from Kanade. For example, let's say the president picks a card like this. He'll show it to everyone, and after that, he's not allowed to do whatever is written on the card. If he does, he loses. That's it. Sounds easy enough. Boom. You're out. Chika pointed at the card. Kanade flipped it over and saw the words "Say Easy" written on it. Great. He fully understood the rules now. Alright, let's start the game. Chika cheered, shuffling a few cards and laying them face down on the table. The winner gets to make the president do one thing. Wait, why am I always the wager? Kanade protested. Well, if you win, we'll all agree to one of your requests. Chika offered. That's fair. Kanade nodded. At least I'll have some motivation this time. Then I'll join too. A familiar voice said from behind. You? Kanade turned to see Yu Ishigami standing behind him. Somehow, he had appeared out of nowhere. Why are you here? Don't misunderstand, President. I'm just interested in the game itself. I've played similar games with friends before. Yu replied nonchalantly. With friends? Friends? No way. I know what you're thinking. You mean imaginary friends, right? Like those lonely people who... Chika raised her hand eagerly, about to launch into an unnecessary explanation. They're real people, you idiot. Yu snapped, cutting her off. It's okay, Yu. I get it. Kanade patted his shoulder, sympathy etched across his face. I've been there. Even you, President? Yu's voice cracked, clearly hurt, though he stubbornly continued. For your information, I've made a few like-minded friends online. Ah, so they're online friends. Kanade nodded in understanding, the rest of the group following suit with expressions of dawning realization. What's an online friend? Kaguya asked, tilting her head. Kanade launched into an explanation. It's someone you meet on the internet, someone you chat with, share your thoughts and daily life with. You may never meet in person, but you connect through digital platforms. That sounds empty. Kaguya remarked. Talking to strangers online carries risks, doesn't it? Isn't it better to find a tree hollow to confide in? Well, it's not as bad as it sounds. Kanade tried to defend the concept. But explaining the joys of online friendships to Kaguya, who had likely never touched social media, was a daunting task. Meanwhile, Yu was spiraling. Words like empty and tree hollow echoed in his mind as his spirit seemed to crumble. Alright, enough of that. Let's start the game. Kanade said, steering the conversation back on track before Yu could completely disintegrate. Yu perked up. Fine. I'll beat all of you and prove my skills. That's not exactly something you train for. Kanade thought, though he kept his comment to himself. The participants drew their cards. Kanade, speak English. Kaguya, say like. Maiko, stay silent for 20 seconds. Chika, talk about time. Yu, breathe. X for what? Why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face? Yu asked nervously, noticing the others' focused gazes. He assumed they were strategizing to target him, but he couldn't figure out why. Yu, are you sure you don't want to pick a new card? Kanade asked gently, unable to watch the impending train wreck. President, you. Yu's eyes filled with emotion, clearly touched by Kanade's concern. However, he shook his head firmly. But I refuse. I won't change my card. Why not? Because I bet my card says something like switch your card. And I won't fall for your tricks. Yu declared triumphantly. Kanade sighed. Chika seized the moment, pointing at Yu with glee. Haha, you're out. Yu froze. Slowly, he flipped his card over, revealing 2 large characters. Breathe. Chapter 100, after all, she's just a kuhai, this stupid game. This trash game made by a trash company. Absolute garbage. With these angry parting words, Yu Ishigami stormed out of the game as a player and instead assumed the role of a disgruntled spectator. He shot a long, resentful glare at Chika Fujiwara, as though hoping to torment her with sheer indignation. Since his elimination, the atmosphere had grown tense. None of the remaining players dared to speak, fearing they might unwittingly trigger their own defeat by doing something prohibited by their cards. Kanade Natsukawa sighed and tried to restart the conversation. A game like this needs interaction to move forward. Don't you think so, Ino-san? Yes. Maiko Aino instinctively nodded but immediately realized her mistake. This is still a game. What if the sly president was trying to trick her into violating her card's condition? She clammed up, refusing to respond further. Kanade shrugged, unfazed. He wasn't trying to eliminate her, at least not yet. He just thought it wouldn't be fun for a newcomer like Maiko to sit silently without much engagement. See? The president's got a knack for this. Chika chimed in, her voice full of playful admiration. Honestly, I don't hate it. It's kind of heartwarming. Almost like a love level up moment. Kanade narrowed his eyes, pondering her words. Chika's comments were rarely random, and considering that Kaguya's card was to say like. His own card likely had a different condition, perhaps say hate or say don't like. Fujiwara-senpai, what do you dislike? Maiko suddenly asked, clutching her card nervously. Kanade blinked, surprised. This seemingly timid Kuhai made the first move? Though unexpected, her question played perfectly into his strategy. He joined in, casually adding, good point, I'd like to know too. Since agreeing with others wasn't against his card's rules, there was no risk for him. The key to these games was paying close attention to what others said. Chika fell silent, genuinely contemplating the question. You know, I'm often told I can't read the room. Some say it's a good trait, but... Her voice trembled as she shared her suffering. Her eyes welling up with crocodile tears. When it comes to love, no one includes me in the conversations. They all say I'd trip every landmine imaginable. That's a very sound judgment, everyone silently agreed. But thinking about how I might be unknowingly causing trouble for others really hurts. Chika's head drooped, and she looked utterly dejected. A delicate hand reached out to her, gently patting her head. No one thinks you're a bother. Kaguya said softly. In fact, your candidness has helped many people. Really? Kaguya-chan doesn't hate me? Chika's teary eyes sparkled like a forlorn puppy's. Of course not. I actually like you a lot. Kaguya admitted. Expressing love to her crush was one thing, but speaking affectionately to a friend posed no difficulty. After all, Chika was her one and only childhood friend. Even if she's a disaster, she's still someone I want to stay close to forever. Gotcha. Mission accomplished. Chika suddenly sprang up, throwing her hands in the air with glee. Kaguya's heart sank. Her trembling hands flipped her card to confirm her worst fear, say like. You conniving cow. I'll never forgive you. Kaguya silently seethed. Friendship? Lifelong bonds? Ha. I'll never be friends with this bane of the earth. Distraught over losing her chance to have Kanade grant her a wish, Kaguya barely noticed the others exchanging amused glances. Kanade, meanwhile, felt a twinge of guilt but reminded himself that it was just a game. Hopefully, she doesn't take this too seriously. By the way, isn't it about time? Kanade said, glancing meaningfully at Chika. Time for what? Chika blinked, puzzled, before quickly catching on. Oh. Right, it's time, isn't it? Exactly. Kanade replied with a sly grin, pointing to her card. You might want to check your own condition. Chika froze. Slowly, she turned her card over, only to find the words talk about time. Arg. Chika fumed, her cheeks puffing out in indignation. President, you villain. She turned to Maiko, hugging her arm for support. Maiko-chan, don't lose to this bad guy. Yes. No. I'll try. Maiko stammered, unsure how to respond. Though she respected Chika, she was surprised even someone as capable as her could be taken out. This cunning president is so good at manipulating people. Maiko steeled herself. If I want to win, I have to make him speak English. She had an idea. Taking a deep breath, she boldly declared in English, let's settle this, President. Kanade. Is she seriously this tense? Even the spectators were struggling to contain their reactions. Yu was openly snickering, Kaguya's face remained stoic but her shaking shoulders betrayed her amusement, and Chika had crouched down out of Maiko's sight, covering her face to stifle her laughter. Maiko, I know. Kanade said, his voice firm, channeling his authority as student council president. Why yes. Like a soldier awaiting orders, Maiko snapped to attention, her legs rigid and her face tense. Kanade said nothing, merely fixing her with a serious stare. The room fell silent, the atmosphere growing heavy with suspense. Unsure of what to do, Maiko hesitated, her social anxiety bubbling back to the surface. The oppressive quiet made her feel like a fish out of water, her trembling betraying her nerves. "Weren't you going to settle this?" Kanade finally broke the silence, speaking in perfect English. "Yes. Wait, what?" Maiko's eyes widened in realization. I win. Why is everyone looking at me like that? They're probably just surprised you won." Kanade replied, flipping his card to reveal the word "Speak English." "Victory and defeat are part of the game, after all," he said with a theatrical sigh, before signaling Chika to help defuse the situation. Chika took the cue, embracing Maiko warmly. "Congrats, Maiko-chan. You won on your first try. Your prize is that the president has to grant you one wish. I'm not some kind of magic lamp, you know," Kanade quipped. "But within reason, sure. I haven't thought of anything yet. Can I save it for later?" Maiko asked hesitantly, glancing at Kanade for approval. "Of course. Anytime," he said, offering a reassuring smile. Maiko finally relaxed, hugging Chika back with a shy grin. "I did it, Fujiwara-senpai." "Yes, you did. Great job." Kanade watched the lively group with a contented smile. "This is exactly what I wanted, a fun, light-hearted atmosphere among friends. Are you okay with this, President?" Kaguya whispered, sidling up to him. "It's a welcome party. What's there to object to?" Kanade replied, leaning closer to speak softly into her ear. The close proximity and his warm breath brushing her skin made Kaguya flush. The memory of the election day resurfaced in her mind, his reassuring presence stirring something in her chest. "Why, you're so cunning, President," she murmured. Kanade tilted his head quizzically. "Nothing," Kaguya said, turning away with a faint smile, choosing to remain quietly by his side. Chapter 101, Visiting a sick senpai. After wrapping up Maiko's welcome party and finalizing plans for the summer retreat, Kanade Natsukawa's school day came to a close. He briefly considered asking Mahirashina to grab a meal to celebrate the approaching weekend but was intercepted by Megami Kato before he could. "Kasumijoka-senpai is sick?" Kanade repeated, startled by the news. "Apparently so. I heard it's quite serious. She's bedridden," Megami replied softly, sipping her tea. "For her, any little ailment probably qualifies as bedridden," Kanade muttered.